past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens!
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in 2nd place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang gak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat the performance from the previous year.
This round, winner with a chicken dinner, Nova XQL!
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror, but C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed 3rd in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured 2nd place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, VPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งของตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟซแคนที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3 ติดจบอันดับ 6 ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเหลือเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SCA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SCA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gue rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary, masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang global championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SCA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
STE maintains their lead, but vamos is what the Brazilian teams have to say as they hold on to the second and third place. Tash Bunny here on ground here at the 2023 PMGC. Now, let's talk about another team. Consistency is definitely key for RC as your team manages to hold on to 6th place for the past 2 days. So in these past 2 days, Sarah, what changes did you make to your strategy to secure more points for each match?
ここ2日間で、どのような、より多くのポイントをゲットするためにどのような戦略の変更を行ってきましたか？
最初は様子見で、1試合目からいつも通り、日本でやってきたように同様にやってきたんですけど、1日目の様子を見て、外のチームが多いので なるべく中の方でっていう感じで作戦を変えましたね。
Okay. So on day one, we started playing as usual, same as the playing in Japan, but we changed the strategy to play in the middle of the circle.
Middle of the circle is what you're gonna go for. So what is it like playing in your Japanese style, your usual way?
日本でのプレースタイルというのはどのようなプレースタイルなんですか？
ですね、基本的には円の端の方で、敵をどんどん押し上げていくようなプレッシャーを入れて、円の端を取りながら、敵を倒していくっていうような形ですね。
Okay. So our Japanese style is playing on the edge of the circle and trying to give the pressure to other team.
Right, so it's definitely a change playing from the side of the circle to the middle of the circle. So it's definitely a different style of play. So congratulations to you guys on figuring that out. So let's talk a little bit about different regions here. Now, out of all the different regions, which region's playstyle could be detrimental to your team and why?
この大会にはたくさんの地域から参加されていると思うんですけど、どのチーム、どの地域の、チームが自分たちのプレーにおいてプレーをしづらくしていますか？
特にどのチームがっていうのは、どの地域がっていうのはないんですけど、 僕たちの、特にエランゲルで、ランドマークが近い、D ザビアとか、MS とかが、なかなか、運悪くルートが被ってしまったりして、そうですね、なかなかうまく最初の序盤を運べないっていう試合があるので、そこが苦しいところですかね。
We cannot pick up one region or one team, but especially for Erangel, for MS and Xavier is located in the same place, so it can be difficult to play, and unfortunately the route crashed. So yeah.
I see. So it's more about which team is in your way when it comes to the rotations rather than which region's playstyle. So I love hearing that, hearing how these things can change. And speaking of that, now a follow-up question to that is, because these two teams are in your rotation spots today, are they going to be changes, you think?
One more time.
So because these teams are in your, your spots when it comes to rotations, do you think your team's going to change anything today?
I don't think so.
All right, so no changes will be happening there. Now, let's talk a little bit about two teams that are far ahead of the pack, STE and Loops. So why do you think their results are so good?
STE とSTE とループスが今とても高いポイントを取っていると思うんですが、その要因は何だと思いますか？
まず単純にフィジカル、ファイト面が強いっていうのと、あとは2日間、結構短い大会なので、運もあると思いますね。
I think they are so lucky, and also they are very strong fighting individual. Yeah.
Right, lucky and also strong individually is definitely a very, very scary combination to have. Now, we talked about your fans over in Japan who are watching. There's quite a number of you guys. Do you have any words to say to your RC fans over in Japan?
はい、たくさん日本にいるファンの方々に向けて何か一言ありますか？
はい、残り半分、残り2日を残して、まだ6位というポジションなんですけど、そうですね、自分たちのやれることを全部出し切って悔いのないように終わりたいと思います。
So we have another 2 days, but we are located in the 6th place, so we're trying to do our best, and yeah.
There we go. The top 3 are all eyes on the prize to make it through to PMGC. But for now, that will be the end. Thank you so much for spending time on stage with us, RC, Sarah, for the interview. And let's get into the action. So I'm going to toss it over to the casters. See you guys in a bit.
What's up, everybody? It's Hot Jukes here with Maxman and Colars. It is day number 3, one of the most important days for Group Green. Guys, it all comes down to this. We're now reaching that second half of the tournament when it comes to Group Green. And I think yesterday was the day of adjustments, Kalars, but today I think it's all about business.
You know what? Day 1, South Asia looking amazing. Day 2, Brazil, South America looking awesome. I now need to don my rose-tinted glasses because it's time for EMEA. Look how fabulous I look. This is fantastic. It is time for EMEA to do something. Maybe not. We'll see.
Turkey, yeah, maybe
them.
Turkey, yeah, maybe them, maybe those guys.
Maybe
more like a chance, yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious, it's so crazy. I mean, the leaderboards are starting to really stack up. I think today's going to be huge for teams that they want to open up a chance to make it into top 3. And if you guys want to dominate the lobby, make sure you check out the official smartphone of PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro, a phone created for esports players. If you guys want to dominate the lobby, definitely check out the GT10 Pro. Also, make sure you guys are searching PMGC on TikTok, PMGC 2023. You guys can catch all kinds of cool stuff, behind the scenes content, and just get involved in the conversation. And while you're at it, make sure you subscribe to all the channels that we got going on here. There's different languages. The content, I will say, the content team has been crushing it lately, Max.
Oh yeah. I'm not on the team, but you know what? They're doing a great amount of stuff, so I gotta say, good job, man. the TikTok is going wild behind the scenes, but I'll be there eventually doing some meme stuff. But yeah, no, it's been great content all around because on the background there's a lot of stuff going on for these teams over there in Malaysia, and we had a great little interview also with Sarah. So there's a lot of good content here, Hot Jukes. So I gotta check it out. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I'll tell you what, I think today is going to be one of the most phenomenal days of PUBG Mobile we're going to watch, because we've seen just like the skill cap just get bigger and bigger here, Kalars. But you know, if teams want to get that, they want to get into that top 3. That's what everybody's hunting down. If you get to top 3, you're automatically going to the Grand Finals. And what do you think teams need to do, especially those mid-pack teams? Do you think they try to hunt down the top 2 squads to kind of slow them down a little bit?
I think they're going to stick to their own game. As much as, you know, you would like to see them try to hunt down your STs, your loops, etc. up towards the top. I think that, honestly, if you do that, I think they're going to beat you in team fights. So I think you probably have to stick to your own game plan. I think my eyes really focused on Xavier, considering the strength of a day that they had to be able to push themselves into 4th place and be ultra consistent. It might not have been wild amount of eliminations here and there, but Xavier has the chops to be able to get those eliminations alongside those placement points as well. So my focus is on them.
I mean, Stalwart and Loops right now, they seem untouchable right at the top of the rankings. 136 points, 130 points over for Loops also. Right now, you don't want to focus down those teams because of that sponge effect happening. That means that a lot of the points in the middle of the table are very close to one another. So if you take a similar risk to like going for those top teams, chances are you might be pushed down in the bottom 5. So yeah, maybe not worthwhile just yet. Just remain in the middle of the pack and you will be trying to at least make it in the survival stage.
Yeah, for everybody just tuning in for the first time, here's the schedule. As you can see, we're in Group Green. Top 3 move on to the Grand Finals. 5 are eliminated. So teams at the bottom really want to perform well today, because tomorrow is going to be ridiculous. You never want to wait till the last day to, you know, just try to get points and barely make it in, because all kinds of crazy stuff's going to happen. I will say this though, right? I do agree. I think we're not going to see any hot drops against the top teams. I think teams are going to want to avoid getting into big fights with them. I will say, however, I think it is in the best interest of a lot of these squads to maybe camp a vehicle rotation from one of these squads. Just make them hesitate a little bit. Just kind of throw them off. I think that would do really good for them here, Max.
That's twice you say yesterday. You really want them to steal those cars. Oh my god, I'm gonna do it. Cars. Star Wars is just gonna have no rotations to be able to leave away from Nova. They're like, well, the cars. We have nothing. We just got to boat it away from this position. But I mean, sure, we could see that happening possibly. But especially teams in the bottom 5 here of the rankings, Hot Jukes, we need to see some big changes from those guys, especially Gladiators, I8, and Zerja, because I mean, Brian in particular has already made big adaptations, so I hope that it can continue on that initial launch of yesterday and keep ranking higher.
$3 million on the line here, Kalaris. This is where this is where champions are made and dreams come true, right? So for these teams in that mid-pack, right, I think like Rejects on down, right? I think it's really in their best interest to kind of have a pop-off performance right off the rip, no?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you think about how much is actually on the line here in the league stage, I think it's 1.58 million for the league stage and then 1.42 million for the finals. So there is a lot on the line here in the league stage, never mind anything else. And for someone like Rejects, I mean, to bring it back to the topic as we take a look at the teams overall that are playing here in Group Green, to what you're saying, if you were someone that would want to try and exploit Stalwart's position, Novo is actually quite an exploitable spot, right? And Rejects is one of those teams that drops around that farm area, drops around that location that could cause kind of rotational problems. If teams did want to actually kind of put the boot in against someone like a Stalwart, for example, those teams there, north of that East Bridge, are the teams that could potentially do it in potentially an alternate universe.
I mean, as we look at the rankings, Stalwart, they're in first place right now, Kalaris, so clearly has not been working out for those teams. And the thing is, because they rotate so late on those Erangel games, no one's going to be able to linger until phase 2, phase 3 in the blue. So because of that, no one's going to be gatekeeping the Eastern Bridge. Very smooth rotation. And because of that, a 4 chicken dinners, Hot Jukes. Hell yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you what, the best strategy is just go land on that southern side of military base and just make sure the end zone goes there, right? Yeah, that'll work out for you, which is
control the circle. Dark magic.
Oh my gosh. I mean that was a silly zone, but it worked out great for them, right? And it's crazy to see that even though we saw such a dominant performance, 2 more chicken dinners than Loops is right behind them, Max.
really consistent when it comes to Erangel, right? They have been the Erangel kings by far, and that ever since they've been stopping those. I mean, even when they were fighting Aegon I8, actually, they still beat them in C block. So I8 not willing to go for that fight anymore, it seems. But yeah, look at their consistency overall, just able to get himself so much presence in these games. And the average elimination increased, Kalaris, going from 5 to almost 10. From day 1 to day 2, that is a significant increase, and being able to actually collapse onto chicken dinners yesterday, getting 2 of those, that is mental from the guys.
Quite honestly, we saw them at, yes, 8th place in the first day, but I feel like some of the performances in day 1 for Loops was the harbinger for what was going to happen in day 2, right? If you think about how strong they were about holding down positions, about being able to find themselves a decent rotation in that early game leading into the mid game, Loops looked good. It's just then some of the things slightly went against them, like hard shifts away from them, etc. in day 1. Whereas day 2, everything was ironed out a little bit more, and they are gunning for that stalwart first position here, Hot Jukes. Loops is looking awesome.
They really are. I mean, they've proven that when they get the circle and they're just in a really good position, they're going to dominate the lobby. I mean, it's crazy how well they performed yesterday. 1,700 damage on average is insane. Literally nothing short of that. At the same time, you know, teams are hungry. There's one factor that really happens here, Maxman, right? When you have teams do so well, especially on the first half of the tournament, all eyes are on them, right? So squads are going to be studying their rotations. They're going to study everything about them, as you can just hear on the top 4 fraggers list.
I mean, everyone's going to know they drop Hot Jukes. Everyone's going to know how they rotate. Everyone's going to be stealing their cars, apparently. That might happen. We'll see how that's going to work out. But it's been insane how Loops have been able to significantly improve and just iron out the few little maybe rotational mistakes from day 1 heading into day 2. Mythic in particular. I mean, Hot Jukes, I have 2 favorite players when it comes to Brazil in particular. It's Adrian and it's also Mythic. And Mythic has been absolutely incredible throughout yesterday's matches. 26 eliminations, 1 behind Top. So Top, sure, fantastic, we love him. But Mythic is so damn close. He could be looking to put Brazil in that first place.
Man, 2 Brazilian players, 2 stalwart players. I'm not shocked at all to see these guys on the top of the list. At the same time, though, bottom 5 is the big story here, right? 5 teams are going to go home, and that is it for the rest of the Kalaris, right? So teams at the bottom really need to do today, especially here at the start. So we're jumping in his
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that, you know, Alpha 7 and Loops here are looking for Brazil, but you're right. I mean, that bottom 5 here, if you think about it, BR8, Tiamba, Gladiators, Agon I8, and Zergia. I do think for the bottom 2, I think it's going to be very difficult to try and get out of that bottom 5, but Brad, Tamba, and Gladiators could like it if they're able to buck up their ideas a little bit during all of this. In regional play, we have seen these teams look awesome. However, they've really not brought it to the forefront here. The lobby has just been faster than them, more fragging than them, like every facet here, despite these teams having the chops to be able to get out to bottom 5.
I do want to hop onto Aegon I8 in particular here, because it is a team that did have that little bit of a back and forth skirmish in Military Island to fight the entirety of Loops a lot of the time. They actually gave up on that drop and now go for trash loot on the western side of Military Base, which is a good change. And because of that, I think we could expect maybe a little bit more consistency to come in from Aegon I8, so they might be able to catch up a bit. But if you're Xerxia in particular, I think they're in a position where, unless we see an insane comeback, leaving that bottom 5 is going to be a rough task at hand.
Maybe Agon I8, though, can make up the numbers on Sandhawk. Look, I mean, see, they got them. We've only had 2 Sandhawks, of course, but they did get a win there, right? They were a little bit more quick on the jump about getting from Heart-In all the way down south towards Trifecta and trying to control that. It is only 1 game per day, though. So as much as you can be great on Sandhawk, it doesn't account for a lot of the points you're going to be trying to accrue here in the tournament.
Take it to the bank, though, right? Take it where you can get it. And honestly, I think that was just great for their confidence overall today. I do like the fact that we saw a lot of adjustments from those teams at the bottom yesterday. Bra in particular, right? Avoiding that hot drop, having a great game when they did it. And now we saw them really put themselves in a good position here today. I hope we continue to see the same. If they go back to a hot drop, I will be shocked and I will scream.
Yeah. I'll scream if they steal their cars too, imagine.
Steal them, don't take my cars.
Steal the cars. But I really, if there was any team that I didn't expect to put their ego aside and give up on Hot Drop, it was going to be Brat Esports. So seeing that change, as you said already yesterday, Hot Jukes, so quickly in this league stage is really, really great for Brat Esports. Currently tied with Falcon in that 11th, 12th position in the bottom 5, so they want to try and push themselves out of that one. But if we see this continue into today and hopefully tomorrow, chances are Bra will be able to at least reach the survival stage. And with the individual prowess of these players, I would love to see them perform over there. And Frozen's doing some weird faces at us right now, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? I will say this. Speaking of perform, Calaris, your favorite team, the Falcons. 18 eliminations. 18 eliminations, right? And the last day of the game. That's going to be so crazy to see. Maybe they can replicate it. Who knows? But you know what? It's time to get into the show, baby. Let's take it on over to our casters, Jackie and Blink.
Thanks, Jukes. That's right, man. We're in position, ready to kick it off. Third day of group play. Blank. The tournament's been delivering up to this point. Every day has felt like a different side of the coin, right? We're kind of rolling the dice to see if it's going to be hot drops, if it's going to be clutches, if it's going to be all-out aggression to secure chicken dinners. And I'm so glad we get to go back into it for another back-to-back affair today.
It's going to be pretty big. I mean, look, some teams from yesterday able to hit some massive strides. I mean, Falcons, like the boys are saying, a 28-point game coming through, which kind of dragged them out from the depths of the ocean up towards an 11th place, technically in towards the survival stage now. Let's see how long that does last on, because Bra is only a bit behind by 56 points, and they were having a pretty consistent day of it yesterday after some pretty nifty adjustments on their side and a bit of swallowing of the pride coming through too to head up towards Severny, which actually worked out quite well over in our angle. So I was happy for Bra, and I think they can start to bring things back in a big way. Obviously towards that top side, it's going to be very hard to catch up to that first and second place. Stalwart 136 points, Luke's 130. This is all but secured in terms of a position towards PMGC Grand Finals, getting that secure invite, which is amazing for both these teams. They'll be happy about it. Once again, the Gladiators looking pretty happy, despite being down in 14th place, 38 points. It doesn't look ideal right now. There's still a chance for them. There's still a chance for Aegon IA. I think for Zia, down towards 16 with 20 points, a little bit more difficult, right? You're going to have a pop-off game like Falcons did over on Miramar, and even that was down towards Minas del Sur, right? Which is all the way down on the southwest side of the map. It was a very odd circle, and one team was bound to reap the benefits off the back of it. But into Sandhawk we go for our first match of the day.
Here we go. Now, you talk about personalities as well. We had the interview with Sarah from Reject Tokyo. This guy was pulling out the bicep flexes over the course of the past 2 days, and he has just looked so fun to watch. A lot of personality across the entire tournament, but let's see what they'll be able to do when it comes to punishing here on Sandhawk. We've been speaking about the hot drops. Oh, mate, it's unlucky that it's the Gladiators that are on the plate, and it's them versus Alter Ego. We saw this yesterday on Alter Ego got trampled. This time around, it's a bit of a more fair fight, as it seems like we've had a 1-for-1 trade that then results in all of the Gladiators getting absolutely murked, as Alter Ego shut them down in, what was that, about 45 seconds, Blank?
We barely hit into the match there. It's already done. Goodness me, Gladiator's feeling pretty rubbish about that one. Majority of the assault rifles actually went over towards Alter Ego in the first place. They were able to pick up a lot of those for themselves. And I think Alter Ego realizes they're kind of still on the cusp of dropping out down towards the bottom side of the lobby. 63 points. It's really not a far fetch away from 56. So getting those 4 eliminations at the start of the day there, that's going to be really good for them to remain within a position to go towards that survival stage. First circle down towards the southwest side of the map. That's on Mad Bulls, that's towards Falcons, and more importantly, Bra Esport, who are on the climb right now. 12th place, looking to get in towards that 11th and upwards. I think this is going to be an interesting match overall. Obviously, already fairly interesting with Gladiators who desperately need a good day, getting just whipped out of the game by Alter Ego. A bit of an unfortunate trade there between Meku as well as Tixie, as Tixie had the S12K, the shotgun, which could have turned things around, yet Meku is just a little bit too fat in the door there. Can't get past him and gets razzle-dazzled down. Bit unfortunate, but for Alter Ego, this is really good news for them.
All right, this is the dream, man. To recap some of the hot drops that we had seen, obviously, it was Mad Bulls versus Falcons on the first Sandhawk we had. Oh, nice nade from Bra, actually. We'll come back to this in a sec. Let's see if he can clean up here first. Kakali starting to make his move up the hill and look for the man that's a bit green around the gills. That's going to be Chief, who's down in the tree line. You can finish him off for free. No one nearby. So Loop's relatively fragmented in terms of the setup. The rest of the pack far away from the scout. So he's dealt with. But then yesterday, we did have that initial clash, right? We spoke about it, the hot drop that we had seen on our screens here that ended in seconds. Last time was a few more minutes of aggression. It came out with Alter Ego losing 2 players and then being forced to play a duo throughout the rest of the game. It seems like today, Blank, they thought, you know what, we're going back into Sandholt. We only play one of them. Let's just take it to them. And they've just straight murked Gladiators. That's a rough one as well, because we've seen first game of the day for Gladiators. Looks like when they kind of come in a little bit more chirpy, they're a little bit happier in terms of the body language, but now you got to sit there for a good 20 minutes Blank and think about the fact that hot drop probably didn't work.
I think for yesterday as well, that gave him a bit of that boost of confidence needed to make some of those quick rotations in a wrangle, and it's just not a good way to start your day off. For Alter Ego, on the other hand, pretty nice first day from them. Second day looking a little bit worse on that Indonesian squad, but I think that's exactly what they needed to get themselves back into the groove of things. Lynx takes a heavy hit there from CEO later. The rest of the team from Procedure Evos, not really too close by. They might be able to pick him up, but it's going to be a slight stretch. And I think for Procedure Evos, this is sort of deserved on their side of things, because this has been the similar rotate they've made every single game. Trying to pick off one of Malise's players early on makes their rotation out from Camp Bravo a little bit easier. This time around, they send Lewis and CEO later down towards that south side, prepared and waiting for that scout rotate coming through from Lynx. Once he peeks, he just gets his head ripped off. So that is a very nice read coming through from Malise Esports. Not a super hard read to make as well, considering Lynx has done it every single game here on Sandhock. And I think this is one of the days where you might have thought to yourself, let's sort of throw him a curveball and not do that, and maybe isolate one of the players on that northwest side instead.
Let's have a look here, though. Compound clash going down before our very eyes. Bra Esport instigated this fight by striking towards Chief on the hillside. Since then, they've pushed down, got a bit up close and personal, and it seemed like they were about to run straight into the awaiting arms of the DBS. They would have had the jaws clamping down on them quickly. Instead, though, it's the utility that has allowed them to advance further forward, and Loops firing off at feet, trying to see if they can strike back at Topsic that's stuck behind a wall. Timing on this is going to be tight if he wants to get the heal off. Actually does pull it off, but it won't matter as the peak comes in, hits him with a DBS and downs him. And this is rough for Bra Blank. The longer this goes on, the more you feel for them, as they've gone from really having a good overall view on this fight of Loops, feeling confident with a one-man advantage, to now looking like there is going to be no winners from this.
It's a great comeback there from Loops overall. I mean, holding down that building, get the initial knock was gorgeous over towards Coursera, trying to get up close and personal, nades over the top to reposition Kakali on the backside of that building and then take shots at the feet afterwards. I think generally this is just kind of Loops to a T, right? Is that they have a very good understanding of how they want to play off one another, what kind of utility they want to use to bait someone out into a peak that maybe one of their other teammates can go for. It's really nice, and it's hard to keep them down overall. Zuxi runs directly into Tiamba on this north side of the map, and I think this was realistically the only thing that could have happened for Procedure Evos, which is they went down, tried to have a bit of a mess around with Malise Esports. That didn't go so well, so they couldn't send direct west. They try and make a north rotate, but Tiamba's one of the late rotators inside this lobby on that north side, so Procedure Evos have to change things up on the fly, has led them into another mistake versus Tiamba. Really bad news for Procedure Evos, and I think that's just a case of only having one game plan and then not figuring it out when things do go wrong. One thing that I'm really liking, though, this is all the way on the other side of the map. Let's take our attention over there for a second. Reject, they said over on the interview, Sarah was talking about it, said we're going to play a little bit more towards the center. Our edge playstyle just isn't working in the sense that we like to pressure teams out on the edge. The teams here are just way too good, and Reject just does not have that gun skill as of yet, or are just not feeling it enough to be taking those plays. But it's a gorgeous rotate over towards west side of Painan.
Oh, this is lovely, mate. Blessed by the circle as well as it encroaches further in. They are still dead center. Reject Tokyo. They've had quite a few second places, I will say. It's one of those where obviously it's easy to forget, right? If you're kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But they've been pulling off some big games in terms of the longevity, high survival time. Even when they do go for a call, it's kind of like the all-in, look, we'll go for 100% play. If it pays off, fantastic. If it doesn't, we'll go down early. So I do at least like the mentality they've got there, Blank, where if there is a com, even if it's risky, the entirety of Reject Tokyo will commit to it 100%. So we'll see if the adjustments in their playstyle, like Sarah said, on their stage will help them, and maybe they can secure a chicken dinner today. DX on screens as well. DX, another one of the sides that have been massively impressing us when it comes to their utility usage. Oh no. Quick flick to the Elim feed as well. You see Bra Esports. They thought they had got away from loops, but they've run straight into the other Brazilian squad that seems to want to banish them, as they're going to battle down with a few shots coming off. And they've knocked out one of Bra Esports players again. So just down to a solo there. Not great for them being able to continue from what was a pretty good day of cultivating points yesterday, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, Bra Esports just hit by the Brazilian pincer. It's never a good situation to be in, and it does indeed squeeze them down to just a few players. One, in fact, with 56 points, 1 elimination. They are really not safe. Technically are above Falcons now off the back of that 1 elimination they found over towards Chief, but that will be them going down pretty soon, I imagine, on this south side. Fairly difficult to move your way through up towards that northern edge. So for Bra Esports, this is about survival, trying to at least get some placement points, maybe finding a couple cheeky eliminations where they can. You're talking about DX. I think they're a great team to bring up, currently in 4th place right now. One team that is in direct contestation for trying to get towards that top 3, and I think they absolutely deserve it. I think they've played a very good game in a lobby where it's been really tough to make some strong rotates, to make some strong decisions. I think that they've made some really heads-up rotates in towards these circles, using utility to their advantage. Lamborghini with these grenades has been absolutely fantastic to just bring themselves into positions where they can get further inwards. It's nice.
It has been really nice to watch over the event so far. It's been massively impressing me, man. Just the sheer quality of the nade usage we've seen. Like in the late game, it's been on point with some of the defensive util, but also the way we've seen so many great timings in terms of the double nades, right? They're not as easy to pull off, especially in high octane moments as they might look. Very fine margins of being able to hit both of those nades to completely shut down a squad. But we've seen it so much over the past couple of days. And hopefully we'll see a lot more of it. If you're joining us, you've arrived at just the right time, as this is our first game of the day. First of many here for Group Green. We're starting to find our way further and further through the available pool of games for these squads, though, to make points, to guarantee themselves the top 3, or at the very least, survival stage status. Still playing around the center of the circle is Reject Tokyo. Mad Balls, DX, Stalwart as well, all in close proximity. Then big rotates to be made for I8 and Alter Ego. Be curious to see if those two clash. Alter Ego, of course, they're warmed up with a weaponry from the hot drop they had, but can they punish versus I8?
Yeah, they were pretty quick off the top side of that island as soon as they saw this southwest shift on the circle. I mean, that's a pretty smart move to go for. There's not much benefit to holding up towards that northern side for too long. And I think that this has become a much easier position on the map to actually rotate through now, right? It's just been all cleared up considering we had that push from Falcons on that very first day, which has left Mad Balls trembling on that hot drop. They've not hot dropped since, but it has mean that Mad Balls have been way more concerned with getting into the circle, and that's the final player from Kane going down on Bra Esport. Just 1 elimination found. Great little nade over the top side. They got close, were ready to refrag it if needs be, but just the 1 nade was required. But yeah, for that side of the map, over towards the northwest, it's just become so easy to rotate through. Alter Ego, in fact, opts to head over towards that western side. Going to keep himself nice and safe on this crossing inwards. Reject likely to clash versus I8. And this is a curious fight, right? Because this is one where, with the way that Reject has been playing, I know they're currently in 6th place. They've been having a good time of it. I am worried they might just get bulldozed through. So this is a real chance to prove themselves as a strong team that deserves to be going through the survival stage.
Yeah, the proof's got to be in the pudding, so we'll see what they can give us when it comes to the delicacy. Right now, though, it's Quest that are going in, giving it. Quick adjustment from the vehicle to putting bullets down range and being able to farm their way through the first two players, leaving themselves at an advantage on the hillside clash now. 4v2. You've got space to play with, geometry around you to provide cover as well, with the vehicles on side to side. Tiamba are a little bit further back in the distance and are at least getting some information from this. Always potential to put a couple of bullets in the backs if you see a chance. Fragmenting on the setup though, is they want to retreat from this, playing for survivability, realizing this is a relatively unfair fight, and also catching whiff of the engine sounds. The rotate of Tiamba that we were setting up as a potential backstab, they've got eyes on the prize. Blue's going to be nipping at them as well and forcing everyone to cascade slightly further forward. Quest not ready, tunnel vision towards the front, backstabbed by Tiamba for the opening, and they've got a couple of knocks coming in every which way they would want them.
QZZ hits him a couple of Z's of his own as he puts one of the players to sleep on that top side. Now looking to push up through, but in the blue right now, it's a pretty uncomfortable spot to be in for Tiamba. All hitting the heels nice and quickly. This is a team that is not unaccustomed to playing out on the edge of the blue itself, but uphill towards another team. This does make things very awkward. One player is able to make their way in, which might distract long enough to give Tiamba a chance to start making this push. Some of these initial nades have to be really good. There is a Molotov blocking off that rock, which might allow them to push further up here. There is some more shots coming through. A lot of damage over towards Tiamba, and one is down.
First engagement goes well. Kishu, he wants to get revenge for the damage that was done to the rest of his squad. Backing off, still trying to hit shots. How has Al-Haji been able to manhandle two people at once and just shut down Tiamba off the back of the two-prong peak? It felt like Quest Blank. They were really starting to tumble down the hill quickly. Instead, they've responded massively. Al-Haji's still finding more opportunities to punish. We were saying over the past couple days, he's been a bit of a standout for Quest Blank, but that's a big play.
Yeah, Al-Haji, even in his own region, have hit some massive shots before. And yeah, he went down a couple of times in that first day, but since then he has been popping up in that elimination feed time and time again. Serious contender here in this PMGC League stage of Group Green. It's nice to see that he continues to pop off. And I actually am kind of rooting for Quest, because I don't think they've had the easiest tournaments, but they've remained keeping their heads held high to push further and further through. However, they're running into a pretty difficult team now in Stalwart, holding on the eastern edge of Tainan. There's a good chance for them here to play out the rest of the game in relative safety, but now with a couple of neighbors, Stalwart need to start thinking about defending their home territory over here. In the meantime, we've got Loops, just 2 players remaining, 3 eliminations were found this match so far. Revo is down from A7, have currently been trying to remove them from this rock face. They are on the outer edge of the circle, but not inside the blue.
So you've been able to sever one of the players, at least, in the battle of the Brazilian sides and bring it back down to a slightly fairer fight. Third party will draw some of the attention as well, as Zia are off over towards the shed side. Chopper taking bullets as well, as Mythic tries to find an opportunity to put some towards him. And this is a bit of a rough clash, actually. It's probably been a bit of a blessing for Loops, especially as that zone's going to be nipping away at Zia. It means that the attention from Alpha 7 could be set on them, especially with the circle now moving as well. You've got a little bit of geometry in front of you to cover you with the rocks, but then you've got to flank around. So Zia have to pull the attention of Alpha 7. That's the play that will work out for Loops. Instead, the bullets come their way. Cardozin, though, takes one to the back of the head. Chopper traded out by Alpha 7, and the pressure mounting for Loops. Mythic at this point probably just gunning for some of the points to see if he can snatch some away.
Yeah, I think for Mythic right now, it's kind of important that they just pick as many points as possible. Right now, they are stealing quite a few and putting them in the bag with 5 eliminations already found. But A7 realized similarly, they're in a position where they want to hold on to this 3rd place spot. They need a lot of eliminations of their own. So 5 apiece for both Brazilian sides in this tournament so far. Falcons lost a couple of players, but still going strong right now. 2 players in fairly decent place in the circle. Reject Tokyo, though, they've got a big task ahead of them. Both DX and IA are trying to cross the bridge on this northern side. There's a lot of space to control here. They've got to start doing it soon because they've been a little bit quiet into this match. They do find mad balls down towards that south side whilst this fight breaks out between DX as well as IA. But Paragin still going strong here with the shotgun, finds at least one. This is not an easy push for DX, but it's starting to look fairly decent.
If you can't get over the bridge, just go under it. Seems to be the name of the game. Avoid the Japanese squad for as long as possible here, as everyone is stacked on top of one another. And Quest, they got themselves into an advanced position quite early, but because of Stalwart's position, they were stuck, unable to move. Now they're looking to get into a groove, finding opportunities to third party. Meanwhile, here you see that loops have expired. Zia will suffer the same fate as they go down as well. So Alpha 7 have been able to clean up and walk away with a good score of points from it as well. 8 eliminations. I8 had been biding their time under the bridge. They got the toll to be paid here, and it is a big price. Blank paying with their lives, it seems, as they try and swim their way over. I8 just connecting onto everyone. Can't overextend, though, as Stalwart have made their presence known.
Yeah, over towards this embankment for Stalwart, Pi9 usually does give you a so good amount of control, right? Because you can stay with these compounds for a long time despite where the circle goes, because it is quite a large settlement with a lot of buildings to play in. Nurzed, though, does step out just a little bit from the wall here, looking for a bit more, but it's actually Senab from a distance, able to take shots towards him. He's in an open area as well. Unlikely that Action and Tops is going to be able to go save his life. Misery from Pazija Evo, similarly, we thought they were out and done, but he's been able to get himself towards one of the very few buildings, in fact the last building remaining inside this circle, to live this game out a little bit longer. You gotta be proud of Rejects, though, if you are a fan of them. They've been holding a 2-2 split for a long time, currently taking down the lads from Frozen and taking more shots to everyone in the lobby. They've been doing a really good job in terms of control.
Right now, it's Alpha 7 that have got my pupils dilating off the back of their plays, man. They're just drawing my attention every time. They're finding these small crevices to peek out, swing in, and deal damage to so many of our top squads. It's crazy, Blank. They were just farming up the frags, and they're not stopping. This is absolute shenanigans now. Look at the flick towards the smoke as well. Already aware of Axa's location. First thing onto the knock players to guarantee the eliminations as they put themselves on 11. Oh, this is getting scary. Reject Tokyo trying to reply as Osio hits onto Senab and at least ends his reign of terror for now. But this is going to be an intense one. You're looking at the spacing between the sides we've got left and how far thinned a lot of these numbers are. This could be a game for Reject Tokyo if they can play their trade smart.
The circle does move away from over towards that eastern side, but a 4-man squad. This should be the game. This should be the game for the Japanese squad to pick themselves up their first chicken dinner. They've got so close before, but now is the time to pick up the pieces, get themselves a chicken dinner. Big words from Sarah at the start of the day, and I think he can flex those biceps feeling fairly strong about it, considering they're about to finish this game off with themselves, most likely 9 limbs and a chicken dinner, if all goes well for them. But it is Stalwart. 2 players can ruin the day of this team from Reject if they play their cards right. Currently, they have the cover. Pazija Evos is out. Just 2 teams remain.
We've seen Rejects make it to the final circle so many times, but grabbing the chicken dinner has been an impossible task up to what could be this point as Stalwart get absolutely annihilated on the peak. Everyone's amped up right now from Reject Tokyo, and they're hitting their shots. It's just Tops that remains. He's had some big damage games in the past, but finding a 1 versus 4 surely is a task too tall, even for Tops. He's just taking the cheeky peeks, seeing if anyone's going to give him a mistake to play off. But surely you know your days are numbered in a spot like this. Smokes go out blank. Can he do anything with them?
Sarah and the boys, they get the circle as well, moves up towards them, and Tops is in a world of hurt soon. Gonna have to come out, and it's Sarah looking to put the final bullet in here. Tops behind the wall, going for the heal off, but he is just on it. Ragey Osio from the side with the nade, and the Japanese squad pick up their first chicken dinner. Sarah, everyone thought maybe Stalwart gets that 2v4, but again, just like the interview, I don't think so.
Oh, it must be Christmas in Japan because they are having chicken dinner for dinner. Reject Tokyo coming out swinging blank. They've had so many second places, so many runs into the final circle, but it just felt like a bridge too far. Today, though, the confidence, the personality, always on show. In the interview, they said how they wanted to make adjustments, and the proof was in the pudding. Playing center the entire time, and it looked drilled. Also, they shut down an Alpha 7 side that was starting to go pretty nuclear, mate. They were hitting every shot, and this was the one side that thought, okay, let's put a lid on that. Let's stop that and take a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 were kind of in a meltdown moment, right? Where they were just taking names all over the place. But it is Reject to put a stop to that one. And it's a great game from them as well. It does make me laugh a little bit, though, in the sense of it's a case of Reject in that interview. Nothing like, all right, we're going to make a small adjustment. We're going to change our drop sort. We're going to change this rotate. We're going to try and cut off this team. No, it's just like, we were playing Edge. It wasn't working. So today we will play center, and they get a chicken dinner off the back of it. If only it was that simple for so many teams. Regiosio here with 911 damage done, looking clean with it.
Man, that's mad. Nice amount of damage. That's a good way to start off the day for them. And the dream scenario, really. You know, you're thinking how they've been able to float in a pretty good spot in terms of the standings, Blank. Finding enough points to feel comfortable, but it always helps if you can start off day 3, no less, day 3 with a chicken dinner under the belt in the first game. The momentum there's got to be amazing.
And the thing is that the Japanese region has felt light years behind in the past, but it feels like Reject's really been putting in the work, putting in the actual homework to make these games happen, because you see this from Reject and they're going for the 2-2 split. They're holding 2 teams out on both the north and the south side. I don't think we see the Japanese squad do this in a long time and pull it off very comfortably. It's so good to see, but we're going to send you someplace comfy as well. It's with the guys over on the desk.
Come on in, the water's fine. And look at that, Reject with the clutch chicken dinner right off the rip. We're talking about how much they need to start off strong here, so that way they can make it a contention for top 3. And I don't think you could have asked for a better scenario. Jackie said it best. The dream scenario here. Look at that, 19 points here for Team Reject, Max Man.
Oh, yeah, super stoked about that one. Regiosio in particular, 6 eliminations on the board. Glad to see it. And I don't know why, I always roll the R's. I've worked with you too much, Hot Jukes, right now.
Let's go.
But drop-in trifecta gives you access to so many great late-game opportunities. And especially one thing I loved about Reject this game is that they had this 2-2 split on phase 6 at one point, which is holding off the teams on the bridge, which are your Aegon I8, your Deke Xavier, and having 2 players serving as that linchpin in the later circle phase. So I love the initial setup, and they were fragging out good and they were fragging out good. I'm gonna end it there. They were fragging out good, yeah.
Deep analysis from Max Man here.
No problem.
I do think being pushed out of boot camp is almost a blessing in disguise for Sandhawk, for Reject, right? You think about the first Sandhawk, 4th place. You think about the next Sandhawk, 2nd place. You think about this Sandhawk, 1st place. All from that trifecta drop spot, right? So they are very proficient here on Sandhawk, and I do think it leans because they have a drop like this, which is not boot camp, which, as I said, they were pushed out away from.
This is crazy. I mean, it's so crazy that the fact that they had such a great performance, but the thing on top of this is they're hunting down that 3rd place position. Alpha 7 still performed excellent in match number 1. There was only a 4-point difference from them, so they're trying to catch up to them. They have a crazy match, 19 points total, but only close that gap by 4 points here, Max.
Alpha 7 also had a really good game plan. I really enjoyed how they were doing their rotations on the southern edge of Southwest Island, especially the fight against Loops. Hot Jukes was so interesting because they start to look at Loops, they see, okay, this compound is taken, how do we approach it? Because north of Loops is that hilltop, that ridge line, which is in that circle a little bit early in the match, such a strong position to play from. So, okay, what we're going to do, 2-2 split. Keep 2 players on the southern edge, send 2 players over to the northern edge, molly in the buildings and just try and push out the entirety of Loops of those buildings and just pick up the elims. Unfortunately, sure, in the process, they do lose Mafioso and Revo, but then you have access to, as I said, the best position in that circle. You eliminate Loops, you eliminate Xerxia, you can take down some players of Falcon 2. They start popping off. The moment you put a team like Alpha 7 in a strong position like that, you know they're going to start blasting.
Oh, Alpha 7 looks comfortable right now in this tournament. They're making moves that just feel like they know exactly how to execute them each and every time. And again, as Max says, if you trade off 2 players for what is all those eliminations coming your way and maybe being able to kind of breach into podium finishes, that's worth it. Even if you get into with 1 towards the end, it's worth it. So Alpha 7, they know that they know their commodities, they know their resources, and they know how to trade them away to be able to put points on the board.
I mean, that's where that experience comes into play big time, right? We talked about the start of the tournament. This was a really big tournament as far as when it comes to the old versus the new. So many new names really hungry, trying to, usurp some of those veterans. But Alpha 7, even though they're in the hot seat, right? All eyes are on them. So many teams are trying to take them out so they can get one of those golden tickets to the Grand Finals. But they're just calm, cool, and collected and still putting in work here.
You posed the question at the beginning of the 3 days. Who is going to be able to come out on top so far? Will it be the veterans or will it be the newcomers? The veterans are showing that they mean business. The newcomers clearly have a lot of room to grow here when it comes to the World Championship. That's not to say that they can't. It's just that right now they're being schooled a little bit by these veterans who are wily.
I mean, experience in these PMGCs is always going to be pretty important, right? When you have all these clash of metas and teams, it's always going to be important to know how things are going to go from the get-go. So Alpha 7 have been looking amazing. I mean, Loop Stalwart too. It's hard to contest away from the top teams, but if you're looking also at the very interesting storyline that we set up on the pre-show, the bottom teams, a lot of them died out early, especially Gladiators once again. That drop against Alter Ego just keeps happening time and time again. And then a position where it's still, like, you still have a lot of matches remaining, but then a spot where they could not even reach the survival stage right now, which you wouldn't expect, but right now, this year has been the complete downfall of Gladiators.
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, they were invited here, and then now they're in second to last place on the start here of day 3. It's not looking good for them. They need to have a bounce back, and they need to do it really quickly here if they want to make it to that survival stage. Crazy to think, but that's where it is, and when it comes to that, we're also looking at Bra still on that line. Who knows what's going to happen? We're finally going to go ahead into Aaron Gale. Let's take it on back over to Jackie and Blank.
Oh man, this is always an exciting portion of the day, right, Blank? When we get into the back-to-back Aaron Gales, it feels like this is the real meat and potatoes of our PUBG dinners.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I'm really, really excited for these games going forward. It's been so far quite exciting, and I think you look at a team like Alpha 7, they've been really popping off, which is nice to see. Reject also getting their first chicken dinner, send themselves up towards, I think they're now in a 5th place with 87 points, tied with Pasija Evos in 4th just because of the chicken dinner tiebreaker. But this is a team that can push, and you know what, I'd be really excited to see Reject go through to the PMGC Grand Finals on a direct ticket, because I think that the Japanese region has worked so hard year after year, and less than just the Japanese region, let's get a bit more specific. These 4 players, Lufa, Sarah, Regiosio, it's just amazing to look at all of them perform so well. Lufa as well, this guy is great with the cheeky angles. I think he plays some of the more interesting PUBG Mobile within this tournament so far, always trying to break off from his teammate, create these interesting openings, and they have worked time and time, year after year, to come back to the PMGC and perform for their region. So I really like this. I think it's been a long time coming, and I've wanted to talk about this team for a while, but they just never pushed that performance to the level where I'm like, it's reasonable for me to talk about them. Let's get serious about this. There's other teams within the PMGC that are worth talking about more, but I'm finally glad that I get to get a little bit I get to stand over them just a little bit.
Man, it's cool. It's fun. It's one of those where, like, I remember even, day 1 coming into it, I was like, I really like the look of this Japanese side, Reject Tokyo. I hope they're going to deliver. I hope they're going to give us big games. And even just the fact that we see their personality coming out, we see them, having a lot more fun in terms of the downtime between games. They're always playing up to the camera, giving us some quality interviews as well. I think that's another, standpoint in its own right. Just having the sort of, confidence to get on the stage, instantly drop a bang banger interview, then go into the server and take a chicken dinner. It doesn't come that easily to everyone, Blank. So really nice squad in terms of the way they just approach the whole tournament cycle here, and you love to see it. Can they keep it up? What more is in store for us today from Rejects, though? That's a question that we will have to answer inside of the battleground, and we are back into it with our first of 3 Erangals. Plane path is here. Oof. All right, let's have a look how this one goes then, Blank.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a bit worried right now because Alter Ego's dropping pretty much very close to the Gladiators once again. I don't know what they did to them to cause such pandemonium between both these squads, but yeah, Alter Ego's got it out for the Gladiators at the moment. Really did take them down fairly quickly there over on the first match, but pretty Western plane path. Honestly, this does make it quite awkward to get over towards our eastern side. So far with these plane paths, we've had Western circles as well. We'll see if this is the same story, in which case no team has to be too worried, but this might head over towards the eastern side of the map, towards Yaz, maybe Sosnovka. Again, that forces everyone down towards the western bridge, or you're on a slow rotate for the safe one over towards the eastern side. But it remains to be seen. I'm speculating too much. It's not even happened, and it's already just a fair old circle towards the center side, really baiting me. And that's okay. Most teams should be pretty pleased with this too. Reject down towards the yellows, trying to move out towards far Milta region. Tiamba making a long crossing over towards, it looks like Novorep Noya, with Stalwart actually heading over towards Gatka. So this is something that we've not seen in quite a while. Jackie is Stalwart deciding, you know what, Sosnovka's not worth it for us right now. Let's head somewhere more central. And I think that might just be some of those muscles being flexed from this team right now. I think they've realized that they're extremely strong and they just want to pull off this first place. They're in a position to do it every single game. They've got some points. Every single game, they've got into the top 5. This is a team that has got such consistency on their side. It's very hard to catch up with. Even if Loops had that big day yesterday, really pumped those numbers, it's hard to catch up to a team like Stalwart that game after game after game, they're constantly acquiring some kind of profit.
It's just so hard to slow them down, man. Especially because obviously, you know, like you're saying, now you can kind of adjust the play style a bit, where you can be like, well, look, we don't always need to have unbelievable games, as long as at this point, for the next 2 days, we can maintain consistency and keep farming those points up. Try to keep our spot for as long as possible, especially with the grouping that you have from, say, 5th, 4th, all the way up to 3rd. That's where there's room for a little bit more shuffling, you know, 30 to 20 points. That seems a little bit more plausible. But pushing the whole way up to knock Stalwart off at the top spot whilst they're sat with a big 150, we'll see. We'll see how it develops, man. Because it's not going to be an easy task.
It is.
And it's just as well, like, they're playing such, I think, reserved sort of PUBG Mobile, in the sense that, you know, they're not kind of going out giving it in terms of the egos, thinking, look, we're the big whales in the lobby now. You know, if we want to rotate, if we want to take stuff off of people, they'll have to give it to us, because they know just how confident we've been in a lot of these firefights. They're still playing smart about it, which is kind of another element, right? Being able to maintain your arrogance whilst playing so good over the course of the past 2 days.
You know, I kind of sense the old Stalwart social media team already cooking up a meme right now with the "it ain't much, but it's honest work," because, like you say, this team are just a couple of farmers, right? You know, they're all wearing the straw hat. They're just picking up points after game after game. And it's really, really nice to see. And this is the type of thing that is going to make you into that championship team over in the PMGC Grand Finals, the CCT, if you will. So again, it's just gorgeous to see. It's very hard to beat a lot of times. And I think that, honestly, you look at a team like Loops, who's been able to keep up with this. This is probably one of the biggest surprise teams we'll see within this tournament so far from Bruce Green, because I did not expect Loops to be doing this well. Even in their region, they looked pretty laid back. You know, they took some good games, but it never felt like they were constantly controlling. But I think that they've turned things around, right? They've got really serious for this tournament. And that's what you want to see from a team that gets a slot in PMGC. You know, they've had a bit of a regroup, a reshift in terms of players. And they're like, look, this is our chance to go big mode. This is where we can make it. So for Loops Esports, I'm incredibly impressed by this Brazilian squad. And Brazil just continues to impress every single international tournament. It's really becoming one of those premier regions.
Oh yeah, you can see pound for pound just the amount of talent that exists. And I think it's also just that ability to come into effectively, you know, a real sort of hodgepodge of different regions that you have here, where there's so many different metas, so many different sort of styles of play, all in one big cooking pot. And they've just gone, well, we'll stick to our own game. We'll stick to what we know and we'll play it confidently. And both of our Brazilian squads have done that to a T. You know, you're always seeing them posting big finishes. They're there in the final circles. If they're not doing that, they're sporting high elimination tallies every game. And they've been building themselves a legacy of points off the back of it. So for Loops and A7 to both be in the top 3 right now, that's a 6 storyline on its own, right? Is that maintainable? Is that going to be the case, say, at the end of day 4? Only time's going to tell. But with how they've been playing up to this point, it looks like it would be deserved. It's an interesting one we've got on screens here, though, right? Because, again, you kind of ask the question, like, what have Gladiators done? Why do Alter Ego just hate them? It feels like after that Sanhok game yesterday, where Gladiators purposely kind of hunted them down, even after Alter Ego gave up the fight after losing the first 2 players, it seems like since then, Blank, they've touched the nerve. And now Alter Ego really want to force the issue when possible, taking the fight to Gladiators. And I enjoy that. I like a bit of beef, mate. I enjoy a bit of beef on the server. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes.
I think it sort of makes sense as well, right? Because they drop in similar spots over towards Sanhok. They drop in similar spots over towards South George as well. So for Alter Ego, being in 7th place in a relatively safe position as well to get towards the survival stage, it sort of makes sense at this point for them to target Gladiators, put them in the bottom 5, get them out of the tournament. Then when they do go to the survival stage, they're not having to deal with Gladiators in their same spots every single time, which might lead them to being outside of that top 16, right, to go towards last chance. It's really, really quite important for Alter Ego to cause problems to Gladiators right now. And I think Alter Ego has accepted the fact that they're likely going to the survival stage. So for Gladiators, if they do make it towards the survival stage, again, they'll have to deal with Alter Ego. But Alter Ego would rather they just went home right now.
It's smart, actually. You know, putting it like that, it really does put into perspective the mindset behind it, because you take a win on 2 fronts. You make your lives easier in the longevity and the short term. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see how it goes. Gladiators certainly need an upwards draft if they want to start pushing their way back in to even guarantee that the survival stage will be a possibility for them. History is in their hands at the minute. We've got a couple fights developing across the shop. It seems like some bonneting actions going on as Evos have gone head-to-head versus Mapples. Bit of a fragmented fight, though, relatively all over the shop. Bit of chop and changing going on. Seems like they're aware of the player in the Blue Lagoon. He's going to be having a bit of a swim. Fleek trying to find him, whilst the rest of the balls finish off the weakened players. So Evo's just down to Luxy, it looks like, stuck in the water, trying to keep himself warm.
Yeah, it feels like backup plans just aren't really working out for Pasija Evos today, because first game we saw that their initial play, which pretty much always nets them a knock and or a flush over on Sanhok versus Malise Esports, that doesn't work out. They crumble versus Tiamba on a bodge rotate up towards that northern side. We get a playing path all the way towards our west, leaning heavily on the left on the top edge of that playing path, which means Pasija Evos have a real tough time of making it over towards Yasnaya, their original drop spot. So again, backup plan is completely bodged, and where they try to go towards Rozok, and Mad Bulls is ready and waiting to take that fight versus them. So I think Pasija Evos, I think that what they need to improve on here is when a spanner gets thrown into the works, there needs to be some kind of plan at how to wrench that bad boy out, how to deal with it in that situation, because I feel like they have a very, very set type of gameplay. They go each and every time, and if it gets messed with any way, the rest of the game starts to look pretty hairy overall.
And you've got to find a way to fix that, right? You know, you can't be that's sort of fickle in the sense where things will break if game plan A does not work. Always got to be able to mold yourself in different directions. Ooh, talking about taking different directions here, barely skirting by is Reject Tokyo. Bellies full of chicken off the back of the previous game, and they take control of the hill, getting away from gladiators that were looking to try and be a bit of a nuisance maker. Alter Ego on a move as well, grouped up, having a bit of a look at the lay of the land as they begin their rotation and start to make some moves. Few squads have suffered damage up to this point. It's Evos really that basically just down to absolutely nothing. We'll see how far they can push it. Always pretty good at playing out as a solo somehow, Evos are. Feels like they do kind of pop up in the final few circles with a solo guy every now and then. So we'll see if they can survive off of that. Alter Ego, of course, down to a triple threat from the opening moments, so they'll be playing a little bit more cautiously. Ooh. Talking of caution as well, Icy, always the point man, isn't he? Taking some recon here, might have caught whiff of the location of Reject.
Up front and postal, kind of the concierge at the desk, just welcoming teams in towards their location and giving them something to think about, sending them on their journey. And I think for STE, he has been such a valuable teammate for them so far. There's definitely other players that we talk about on that team, like Tops as well as Nerzed, who've had some seriously good plays in terms of damage dealing. But I think it is Icy who is that guy that brings and keeps everything all together on that team as a whole, because just being able to provide that information back, hold down positions very comfortably, and kind of allow the rest of your team to shine is a real admirable thing to be able to do. And I think we don't see it too often from a lot of other teams inside this lobby, where you have one player just purely dedicated to just making all the other teammates look really, really good. And I think he fits into that role very well. And for that reason, he deserves a bit of praise from us guys and you guys at home as well, because although he might go unnoticed, he is an integral member of the squad.
Sometimes doing the groundwork is one of the bigger bits of PUBG Mobile. Ooh, the unsung heroes. I8 though, kind of singing as loud as they can. Top of the tongue, their plan, as they go driving in. That's like a classic Reject play, just bombarding in off the back of a vehicle. I think they've got a bit too much confidence going up against Zia. They might be down at the bottom at the minute, but that does not mean that you can run in and try and run a mockery against them. They'll still certainly hit some shots, and Chopper is looking to try and punish now to finish them off. Ooh, the nades could just be what they need. Double smoke pulled out for IA. Slow it down, but you are trapped. And this is not going to get any easier anytime soon.
Yeah, I kind of trying to have that movie moment right on the old bike with the easy on the back. I think it's a little bit overzealous, a little bit overconfident over towards Zia, who's set up in a decent position here. Pretty much most teams will try and take this. And I think for I8 to think they could just rock up coming in from that northwest side of the map was a little bit crazy. Bit more damage from that nade on the backside. Vehicles exploded, so I don't think I8 is going anywhere anytime soon, at least. In the meantime, we do have a circle headed down towards that southwest side. Gladiators currently actually have a decent position within it. Potato Hill still involved, with Reject controlling that higher ground. Not an easy position to play a lot of times is the top of Potato Hill. Great for information gathering, but there is so many angles to play on that top side that it can lead to real big problems. Coursera down first again for Bra Esport. They're a bit split off. You can see off in the distance there, I think that's Kane looking to put in the pain over towards Alter Ego, down to 3 players. Distance top 6. Nice shots from Fnatic. I think he's able to tag at least one headshot there, but no luck on the knock.
They're looking pretty amped up right now. You can see the way Alter Ego are playing this, just the movement, the way the crosshairs are in a good predictive location. It felt like they were quite ready for this fight and confident to take it. Rosemary, though, might have the smug grin wiped off his face as Bra Esports clap back from the sidelines and put him low on HP. He's got time to tuck in, gets the heal off. Rosemary now re-aggressing, putting bullets down range on the getaway driver, but can't quite stop him. Here's the rotate back for Bra as well. In amongst all the commotion, they've been able to double back towards the compound and at least tuck in. Zonal stop, nipping at the heels of Alter Ego. They've got a little bit of time here. Seems like they've picked up some of the loot from the death crates and jumped back in the vehicle. Might want to give up the game on this one and rotate off. Looks like this might be a bit unlucky for Falcons as well, as they've been crashed upon and lost 2 players. You can heal from this as well. Bit of a shed there, DX's favorite. Get a quick res on the go and reset the fight.
Yeah, Six a little bit out of position there. I think he was with a teammate, like you say, though, so they had some kind of cover, but unfortunately, he just went down a bit too quick. I think Six likes to take these pretty crazy off angles, right? Likes to sit outside the way, but again, if you've got no support from the rest of your team, you're not able to hold it down, and it's just all over for you. Interesting circle, though, down towards that southwest side. We're over towards Potato Hill right now, so a bit of a gauntlet heading up towards that top of the hill, and Reject fairly happy. They're able to just confirm themselves on that top side for a long time. Stalwart, though, still over towards that western edge, most likely going to hold onto that western edge as well. I think if you're in a situation, Stalwart, you spot that Reject's on top of the hill, you're like, look, we can just hold either side. They control east, we'll control west, and we'll clash out later on in the game. This works out good for both Reject and Stalwart. You know, you're holding east and west side. You're not likely to get pushed from either edge, so it's a bit of a gentleman's agreement going on. Tiamba, though, dealing with Malise Esports, who have taken a bit of damage. Both teams making very similar rotates from game to game. So, from Malise Esports, not going too well so far, but is resettable.
DX as well. Fighting an awful lot of men right now. Too many men.
Too many men.
Here, mate. Oh, Chow going down as he gets clapped back upon from top in the elevated angle. At least being able to stall that fight for now. It's a bit of a clash as well. This one's going to be a feud. Alpha 7 up against Loops as they're let loose with the shotties round the corner, ripping lips off as Chief gets annihilated. And they keep forcing the issue. Bam! Down. Mythic's been knocked. Oh, blank. They're finding their way through Loops in seconds here. Look at the total Cali they're going to have to work with as well. They had already found 3 pickups against Alter Ego. You've thrust yourself onto 5 elims now. If they clean up on this, they're going to quite quickly amass some big elimination points. A7 are here to play today.
6 so far as well. And I mean, A7 just put Loops in the Brazilian bin. That was disgusting over towards him. Matic, though, does find one of them as A7 just tries to escape the blue here. They've already got location within the circle. Mafioso hits the medkit. See if he can do something crazy like he did from yesterday, but I don't know how likely it is. They have angles towards them. The blue is just going to force them further and further in. Ren will pick up Revo in the process, stealing some of those eliminations away from the Gladiators. Bra still going. In fact, Kane able to find himself an elimination with the nade, but it's all the way on this northeastern side. It's all going to start to pop off. You got Loops, A7, as well as Bra, all trying to push in towards Gladiators. Currently have a nice high ground spot.
Reject Tokyo. Always getting some limelight off the back of the big plays they had earlier on today. For DX, the story is surviving and being able to get back into the zone, a task that seems too tall for them. And Zerich has kind of nailed this in terms of his angle, actually. He's got the back of the rock covering him from up on a hill. Tulika as well is in a good position, so they can just consistently deal damage downrange onto DX, make Levi's life very uncomfortable. They might not even need to. Man's ticking away so much HP to the blue that he'll be wiped off the face of the earth in seconds. And now they can just play a bit of a slower game. Mad Bulls want to reveal their card a little bit later into this one. Meanwhile, for Malise, it's not nice as the Amber have spotted them. Nades in through the windows to finish them off. And a bit of a fight versus Falcons could be coming their way. Stalwart eventually deal with Levi's as well, with the last shot connecting. They're a little bit paranoid about the location that Mad Bulls were playing from, but they're not going to over-egg that one. You can just play for your own mentality here. Back off, play it a little bit slower. More fights to be had up on top of the hill, as Reject Tokyo are still playing dead center.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a good time with it as well. And I think for Reject, they do consistently hold on to this eastern side. I think they're playing it right as well. You need to sort of have that agreement with the team on the west, which is a case of we're not going to fight until much, much later in the game. In the meantime, this is how we are going to be able to hold on to this Potato Hill for a long, long while. I see though sends a little bit forward, wants to gather some of that information, and absolutely has to if they want to be able to take control of the entirety of this end zone. Getting very close now, but I like this from Reject. They too realize that Stalwart, now one of the bigger threats, are in the lobby towards them. They're outside the zone, in the blue. This is where Reject can get a bit of that high ground, start taking shots down towards them. Okay, still going. Last player of Mad Bulls. Nade in the hands of Reject. Send them over the top, over towards Zia.
Look at the crash though. Move up from the back line. Gladiators starting to pull up to see if they can deal some damage. Gladiators, they've had a rough tournament. Can they start to turn it around here? Can they start to get some energy back? Mad Bulls have basically been playing the ropers, going around the edge of the circle, trying to take down the H solos. Instead, it's Stalwart that will finish the job that Mad Bulls started, putting they write the scripts in this game, moving themselves up to 6 eliminations and giving themselves a fighting chance to get deeper and deeper into these zones. Zia, or at least what remains in Earths, tucked in just on the side of the hill here, trying to keep his nose clean and out of trouble. Meanwhile, peppering into Stalwart. They're taking a ton of damage from all over the shop. Icy though, smooth moves on the reactions, won't be enough. Only takes down one. Earths would have pinballed as well. If he can keep his back safe from Gladiators, the nades could do so much damage, and it could be a nice finish onto Stalwart. Not enough though, Blank, just damage, no frags.
Great delay though coming through from Gladiators. Maybe if they let Earth stay alive for a little bit longer, it could be worse for wear, but I think Reject looking to finish off those final players. Tixie got knocked off in the distance as Tiamba starts to rotate round. Not likely to be able to get their boy back up, who's been holding a very decent angle for them for quite some time. Instead, they opt to just 100% go for this hole towards Stalwart on the side. Circle moves back up towards their Potato Hill, and Reject, are they looking for the second chicken dinner on the day here? With the amount of control they've been able to hold towards this top side, it's looking more and more likely here, Jackie.
Reset Tokyo really starting to come alive tonight, but you've got some big names that you've got to bypass if you want to take this one. Stalwart, so strong. The mental game that they've been playing throughout the tournament has shown that resilience is their middle name. Gladiators, though, they've got to stand tall in the middle of the arena right now, being challenged as the Lions of Tiamba start to come running in. Claws are pulled out, pulling no punches. Bullets being thrown towards them. Kitsune forced to fall back, exchanges a nade off the contact from Matic. Here's some Molotovs coming your way, though, to turn up the heat. And Matic lands that one.
Could be another good grenade over the top, goes long and might hit over towards the teammate from Tiamba. That's 2 players down now. Lee outside in the grass could have the jump over towards Matic. In the meantime, it's Reject going up against Stalwart. I think they've already found some. That's another player down now, just one behind the vehicle. Matic jump spotting them, and Reject is tearing the Mongolia Massive apart right now. Absolutely dumpstering them. Icy on top, looks to try and get something done. Gets a little bit, it will be one knock, and now Reject can start to focus over towards this engagement between Gladiators and Tiamba. It's not finished yet, and I don't think Gladiators are reset and ready for Reject just yet.
Reject, though, they've got to waste a little bit of time getting their HP pulled back in off of the one knock. Gladiators clean up onto Tiamba and finally finish them off, putting them down in the coffins. And look at the angles you've got to play with. This is what I was worried about for Rejects. HP is at an all-time low. Only just got Sarah back on his feet from the fumble he had in the 1v1. They've got medkits to work with, though, and utility to slow down a push. Falcons, it's only a 3-pronged attack for them. It looked like they wanted to encroach and had a bit of confidence, but the reconnaissance has told them to slow it down. OCO ready with his attention drawn towards their angle as well, playing point man with a vehicle for backup. This is going to be a harsh one. 4 players alive, 4 rejects. Falcons with 3. Gladiators mirroring that with 3 players of their own. And they're going on their own blank. The engines are turning as they make their move round on the edge of the circle, looking for information.
Looking for a little bit more here. I think they know that Reject just has such a strong position up towards the top of the mountain. If they can get themselves a second place, that's more important to them right now. They need those placement points. They need damage over towards Falcons. I think they've accepted that probably at this point in time, with the games that they've been having, with the tournament they've been having, it's not likely they're going to win out this engagement 3v4 versus Reject. So confirm yourself for second place. Try and take down these players they've been holding down the hillside for so long. Falcons currently 0 eliminations. They've done practically nothing. Lufa, though, on his angle, on the side, finds Kitsune. Heavy hit over towards him. Finally gets into a bit of cover.
Lufa, he's had some big plays over the tournament. A lot of reliance in his gun skill. Absolutely sick with a steal when he needs to be. But right now, it's a moment of silence. Everyone taking their time. No one wants to over-egg this one. Just taking it lane by lane. Puncher. Bullet connects onto it. Rips a little bit of HP off. Chip damage across the board being exchanged between Falcons and Rejects. Meanwhile, Gladiators playing for the last second approach, wanting to third party into a fight where they feel confident. They do not want to make mistakes. This is the best position they've been in over the course of the past 2 days, Blank.
Getting themselves a second place ideal here, and with the circle moving over towards them gives a bit more time to play around with. Falcons though just refusing to budge a muscle here. Smokes start to be played out, giving Gladiators a little bit more time to move, but Falcons forever pushed into the angles from Reject. Sarah edges it a little bit further forward here as Axa gets ever closer towards the team of Gladiators. Jump peeking is an impossibility for the Gladiators with the amount of shots that are coming through, with the angles that are available. Just the barest ridge keeping them alive now.
Utility is good for Rejects. Quick ammo count check as we flick from POV to POV. Everyone's pretty stable. Around about 200 bullets per person on a 5.56, so they're not going to run out of ammo anytime soon. Should be relatively okay. Nades are at a bit of a lower spot though. Couple grenades to work with. Defensive utilities there in the smokes. They're putting bullets down range, constantly firing off towards the angles where they saw movement from Gladiators. Ooh, a bit of a backstab here onto Matic. Could be on the cards. Kitsune as well. Lucky as he exposes himself. Sarah trying to land with a big biceps that we know this man has. He wants to get a punch off and deal some damage, Blank.
This is good from Gladiators though. It's a pretty risky play, but it works out. It gets them closer over towards Falcons to try and finish off their fight, but Axa finally steps up off the back of this loot crate, gets himself a knock, and now Puncher and the rest of the boys looking to move in. And with Kitsune so far away from the rest of the squad, it's going to be the impossibility to get him back up again. So Gladiators, they need to put the hurt into Falcons right now if they want to survive this. It's this tiny ridge that is giving them the cover, giving them the sanctuary, but it looks like Reject likes to send some players down towards Falcons, put a bit of damage their way. With the nades they still have remaining, they want to put them to good work.
The dominoes are falling, Blank. We're starting to see the knock-on effect. Finding that pickup onto Kitsune could make all the difference. Ocio is so confident as well to take so much space. Pushing down on a vehicle to try and draw attention. No response from Falcons. Playing it safe. Nice nade from Sarah. We know he's got a big set of biceps, but his throwing arm is strong as well. Dashes out another one to try and secure that. Detonates a little bit too far forward in front of the rock. Kitsune will expire no matter though. Even with the backup of Ocio dashing that one in, trying to get the splash damage out to guarantee it. Axa lays claim to the knock that he found earlier, and you find yourself now in a risky predicament, Gladiators.
I love that from Regiocio though, and the rest of the squad on Reject. They have a chance now to get into third place, to try and pump up those numbers and get into a secure invite for PMGC Grand Finals, so they know every single elimination counts, especially here on the third day where points are running dry now for teams looking to get into the PMGC Grand Finals by secure invite. Today is so important. Teak does take down Lufa, making this now a 3v3, a possibility for the Falcons maybe, but a great knock comes through. Meku pops up out of nowhere. Will find one of the players in Sarah. And look at this. All hopes could be dashed. Teak comes out. Luckily, there is a refrag.
Teak, the time bomb, tried to detonate, but it might be too late for Falcons as one by one they're finished off. Gladiators now. Are they going to be able to entertain us? Trying to bring the pain towards Reject Tokyo, but they are farming up on the frags. Meku closes the gap, gets up in their face with a DBS. Straight through the vehicle. Annihilates with a backup of Matic because he's been able to punish. Now you can really just swing on this one. Look at the way he's playing it off the back of the tree. Ocio, attention drawn between two different angles.
Mate!
Gladiators, they're snatching it away, Blank. They're getting a grasp on it, and they've been able to pick up the chicken dinner.
A 2v4 from what was an unwinnable scenario. And Gladiators are bringing themselves out of the murk for Reject. What could have been a back-to-back for the Japanese squad ends once again in a second place that they are all too familiar with so far, Jackie. What a crazy game from the Gladiators. Meku and Matic make the play of a lifetime. Going on the 1-1 split there, sending one high. That took some balls from these boys.
It's insane. It felt like everything was going wrong. They were playing so timid, so slow the whole time. And then as soon as we fall into a raw scrap, a raw battle of wits between them and Rejects, they play so confidently, so calm, even in the carnage, and hit some big shots as well. And that makes all the difference for them. This could just be what the doctor ordered for Gladiators, right, Blank? We've been saying how they've been looking a bit sluggish. The confidence ain't been there. But with a chicken dinner finally in the back pocket, maybe they're going to be able to take some of this energy forward now throughout the rest of the day.
They needed this so badly. It looked like they were setting themselves up for a second place versus the Falcons. Things start to look a little bit topsy-turvy, and with the way they're playing, they start to extend a bit of their control a bit towards that endgame. I'm like, actually, maybe they can do this. Kitsune goes down. It feels like it's all over, but the original duo of Meku and Mati, able to make it happen in those dying moments, not only causes problems for Reject in terms of trying to catch up to that third place, but for other teams towards that 11th place position. With that, I think Gladiators will have climbed a lot, but they've not earned a lot of points this tournament overall. So this is just a start, Jackie.
This is crazy, man. Big switch up in the energy here today. Where's it going to go? I'll tell you where. Straight back over to the analyst desk.
Woo-wee! I thought for sure we were going to see the first back-to-back chicken dinner so far here in the PMGC. But good old Gladiators showed up big time. And, you know, it's crazy. It's so insane because we heard Jackie say it was just what the doctor ordered. And that is the perfect way to say it because, man, did they need these points, Kalars?
Yes, they did. No rose-tinted glasses here. I was ready to count them out, honestly, throughout this stage. I thought that, you know, they were going to be bottom 5 for sure. However, this is a shot in the arm that they need to be able to rocket back up. And again, as you say, it looked like Rejects had full control of what was going to be a move off of Potato Hill to try and deal with this. I thought the Gladiators losing Tixie to Tiamba, I thought that was going to be it. I didn't think they were going to have enough firepower to be able to move into this circle and take it. However, how wrong I was here with the dynamic duo making it happen.
There was a lack of vitamin chicken dinner, and they just had their dose right here. Good from Gladi. I mean, especially the moment we saw Meku get to that high ground position and Duello gets knocked by the off angle of Matic, that's when you know that you're going to be able to actually claim that high ground position and take it away from Reject. As you said, Hot Jukes, it was looking like a very clear back-to-back chicken dinner, but Gladiators, they just survived until the very end as a duo and were able to snatch it away, though. Respect to Reject, that is 2 really solid performances in a row, so they played that Potato Hill down to a T almost.
100%. You gotta give them their claps, that's for sure. You know, it's so crazy to see that split, though. I mean, man, just as 2 people alone, the timing, the way that they executed it, there was nothing Reject could do. I mean, they just got out-angled. They focused on one player getting shot by the other. It was beautifully done. And now we can see them up to 13th place. They're now in the running to be able to make it out of that bottom 5 and hopefully see them in the survival stage. But it's so crazy just looking at these leaderboards. What stands out to you, Kalars?
Well, I mean, I still want to harp on Gladiators for a second here because I think a lot of people would say, oh, they're a momentum-based team. This is going to be able to push them further. I'm not the hugest fan of explaining a team as a momentum-based team, but I'm going to reframe it as they're a confidence-based team, right? This is going to be what they need to try and do more here throughout the day. And with this team, once they do get the ball rolling, generally they're able to put a few more numbers up on the board. So this could be exactly what they need to get out of that bottom 5, not just the win, but be able to carry that through into the next games.
It's great too because they eliminate Tiamba in that fight, so they're direct competition technically in the bottom 5, and then the other teams like Quest have been not showing too much promise today. Same for Bra. Falcon sure got himself a podium, but not too many eliminations, so it seems like currently on the bottom of the leaderboards, this game is going to set them apart. And as you said, Hot Jukes, this game alone puts them back in a fighting position to reach from those spots to make it into the not the grand finals. That's a bit too much of a stretch, into the survival stage right now for Gladiators. So great pickup of pace here, and I just, as you said here, Kalaris, hoping to see if that confidence is going to lead them to even more strong finishes in these following matches.
This bottom 5 is scary. It really is, because 8th place is at 69 points. Nice, you know, but then you can look over down where Gladiators is. That's only 9-point difference. Literally one game. We could see a huge shuffle all the way from 8th place down to bottom 5. So these teams at the bottom, man, they got to pick it up big time here, Kalaris.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, it's and I think it is going to be difficult for, I would say, Zozia. I honestly, at this point, I do think that they're done, considering what we've already seen from them so far. I think Agon I8 as well. Like, unless they put up some really big numbers here, I think it's going to be hard for them. I do think that obviously they are playing with like a slight handicap, right? All their players are not together. We weren't able to get Falak and UZM on site to be able to play things out, but they're still here trying to do as much as they can. They have had a win on the board, but it was that Sandhawk. So I think it's going to be hard for them to try and get out of that bottom 5.
Well, you know what? If they're going to do it, it's going to be with the official smartphone here for PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro, a phone created for esports players. You guys want to go ahead and dominate the lobby? Go ahead and check out the GT10 Pro. And while you're at it, if you do get one in your hands, make sure you search the TikTok PMGC 2023. You can catch up on all the latest things going on behind the scenes, all that goodies. And if you did that, might as well hit that subscribe button on the channel you're watching. If you're watching on the YouTube, everywhere, click the buttons, guys. Get the conversation going. And if you're gonna, use that hashtag PMGC 2023. Man, because this conversation's gonna get ripe here soon. We're only a few games away from the end of the day, and tomorrow it's gonna be a absolute clown fiesta. So another team that you really want to keep an eye on, Max, man, who do you think really needs to pop off starting here and now?
I want to see still more presence from Alter Ego. Like, because you see now teams at the bottom, like your Gladiators, starting to do good. Alter Ego had a hot start in this tournament because we've seen a lot of adaptations, teams making that big change in playstyle from day 1 heading into day 2. They've kind of fallen off ever since, so I want to see if we can see that Alter Ego Lil Bother come back towards the end of it, and also a Deke Xavier win. Those are the 2 things I'm looking at here, Hodjuk. So I think it's going to happen eventually. We still have a lot of games. You're already talking about tomorrow. Let's get the next 4 matches out of the way first, and see who's going to be able to get those wins. But Alter Ego, yeah, I need to see more presence from the boys.
Yeah, what do you feel about Deke Xavier, Kalaris?
I do think that they are due a win, as Max says here. I think that, of course, they find themselves in situations where they are sending into the late game and finding themselves shacks to be able to play from. Usually that doesn't result in a win overall, but it gets you a podium. I want to see them have some strength coming into a circle in the late game, have some sweeping potential, and try and get a win from there.
They need
2
sheds.
Let's take it. Yeah, 2 sheds. 2 sheds. Oh, yeah, if they get the 2 sheds, they're going to be in a good position. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this break. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. We're starting to reach the end of the day here. Well, pretty much the midway point. But one team in particular that I really love to see that was making some really solid adjustments here at the start, it's got to be Team Rejects, right? I thought yesterday was going to be the day of adjustments, but heck, they changed the game plan, and it's working out perfectly for them here, Maxman.
I mean, Reject Tokyo playing center. It seems ever since we talked during the interview, he was able to say that center has been their approach. Day 2 didn't quite work out, but it seemed like they just got used to playing center a bit more, and they are willing to collaborate with some teams in these strong positions, especially Stalwart. They play in Potato Hill. No, you can't really defend it. It's too big of a landmass to defend as a 4-man team. So what we're going to do, Stalwart, sure, take the western side. We're going to hold on to the eastern side. We're going to work in symbiosis and just clear all of the teams that are approaching that position, especially Xerxia, which is having a bit of a tough time. But working together in positions like that clearly is the right approach for Reject in this match.
Yeah, you know what? I think that Stalwart train is just going too fast right now to stop here, Kalars. You think it's in the best interest of some of these squads to just kind of leave them alone and just let them soak up some points?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they are soaking up as many points as they currently are up towards top, technically that would make the barrier into third place a little bit easier for some of these teams. Technically, even down for the bottom 5, it makes that barrier a little bit easier to be able to get into that survival stage. So, yeah, I said it yesterday, and I will reiterate, I think you do just need to play your own game here. Stick to your game plan, because if chaos is going on around you, you just kind of need everybody to be on the same page at all times.
Hey, you know what? Keep it simple. Sometimes that's the way to do it. But you know what? Somebody that's not simple is our casters. Let's go ahead and take it out over to them.
That's right. Anything but simple. We like to keep it complex and absolutely outrageous. That's what we do best, Blank. And the games have been delivering for that, man. It's been making it easy.
Yeah, man, it really has. I think that we've had a lot of fun today so far. It's just been some crazy games after crazy games. Reject with their performance today has been mad. It's kind of sad for me in a little way, because although I want to support Gladiators coming from our home region, right, getting into that survival stage, at the same time, Reject's just been impressive, man. 103 points. You know, if they were to get that extra 407, they would have been on just 10 points behind from overtaking A7 in that third place and getting a direct invite to the PMGC Grand Finals. So Reject, definitely a team that can push harder and harder in this tournament. DX here, another team that wants to get some big points on the board. 90 in 5th place, another team with that potential to overlap over towards A7. We've got today and tomorrow still 4 matches available on day 3 too. But I think the scariest thing on day 3 is for all these teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboards to start pumping those points in preparation for the big sprint tomorrow.
Oh yeah. You got to try and grab what you can now, whilst there is still games aplenty to be played. The longer you leave it, the harder it gets to guarantee survivability from Group Green, and your task will become that much harder. Any hot drops on the cards? What can you give us? I feel like it's about time. We're due one, Blank. We'll see if we get something spicy here.
Most their angles so far, I think they're going to be pretty calm now, Jackie, honestly. I think most teams are pretty... No. Hot
Not
drop,
in this
hot
lobby,
drop.
Blank. Come on.
Mate, I could be wrong. I sense calm. I sense calm right now. I sense a little bit of teams just working so hard, just the fire burning underneath them, trying to get towards that top spot. We'll see though. Bra Esport once again setting up towards Severny. They've not had a great day today so far, but still in 11th place, but they are dropping 64 points. Closest behind them would be Quest with 63, just 1 point behind them, overtaking that spot. But I think it's been a great day so far. I'm excited for a little bit more action coming through. Pretty generous playing path. Most teams able to get towards their position, but the circle heads over towards the western side again. Another chance for Gladiators, right? This is close by. Over day 1 and day 2, they weren't able to take as much advantage of these circles before. But like Kale was saying on the desk, you know, confidence-based team. That last game might just be what they need to feel a bit more peppy coming into this third match of the day.
Yeah, you've got to run with that. You know, that's kind of your boon. That's what should keep you nice and honed in for the rest of the day. Gravitating over towards Alter Ego as well. And Alter Ego, we know they've got a bit of a grudge against Gladiators at the minute. So if they see each other, if we see eye-to-eye contact, potentially that will develop into a bit of a scrap. But Seems like you were somewhat on a money blank. No one really wanting to risk it for an unguaranteed biscuit off the back of the hot drops. They're playing it smarter now. It is that stage of the tournament where mistakes physically can't be afforded anymore. You can't run the risk of trying to go for a hot drop and just throwing those points away. Points mean absolutely everything at this stage. So nice to see across the board everyone collectively taking the decision to slow it down a little bit and start thinking towards the bigger picture.
Yeah, for A7, right, it was before where they felt a little bit safer over towards that top side, where they felt that, you know what, we'll probably be getting over towards that survival stage. But we've had a kind of a strange couple of days ahead of us since that first day where it felt very consistent. You know, Loops, Stalwart, A7, those were the big dogs in the lobby. They were the ones sucking up all the points. And then teams underneath them, you know, getting a couple here and there. Instead, we've had a really big influx towards the bottom side of the lobby, right? Most of these teams we thought were down and out, like Tiamba, Gladiator, Quest, Bra, Falcons, in fact, they've all been able to drag themselves up with some very good games. Even Falcons on that last one getting third place. Not a lot of eliminations for themselves, but still a third place is decent. They're currently in 10th now. So there's this case where for 7th place, 72 points, it's not safe at all anymore for Alter Ego. They've not been able to build up enough of a points bank after that buffer they were able to get on the first day to really give themselves that safety anymore. So I think that they certainly need to be playing out these games a little bit smarter, you know, taking some better rotates, maybe even just looking for a 3 or 4 elimination game in that top 5 to consistently stay ahead of the pack that is growling behind them at this point.
Oh, they're screaming at them. They're ferocious. Everyone else seems absolutely rabid at this point blank because they know how easy it would be to leapfrog some of these teams. You know, it's kind of the blessing and the curse without being such a big point vacuum that they've just made it far easier for everyone else to still have a day of it, still have a possibility to A, guarantee the survival stage at the very least, or B, try and fight your way up towards the upper echelons. That's what Reject Tokyo seem to be striving towards off of the back-to-back games they've been having, with big strides in both, taking a chicken dinner in a first and a second place in the game following it. This is our second outing on Erangel for the day. There'll be one more following this, so obviously you get a lot of benchmarks, a lot of room to expand your horizons over those 3 games back-to-back. Then when we get into Miramar, everything goes out the window. For now, though, relatively clean. No over-aggression displayed from anyone in the opening moments. The hot drops were passive. No one went in for the confidence balls. And we haven't seen any of our squads losing players early on. So an awful lot cleaner here. Room for some potential scuffles, though. As you can see, DX seem to fancy their chances. They've moved up close towards where they spotted a little bit of contact on Quest. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 on the top of the hill, finding the tail end of Gladiators. This is quite a predicament. They go running, hightailing it as quick as possible. Kitsune tucks in, trying to make himself hard to find here.
Yeah, a little bit of scouting happening from them, right? And I think for Gladiator, it's a case of, look, we know now the rotate that A7's gone for. Maybe we can try and take the compound on the south side of Everest, pick that one up, play from there, maybe cut out the rotate coming from A7. So they've gained the info that they wanted. That's fine. Now rotating close over towards DX. Levi takes a lot of damage. Look at the shots coming through from Maku. Almost pops Levi's out the vehicle as well. That's good.
Nice start. What more can you get done with it? DX right now still just lurking around town. Quest, it felt like they were poising to actually back off from this, but instead they've kept themselves a little bit close. Easy's just been looking for the lay of the land and trying to assess where exactly all of the squads are. Now knowing about the location of Gladiators, awful lot of teams that have a bit of a grudge amongst one another starting to culminate in quite a small proximity. So a lot of room for things to detonate here, Blank. It's basically going to be like ringing the dinner bell once the shots start firing.
Yeah, so many teams coming in from that eastern side, and I think that's why Gladiators are fairly confident to start scouting up towards Hospital, maintaining control over towards this compound that sits at the base of Everest as well, because they know there's going to be a massive traffic jam over towards this eastern side. So control over towards South George, towards this little ridge side that passes down the western coast, that's going to be fairly decent for them to hold on to. They are essentially playing for Zone 2 right now, so getting an outpost over towards South George, not a bad idea. Scouting out what's available, what's free. I like that. I can understand the mentalities behind it. It does leave you at a bit of a risk of players just sending directly towards you. And I think that what you're relying on there is the fact that these teams are going to be preoccupied with one another in this early game. But we'll see what happens. I think they're desperately trying to take as much control as possible now to set themselves up for another good game. Now the door is open, that they see they're cracking it. They see the light in the living room where it looks chill, it looks comfy heading over towards the survival stage. And they just want to keep things clean from here onwards. Some teams around here, Pasija Evos had to make a long rotate, but I think that they've been fairly comfortable making this rotate out of Yasnaya. Usually there's a bit more of that northern side of the circle available for them to actually breach inwards. So a lot of teams confirming down towards this south side, as the circle doesn't give too much chance unless it's a desperate hard shift up towards that northern side. I think Pasija Evos might have a bit of trouble getting to this one. Circle does move down towards the south. We're looking towards the swamp area, towards Quarry. Bit of a difficult area to play in. A lot of ridges, a couple of hillsides to play from. But you ought to be quick now getting towards those positions. And Gladiators, they're going to make a beeline southwards.
Got to move with volition here. That's what they're all starting to do. Everyone behind the driving seat, going as quick as they can to get themselves into a safe location. Bit of a convoy being formed here as well, with I8 and Bra Esports right on top of one another. Zia making a cameo into the back line as well. And they're just chasing each other down on this, knowing that they both have a same mindset in terms of the location. They want to play around T-Amber up into the tree line with loops relatively close as well. A lot of contact going to be occurring here. The forest is going to get very scary very quickly. Bullets being sprung upon I8 as they battle down. Bra Esports being able to maul their way through them so far. They're aware of the locations that T-Amber have been playing as well, but you've just got so many squads on top of one another. This is also room for Loops to try and assess it just off the back of the audio cues they're hearing. They could third party onto this if they want to, but this is more like a house party. There's about 6 different squads all right by starting to read into this one.
I kind of like that play from Bra Esports as well. They sort of let I8 get ahead of them because they were in front of the convoy there as well. So they just slow it down, take the foot off the accelerator just a little bit, let them run into T-Amber, and then amongst that chaos, you know, Kakali gets out the vehicle, pops another from I8, just makes their life so much easier in the future for themselves. So Bra Esport, I like the game plan. They knew that it was going to be tough. They were one of the last teams to get into the circle alongside with the rest of the others. So now they just want to secure this position, a bit more area to play inwards from, because they're likely going to be locked around this area for quite some time, right? So for them, it's important to clear out as many teams or make as many teams suffer as possible to make their entry just that easier. Stalwart yet to join us so far. They're still on that South Island. They're still rotating through. You can see over towards our skyscraper on the right-hand side. Everyone's suffering badly. Everyone's on pretty low HP. They've maintained that position for a hell of a long time.
Inflict the damage, slow down the game, and don't make a costly mistake. Everyone playing relatively reserved, at least in the grand scheme of the fight. Then, of course, you need to maximize your point score from this one. Zuxi and co. over on EVOS, finding the odd opportunity to fight their way into it. And this has been one of the longer, slower rotates that we've seen from Stalwart, opting to really play edge for a long time, rotate slowly through the blue, trying to avoid as many fights as possible. And of course, that is because of that change in mindset, looking for late game placements, late game eliminations, rather than trying to fight for control from the get-go. They're starting to pull up into the zone now. Icy, always the point man. He'll be ahead of the pack, but might unknowingly run into a fairly tight grouping here. A lot of squads close by. And with the zone getting smaller, there's only going to be more coming in quickly. Alter Ego struggling again as well as Rosemary gets hit. Tianba of all of our squads were able to find line of sight onto Icy as Ren punishes, but Action might find his way in. Windows exposing Icy, so he's losing a lot of health, but he's backed into a corner and they should barely get him on his feet.
Yeah, I think that's Malise Esports on the other side towards the ridge, being able to take a couple of shots towards them. QZZ even unleashes a little bit of barrage. Toxic gets sent down. Mate, QZZ has been an absolute powerhouse for Tiamba so far. I think it's a bit unfortunate for him. The rest of the team just hasn't stepped up quite as much. In the meantime, Matic takes a decent shot over towards Revo from Alpha 7, able to knock him. No flush as of yet, though. But I think Gladiators, from the position they're currently set on, right, I think it's smart for them just to sit over here, try and clear the edge as much as possible. I don't think that they would have done that without that last game, just boosting that confidence a little bit more. I think it might have been one of those more wild center pushes where they lose half the team and then they're in survival stage. So I respect this from the Gladiators. See what they can get done from it. Obviously, A7 now in a bit of a rough spot themselves. They're outside the blue and it is pushing them in over towards this high ground that currently Gladiators have a 2-2 split on.
Slow and steady then. Everyone realizing just how impactful their next play has to be. Teetering on a knife's edge. Alpha 7 always keen to instigate the fight, though. Do go for their dive. Oh, quick trade back around as the shot is pulled out. And it will be pounding its way onto the Gladiators. Double knock secured. Cleans up off the back of it as well. And you've got geometry here. You can tuck in. They're going to run the risk of going for the full revive and resetting through the fight. So a 4 versus 2 with Gladiators not wanting to invest everything and lose from this one. Looks like they're going to fragment. One player rotating off. Meanwhile, here we've got Bra Esports thrown into a bit of a drive-by convoy again. Zia are in their faces.
I think for Bra, right now, they need to keep hold of this position. Alpha 7 there just make a really strong play, right? I think you understand that Gladiators are currently split off, so you try and take down both the players on the high ground, and there really just wasn't enough of a response from the 2 lads underneath and the 2 guys on top. Nice initial knock, but I think Meku sort of had to commit to that engagement there alongside with his teammate. Just go for the refrag. Circle shifts over towards this western side as well, so it feels a bit brutal for the guys on Gladiators, where they did have actually a pretty significant chance in this game. It's these splits that really are just causing them a lot of pain so far. I think it's another player getting knocked from the Gladiators. Let's see if we can pull them back up, but Mad Bull's not likely to allow them to get away with it. DX, they spot Alpha 7 as well as they try and move in with the M249, striking a little bit of sound into the map and ringing the gong for the rest of DX to move over that top side to try and remove the remainders of A7.
Nades soaring through the sky from either side. Lot to work with here for either team. Ooh, big damage there though. And that's Quest with a backstab, finding a prime opportunity to get stuck into this encounter. Ooh, quick turn and burn, seeing if they can force them off. Worried about Evo stood away in the far back as well. Damage being established all over the shop. Everyone is taking a lot of it, leaving the overall average HP at an all-time low. Meanwhile, you've got a full frontal assault going down here in close-range combat with the shotguns barking in the face of Zia as Bra Esports look to shroud themselves in smokes and try and close it out from this one. Kakali couldn't do the fancy footwork. He falls. They've got control of the shed. The nade's chunky, though. Big connection there with a backup of Coursera.
R&J tries to swing it wide. Looks like Kane's just in a bit of a bad spot. Coursera does go down. Like you said, it was a nice chunky initial grenade. That nade's good though. Will take down one. The rest of Zia looking pretty unhappy of themselves. Earth's last remain with the Scarrel, but outside in the blue is going to push him soon. Stage 4 will be doing an absolute massive amount of damage to him. And Toxic, I think, has a good idea of where he's going. Just trying to secure this push out towards the western side. Still not down as of yet, though, and Tospic needs to think about moving soon.
Well, he's moving down into the ground, instantly knocked onto his last legs. Kane on the reply, though, at least able to find one, inflicting some more pain towards Zia, and jumps in a vehicle. Oof, the blue nipping at him as he pulls his way back in, turning the tires. Earth strikes again onto Kane. Will be able to finish him off, so survives his way through that one. The other fight going on down towards the bottom as well as Evos just trying to third party where possible. And that's Zuxi with a shotty. He's found a flank round on towards the backhand side of Alpha 7 and inflicted a fair amount of damage. Luxy as well, single-handedly taking on DX Blank. This is carnage.
I kind of like that play coming through from Pazija Epos, especially the little side swipe. Just stay down Alpha 7 as he just pops the DBS over towards him before looking back up towards DX, removing some of those players. Quest, Pazija Evos has had an idea of where these players have been for quite some time. They took a knock over towards them and it's delayed them just a little bit as Pazija Evos thinks about moving over towards Falcon's position now. A little bit further down on that south side. Gladiators in full-time survival mode towards the center of the circle. We're down to 13 teams, a lot have been damaged, and STE sort of struggling to get in when Mali's taking a couple shots towards them too. Not likely they'll be able to get their player back up at his feet as we hit stage 5, where the circle's going to make it really, really tough to get your players back up before it pings them back out again.
Smoke wall down. Ooh, a light effort to divide the fight between these two sides here. The nade will pack a ton of damage though. Full commit from Quest as they spam the bullets in from the sideline, keeping Evos trapped in the middle. A rough position to be in. You're being flanked by Falcons and just having to fight your way through the team in front of you. Meanwhile, here as well, Reject Tokyo with compound control, but high ground. They can play from the top story window, peeking down into the lower levels and peeking out onto STE as well, finding Stalwart as tops. Well, he's now gone, completely removed from the equation. Re-aggression again from Quest Blank. The nades instigating this one. Low HP across the board for Evos. They might want to swoop in. Al Haji, the big man, he's going for it.
Picks up with the UMP, some girthy grenades, heading over that top side, and Pazija Evos just hasn't been able to receive so far. Misery and Lynx left remaining. Al Haji takes a big hit, but will drop to the deck on his belly now, trying to get away, but is knocked, put down, kneels on the floor as the spray comes through from Teak, and Falcon swinging through with the talons are dealing a lot of damage to both these teams so far. And gets a nice nade, will hit Misery very hard, but he just wants to finish him off and will grab it, tries to run away, but just a little bit of that shrapnel will take him out at the end as Falcons can start to make their move in from that western side. They've cleared really nicely, Jackie.
It's a big reset. A nice way to get things going. Quick save of the teammate as well as Puncher will jump in the back seat and Six will provide reconnaissance, getting his way further into the zone to play off of AXA. Smokes up, but you're downrange. Teams all around you as well. Gladiators and Alter Ego in close proximity, just using their utility to at least give them some breathing room as they drop the smokes and reset from this. Melisse Esports all the way in the backline as well, with Kishu being behind Gladiators, both of them with their nades pulled out. Meanwhile, Melisse finding an opportunity to get a read in the distance. They're dashing them towards Six. Tixie quite exposed. Lucky, single bullet towards the chest blank. A few more of those and he could have been gone.
Yeah, Six takes a huge amount of damage there, and Gladiators just holding their ground, know the need to keep swinging that ordnance through towards them. I'm surprised Six hasn't gone down as of yet. There's still nades available as Tixie sends another one through. Looks like it's on target. Will not get the knock though, and Falcons have held on for a long, long time. In the meantime, it's Melisse over towards Alter Ego, getting the side swipe. Melisse have played a pretty fantastic game this time around, constantly taking control of these high ground ridges and shutting down teams before they can get close. Gladiators, I think they're now pretty much out of nades. A good shot will take down at least one of them, make him popping a nade through that shack window all but easier.
And the nades don't end just with Gladiators, as it seems like Falcons, well, these birds have learned how to pick up hand grenades and throw them as they're swooping in and dive bombing, being able to inflict an awful lot of damage and project themselves further into this one. Knowing the location of Mad Balls as well and being a little bit paranoid about it, Melisse starting to get back on the move as well, trying to find their way in towards the zone. You've got control of a nice little building here, though, for Mad Balls. They don't have to overextend. You've got geometry as well with the vehicles for the quick getaway, and they know exactly where Falcons are. They're just trying to keep themselves alive, keep a read on it. dashing out the smokes as well to make it uncomfortable. Reject Tokyo already set up with a position where they feel comfortable. Falcons, we've seen them stuck down in a muck for so long. Now they're starting to push, looking if they can get a bit further forward here.
My Bulls pushing down the hill. Look over towards the Falcons, see their position. Two teams that want to hold on to their spot, trying to get in towards that survival stage. A great shot at the start there from Zerich. Will open it up over towards Axa, and he finds another. Zerich is absolutely destroying the boys over towards Falcons. Just puncher left remaining, able to get a refrag in, but it's Zerich on this flank who is absolutely dominating them.
And this is one of the few times it feels like we've seen the talent that we know Mad Bulls have. Usually so impactful when it comes to hitting their shots, but they've been struggling to flex their muscles into this game at least, hitting some big ones. But Zerich severs himself too far from the pack and won't be able to reset. He's wiped off of the face of the battleground. The rest of Mad Bulls as well, taking so much damage, Blank. Frozen's forced to heal. His teammates' nades will still save the day as Falcons are detonated by the follow-up from Tulika, the grenade launcher, and they can calm down. Mad Bulls, you've lost one player, sure, but you're still in it.
I mean, you respect the play there coming through from Mad Bulls and Zerich in particular, right? He opens up the fight so well. He knows he's on the exposed ridge side, but he's just trying to get his three players a little bit further into this game. With the amount of carnage, the amount of action that's going on, it's likely that a lot of these teams are fairly damaged. Unfortunately for them, there is so many teams left remaining that were able to get into a position where there was a compound to play. So Mad Bulls are one of the teams moving off from one of the most brutal areas of the map. They're going to be lacking on utility, lacking on that ammo. So we'll see just how far they can go. Reject, though, we've not talked about them for a while. Only one elimination, but they are the big story point. With Alpha 7 going out early with only 3 eliminations, right now it's a 16-point gap between Reject and them, and hitting up a 3rd place. So, not deterred by that last game, still determined to Reject to get in towards that secure invite, and just like the Japanese flag, these guys are that red dot in the center, causing panic, causing chaos towards these teams who just cannot get close.
It's them and Loops, man. It's them and Loops that look so good right now coming into this one, especially with the fact that you've got all 4 of your squad mates alive. That might change soon, though, as Loops have been swung upon. The backstab from Zia, a last-ditch attempt to make it uncomfortable. Blade as well. Oh, mate, with the UMP from a distance, he's firsted onto Mythic Blank. They go from all 4 alive to having 3 and drastically having to try and get themselves back into a good position now. This means that Reject Tokyo and Melise, they're going to be a bit more confident. They're the side with all 4 still alive and kicking into this. Loops, that felt so rough.
This rotate from Mad Bulls, though, what's this? Moving over towards Loop's side, they're in a state of panic, right? This might be a position where Frozen, Fleeke, and Tulika might just be able to get a side swipe over toward the boys on Loops. They're not even looking towards them right now. All attention over towards the Reject compound. They're doing damage, but Mad Bulls could really be that problem causer for them. Look where they're sat. They're all lined up. This could be a huge play as Frozen gets closer and closer to the prize that is this position that Loops is holding.
Frozen, belly on the floor, slowly encroaching his way in. Meanwhile, Loops look to strike as they push up. Loops has taken a ton of damage. Frozen reveals his card. It's unlucky, man. A lot of damage, but that's all it is. Tags, not frags. Meanwhile, Reject Tokyo lose one of their lifelines. OCO as well, taking a hefty hit, forced to use the smokes to try and get the res back in and reset. But look how much space is being taken away now, Blank. Everyone's getting closer and closer towards their compound.
Yeah, one player down in Luther, not good. Regiocio did get res back up again, but there's so much attention towards their compound. You can kind of understand why they're struggling just a little bit. A lot of smoke's been placed down around them, denying their sightlines as players move ever closer. Frozen takes a bit of damage, but still moving forward. It's Poser with a nasty swipe from the side, nailing his shots as well. And Melise Esports has just been a nuisance from far away. The snipers of the lobby.
Mad Bulls, they thought they were the one ringing the dinner bell, but it was the dinner plate that made the difference. Although, Sarah, that's a hell of a shot. They've got geometry to work with here as well. They can stay tucked in. They shouldn't be too exposed to the rest of Elise because Poser thought he could go in confidently to clean up. Instead, Sarah, with a sick flick, strikes back and shuts him down. Now, they're in a bit of a risky spot though. Smoke's going up to shroud them, looking for the finish onto Poser. They're going to be able to at least guarantee that as Tiamba pull up to the party and strike back against them as well. A lot of fragmented squads here. Tulika still close by as well. Loops now starting to move on in blank. Oh, this could kick off at any moment. This feels like a firework about to blow.
Loops claiming the compound, the furthest we've seen Tiamba get into the game, and Reject just performing miracles today, just consistently getting further and further into these matches. Utility looks pretty dry over towards Regiosio. Ayala finds Tulika as he tries to make a reposition. Tiamba so quiet from underneath, just keeping silent this whole time. Duello taking out the vehicles, preventing that reposition, but Loops, amidst all that, despite losing a player to 2 solos, which must have been infuriating, are able to take control of a pretty significant bit of high ground in this compound.
The line in the sand has been drawn now between our 3 surviving squads. But who instigates the fight? Who makes the first move? Quick head count of the utility as well. You can see that Loops, when it comes to offensive utility, they are ready. 14 grenades in the back pockets. How much use can they make of them? And will their one smoke be a bit of a drawback in terms of the detriment? Cardozin taking a peek out. Oh, the timing. If it would have been slightly quicker on that peak blank, that could have been the head ripped off. So, Reject Tokyo, lucky on that one. But they're trying to take space. You can see their game plan. They're moving a little bit further forward now.
Yeah, it's a decent bait from Regiosio. Runs to front, knowing he can quickly duck underneath the window while Sarah and Duello go for the double peek on the window. It's smart stuff. Last circle now. 3 teams. Starts to push in. This is where those 14 grenades have to come in handy. But realistically, Reject Tiamba, they can blanket this entire circle in smoke everywhere as Tiamba looks to move out. Try and get a side swipe over towards these teams. New angles, but Chief unloads the grenades, pulls the pin, looking to end this team. Nice spray from Duello, tried to prevent him from leaving. Still a lot of bullets on side, but for Regiosio, not so many. 2 clips.
He's going to have to start preserving this ammunition now, using it a little bit more sparingly. And usually it feels like Reject Tokyo, they come into these final circles absolutely armed to the teeth. This could be one of the few times where we see that drawback come to haunt them. Tiamba, though, forced into uncomfortable territory, expanding further and further out with the smoke wall they've made for themselves.
Sarah.
But you are peeking into Sarah, and he's ready blank.
That was a nice shot from Sarah, and a really important one as well. Put himself in a very risky position, but wanted to take out that angle on the side. In comes Lee to try to do something about it. Smoke's going down right now. A lot of nades over towards Sarah's side, and he has to hit some big ones. Regiosio and the rest of Reject on the back there. Ayla took a high ground position, but there is chunking happening over towards the boys on Loops. Cardozin already very low, and Sarah pops out from nowhere, bro.
Sarah, the surprise soldier, strikes back as he cuts his way through them like a tactical blade. The insertion is huge and it all falls onto Ayala. Now with a shotty, got to go nuclear, pushes in blank, one hefty chunk.
No
to get the second
way!
as well. He's done it. Ayala, the aggressor, snatches away the chicken dinner from the hands of Reject Tokyo.
Man was on fire, literally. He would have died if he'd not got that elimination in time. That takes things to a whole new level. He was on a timer and it was running out, and I think Reject thought it was all over then and there, but they had to hit the shots. The Molotov utility, it was gorgeous coming through from Reject, but Loops don't care. Ayala, straight DBSs, both of them. What a turnaround in the final moments, and once again, Reject gets spoiled their chicken dinner by another team. Brutal stuff. But still for them, good points, good point scoring. It's just Loops are too good.
These were the 2 teams that wanted those points more than anyone. You could see it with their placements as well. Overall, it means so much. And for both of them to still add points away, It's insanity. Loops really giving it there when it came down to the heroism in the dying moments of that one, being able to clutch it in an unfathomable way. For Reject Tokyo, again, another second place. But like you're saying, it's still points. It's still points for both of them. And that's what matters most, Blank. Getting as close as you can to that top 3, guaranteeing that you feel comfortable in yourself here in the third day of play.
I just feel bad for the guys on Reject. They just came face to face of the Brazilian Ghost Rider around the corner. That is a terrifying sight. Just a dude on fire, nothing left to lose, DBS in hand. Yikes, bro.
Absolutely crazy, man. The way that he's been able to win that, that's a crazy clutch. We've seen a lot of big plays with a DBS, but that one takes the cake in terms of aggression. Let's get back to the desk and break it down.
Oh boy, are you kidding me? For a second, I thought we were going to see 3 chicken dinners in a row from Team Reject, but Ayala said, no, sir, not today. Goodness gracious. This is what I'm talking about. This is the PMGC. Wow. I mean, at the same time, chicken dinner, second place at second place. So even if I think you're a little bummed if you're Team Rejects, but you still got to be pretty hyped here, Max, man.
You got to give Ayala a leather jacket right now because he is the death rider of this lobby. He just came in on absolute fire with a DBS, takes them down one by one. What a game, and especially what a breach, because that compound, you only have some areas you can enter it from, and Loops knew exactly we got to enter from the eastern side. Reject won't be able to even have a chance in that fight, and then they just collapse on it. Beautifully executed, and that puts them now in fighting range with Stalwart for that first place position, Hot Jukes. It is going to be a race to the top here.
That's ridiculous.
Unreal. Unreal, Kalaris. I mean, just look at the leaderboards here.
Yeah, you're calling him Death Rider. I'm calling him the Luminescent Man because he was just... I could not believe what I was witnessing. Like, let's move it back slightly, though, because the compound that they're actually breaching and pushing on is actually one that actually does afford teams a little bit of an opportunity to breach against. Rejects knew that they can't control the entire compound, right? So they have to fall back to a position of power for themselves or try and hold it out. But Loops did an amazing job of smoking their entry onto that compound and keeping them in the fight for quite a while. So again, Loops looks world class in these last couple of days, and you know, as much as Blank's saying he feels bad for Rejects, I still kind of feel all right for them because a first, second is pretty amazing. Consider the fight back they're bringing in day 3.
They're 4 points away from podium. What the hell? That's a great day.
Unreal. 4 points away, and Loops is only 7 points away from first place. This is getting crazy. I mean, the story is just so focused here on the top 3 because these matches are just getting crazier and crazier. We don't have really a lot of time to talk about that bottom 5. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of movement from them here, Max.
Yeah, not too many movement, but actually I want to talk about one fight in particular. It was Procedure Evos. On the northwestern side, on that mountain range to the west of the fields of Gatka, they were taking incredible fights. Luxy and Zuxy were just clutching out of control here. They eliminated, I think, Quest at one point. Some players of Quest, not the entire squad, but some of the players. And that fight, especially against Alpha 7, was so damn smooth. I love that fight. So good to see them still staying relevant, still in a range where they could, if they have a great day, catch up to top 3. But man, the top 3-4 teams right now are just looking miles ahead.
Crazy. If Team Reject won that last match, they would be in 3rd place. They would be literally tied with Loops, and tied with Alpha 7, and on top of that, they would have been able to beat them via tiebreaker. So this is crazy. This is getting insane here. I mean, we heard them at the top of the show, Kalaris, right? That they're going to change that strategy, going towards the center, and it's just been working out for them so beautifully.
It's the interview buff. It's the Tash Bunny blessing, I think, here, live from Malaysia. It's been quite a treat watching them be kind of having this rally back in this day. I did pose the question to you guys. I'm like, I wonder what happened last night in terms of like how they were kind of looking at the games, how they were thinking about the games, what they were going to slightly adjust, because so far it's working out. I mean, even though you're not able to round it out against a clutch Gladiators moment, a clutch Loops moment and stuff like that, this is still fantastic results for a team where I didn't really count them into the top 3 scenario, and definitely not so after the first 2 days, but they're right there. I'm excited to see if they can do it.
I mean, Japan has always been a region that when it comes to local regional play, they show great moments. There's been incredible individual plays and team play overall. But when it comes to these PMWIs, these PMGCs, they always used to tend to struggle. I remember the first time I saw like Japan doing really good was back at Bluebees in what, 2020, 2021?
Oh yeah.
Man, they are popping off. They're putting Japan back on the map for this PMGC. And I really hope this is going to continue because Regio in particular here, Hot Jukes, he's been on fire today. I love it.
Ooh, you still got Lufa as well?
Not
right?
literally.
I mean,
that was Ayala.
That was Ayala.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Ayala just going off like crazy. And I think a little bit earlier in the tournament, we saw Ayala with a chance to clutch up a big fight. And I was saying if anybody could do it, it's him. Because towards the end, this man just gets crazy. And we saw him, I believe, right, almost hit a crazy 1v4 earlier as well. So when this man's got a DBS in his hand, he just can't be stopped, Max.
Yeah, I was looking at this game. I was like, oh no, Mythic got eliminated by sort of Ayet. What are they going to do? And it's like, just wait a minute. Okay, I got you guys. Ayala just clutches it up as always. But the individual fragging potential of this team is great. Even Chief at one point had a really big pop-off game, I think, on day 1 or day 2. So every player in a similar way to Stalwart have a chance to clutch up if they can find himself in those kind of situations. So Loops, when you're looking at the two teams, Alpha 7 and Loops, you might be thinking, oh, Alpha 7 is the more standout team. They got that prestige from previous PMGCs. Loops are just looking right now like the consistent, aggressive Brazilian team that are looking so good.
If Luke survives to the late game, I don't know who beats them. I guess it might only be Stalwart in this group, right? Like, if you compare how these two teams are playing, they are playing a cut above the rest. And Loops in late game looks infallible. And like, I don't know how it would be to go up against them. They're making the right decisions, be it pushing into a compound and then pushing out of it. They're making the right decisions in the hillsides, playing it slow and steady. They look awesome, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, especially, you know, in Erangel. I wonder how it's going to mix up when we're starting to deal with Miramar here coming up soon. But you know what? Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters. Let's get it going.
Oh yeah, let's see what's in store for us then. All of these games have been delivering today, Blank. It feels like, honestly, the excitement, the clutch potential, and sort of surprises has only been just getting better every day. Every game we go in, it feels like we're climbing another step up the ladder. I don't know how we're keeping it so consistent with the excitement.
Yeah, it's every single game seems to be absolutely wild, absolutely mad. I mean, third day, we said before, this is going to be the big one that would just cause problems for so many teams. But some teams have absolutely thrived in that chaos. I mean, Loops still proving that they deserve to be on top in terms of the Brazilian ladder, at least ahead of A7. Reject climbing up after the adjustments that they made last night. It has been a mad tournament so far. Group Green has really delivered in terms of the action, in terms of the fun, in terms of the excitement, and I think that this is only going to continue for so many teams within this lobby. And again, the boys on the desk put it was like, it's really difficult to look at the bottom side of the table when everyone on this top side is working so hard to pick up those invites. I remember that first day where we were like, right, that's it. I think A7 and Stalwart, they're just confirmed, they're in, but the way that Reject's playing, catching up A7 teams underneath them as well, doing very well, like, there could be some big difference makers here. And I don't think that third spot is at all secure for A7 right now, with Reject breathing down their necks.
Nothing feels guaranteed anymore, right? I think that's kind of the storyline we're now looking at, is somehow, some way, from where we were on day 1, where it just felt like Stalwart with this cyclone sucking up all of the points. Other teams have realized that they can turn up the aggression, they can turn up the aggro plays and just start giving it. And since then, we've seen a lot better performances across the board. A lot of squads starting to lay claim towards the upper echelons here in the final circles. How will things look though here? It is our last game of Erangel. After this, it will be the back-to-back Miramars. So if you want to try and whip out the consistency, this is the last chance to do it on Erangel.
Even that last game is really kind of a struggle of a position. I think you sort of have to say that Reject has a little bit of circle luck But at the same time, they have been playing a very different game, right? They have been heading central, they have been controlling their compounds, they have been taking space, and in these end games, it really feels that they start to thrive a lot. They make a lot of these correct decisions. They know they can control there. I think Maxman was talking about this. They gave space to a position where they could actually command a bit more presence within that final circle. So they play it right. So they're playing into their own hands right now. So I like that from Reject. You can see here they start towards farm. They had to move quite a long way to get towards that central position. It's not always easy navigating those kind of circles. So all props to them. Again, some other teams in this lobby, A7, certainly know now that they have to have a good game now. They have to get a lot of eliminations if they want to hold on to the third place spot. Some of these teams towards the bottom as well are starting to strike out a little bit more. Mad Bulls made their way towards an 8th place. We were scared about this team. We were worried about them after they got dominated on a hot drop on Sandhawk by Falcons on that first day, yet they have dragged themselves back towards a respectable position within the lobby in 8th place, just continuing to push forward.
It did feel like they were very slow to kind of, start getting everything clicking, start to look like they were all on the same page. And they had a lot of pages, if you didn't see. Awful lot of prep work in terms of the A4 sheets that were telling them where and when they needed to make their adjustments. But overall, the fact that they've thrust themselves to 8th place, whereas Gladiators that had a very similar start are still all the way down in 14, even with the bells and whistles they've been able to find today. It goes to show you can't afford those mistakes. You can't afford to have 2 rough days. Even a harsh day now this deep into the group would be a really sad state for some of these teams. But we'll see what they've got for us. There's always opportunity. You can see just how close the grouping is. Only about a fragment of 10 points difference, all the way from 12th up to 7th at this point. So big opportunities to make strides through the rankings towards the end of day 3 here. They're on our screens now at a minute as well. We'll see how Mad Bulls are able to approach this one and what they get up to over the course of the game. The other important thing I think as well, Blank, is just in terms of the firefights, we're starting to see some of the names we know can pop off taking fights, hitting shots. Zerich warming into it. Tulika as well looking a little bit more confident in some of these encounters. And that can go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at this team overall. I mean, Naomi not playing as much anymore. You got Fleek, Zerich, Tulika, Frozen, all just making it happen on this team. And I like to see it overall, right? Because this is a strong squad. It's a strong roster that can all really perform very, very well into this one. I know that with this particular circle towards Rozhok as well, where they got to head very far up towards that northwest side, they have a pretty decent approach to it, right? They'll head across the bridge. They'll control some space. They'll hold teams out. So this might be a decent game for Mad Bulls to get some more points on the board, secure their position, keep themselves safe. I mean, 74 points is not bad at all, and it's nice to see a bit of EU representation from this team into this one. Where Gladiators currently still in 14th place. They had that strikeout, that magnificent match that we saw from them, but last game just really did not feel good as A7 completely took control of them. And I think there is this kind of mentality of playing as a 4-man unit a lot of times, and Gladiators, I just don't think they can get away with this 2-2 split anymore. I think these 2-2 splits work well when you're heading towards a compound that is very close to one another. You're trying to control both sides. So for them, I think a little bit of a death ball might be essential for them. But I don't want to change the way they play, because that might be the thing that's bringing them into this, just waiting for it to work, finding out where it works and getting it done from there. A lot of teams made their rotate, made their translations over towards the top side of the map right now. You got Brar Esports over towards Severny as usual. Malise Esports, we know this is a team that rotates real fast in these lobbies. They're on the eastern side of Zaki right now, looking to head towards shooting range. It's not bad at all. So most teams understand that they've got to get towards this circle early. There's not a huge amount of compounds in this area, so controlling a position this early on can be very, very important to them.
Laying claim to anything early into a game like this will be a little bit better for you. Ooh, Zerich, careful now. Close by. As they do catch whiff of what quest they're up to. Doing a secondary loop around their compound as well. So really trying to gather as much info on this as possible. Luckily avoiding the bullets that have been thrown their way. But this is a relatively fragmented map balls off the back of the contact they had down on towards Quest. And they're lucky. They're lucky they don't take too much of a hefty hit from that one. No gashes, no one walking away in pain. So they'll be all right. They can reset from it and still go back to the basics. A7 on the move here as well, forming a little bit of a convoy. Oh no. Al-Haji realized that Zerich fragmented off from the rest of the squad, so he's actually pushed in looking for him, trying to assess the situation, looking into the water and see if he can spot where exactly Zerich has got to. But hiding underneath the boat, he might have just avoided their eyes.
Just escaped the presence. Let's keep himself alive here. Poser goes for the initial spray on the Uzi, but A7, they're too good with it. They realize they don't want to peek in too fast, but there's players all over the place, and I think Poser might just be going down here. He was their one outpost on the eastern side. Mali's rotating so early, they had to get some loot, so they sent the majority of the team over towards Zaki to pick that up there, and then left Poser over towards this eastern side, easily overwhelmed by A7 coming through, and this looks like a good start for A7. Now they can control the rest of the team coming out from Zaki, maybe pick up some more points from there too. Al-Haji not leaving poor Zerich alone in the water there, keeping him pinned down. It's going to make the rotate from Mad Balls, or at least the regroup, a bit harder for him going forward.
Feels like everyone's willing to be a little bit more aggro in some of these games now, a little bit more quick to the draw when they find opportunities for points. You can see it's getting them so excited, the prospect of the odd elimination here and there, just what it can do for you this late into the stage. Quest still clearing up and down the coastline. No response from the Bulls yet. No aggression displayed from their side. They just wanted to make sure that they could get their man out safely, evacuate him, and then go for a play a little bit later on. Blade on the move as well, bypassing over towards where Alter Ego have been set up. So they'll take control of the coast and go for a long, safe rotate. Although Rosemary seems to have his ears perked up. He's heard some of the noise, going for the jump spot. They might want to see if there's a chance that they can fight back here, inflict some damage inside of Severny.
Yeah, I mean, for Bra Esport, who left Severny, it's going to feel a little bit bad. You can play the ridge side to the west side of Severny as well. Gives you some good chances, but I think Bra Esport was looking to try and control a lot of these teams that would be coming in from this southwest side. Now they realize, let's head back to home, boys, over towards the northeast. But it's already been consumed by a fair few teams over towards that area already. We have a lot of teams on this southwest edge. Gladiators make a quick rotate upwards. They know they want to get in early. It's been too many times now. They've been held out on this south side, been too scared to make that breach across the bridge itself. So I appreciate that from them, but close to Alpha 7, we were able to shut them down so easily. That's a worrisome move. And Alpha 7, they're out for blood this game. They know they want to keep Reject from getting too close to them. And Reject's rotate has been fairly slow. It looks like they won't be able to play too much of a central game this time around. So we'll see exactly how they can do, because it's 2 times in a row now where we've almost had to pull out the Heimlich maneuver because they've choked on those chicken dinners twice.
Been so close, yet so far. The sheer spree of chicken dinners that could have happened in a row would have been crazy, but so many small, devilish details making the difference. DX here, you're on the push-up, Alpha 7. Trying to land shots, just tracing as best they can, whilst DX really makes some big strides here. It's like they've got a radar that detects where exactly Bra Esports are. DX always want to try and take the fight towards them, and they found their home. Really just going in aggressive now. Vehicles lifting off the ground. Paradin taking bullets, but still been able to get himself down. Tucks in, keeps his belly protected. Reposition with a nade. Lamborghini goes in with a shotty and blows away Kane.
Right, DX just throwing themselves with these vehicles over that ridge towards Bra Esport. Kane just could not hold on at all. DBS comes through nastily, and Kakali realizes Jesus, I've got to rotate. I've got to get away from this one.
Oh,
Traps
no.
himself on the fence with the vehicle. There's damage coming through from the Mad Bulls, but I think they hear the vehicles above them as well. And PMGC Evos. A couple more eliminations for Mad Bulls would be nice, but not able to finish off Kakali in this situation. He finally finds his chance to squeeze through the gap and get back to the rest of his team.
Oh, that's so rough, man. That's one of those where you feel gross. The second you get a little bit stuck, can't quite get over the lip, you're thinking it's all going wrong. You're going to perish like a fruit that's been left on the side of the kitchen counter for too long. Luckily, he is still alive and kicking. Same can't be said, though, for the overall confidence that Bra Esports probably have right now. As they look like they were pretty set up to handle DX, but DX always bringing up bad memories, come running on in, finding freebie frags, and gaining control of the compound that Bra previously had under the thumb. A lot of close grouping now as well. The circle's only getting smaller, and our teams are starting to arrive. We saw again Starwarp going for the fast, slower, late rotation approach, playing inside of the blue, playing for edge. Now they arrive on the scene, and this is some big dogs pulling up to the party.
Yeah, Luke's from a similar situation down in Sosnovka as well. And I think it's respectable, both those teams' ideas, how they want to play this one out, because they're so far away from the circle. They just let everyone else go in, and what they'll do instead is try and pick up as much utility as possible, as many nades as possible, as much smokes as they possibly might need to try and push through on these aims. So I like that play from them. They just fully commit to the loop because they know they're not going to be there early enough anyway. Loop's on a similar idea, but they are just shunting themselves into the circle, shoving aside over players like a linebacker, getting into the middle right now. That's crazy from Loops overall. Now they have a fairly decent position to play around with. Unfortunately, they are held on either side right now. A little Bermuda triangle appearing between them with Zia, as well as PMGC Evos and Mad Bulls, just all looking towards them. But they have the high ground, which is the main thing.
That added benefit might make their lives a little bit easier. Oh, look like a little bit of damage chipping there. See ya. Looking over on towards Evo. Struggling to land a shot, though. Not going to work too well for Megamind, as he hasn't been able to punish on that one. Smokes up for Loops. Chief trying to cascade as far back as he can, get himself firmly planted inside of the smoke so that his teammate in Mythic can reset and get him on his feet. Meanwhile, Mad Bulls, they're closing the gap. They're starting to push up. They're feeling like they're ready for the fight on this one. Exchange of nades as they throw them through the air, detonating inside of the smoke and looking to make it uncomfortable for Loops. Zia as well, similar kind of idea towards the top side.
Mad Bulls, they see an opening, right? And they look to just try and capitalize off the back of it. Unfortunately, those nades all just go fairly awry. And I think that was a lot of the nades they had on side 2 to try and finish that one down. It has allowed, like you say, Zia to get up close and personal and sent a scout out their way. SCE currently playing this ridge side, looking over towards Tiamba. If they can clear them out, maybe there's a possibility to move up towards Severny after the back of that. Play on some of the ridges there. But there's so many teams around them. They've got to find some kind of an opening through either a knock or a quick rotate away in the vehicles. Reject underneath them right now. You see Sarah as well as Regiosio coming in close contact with these players. And I wonder if he spotted Regiosio in the process. Circle moves over towards the Mad Bulls. A decent place for them to start pumping these points. But again, it's Loops from a Sosnovka start, a late rotate, who are able to get a good position in the circle. They just don't care. They will take position. They're confident to do it. And they seem to have really done their research coming into these lobbies.
They've got a good idea of how they approach every situation. Not just going off of feeling. Seems a lot more calculated. A team that has certainly been feeling the hype is on screens now. Reject Tokyo. Been playing some great PUBG Mobile today. Looking very effective in a lot of their decision making when it comes to hitting shots as well. What more can they get? How much further can they push it? Obviously the lobby right now still chock-a-block, full to the brim when it comes to our overall squads. But a few of them worse for wear than others. Couple of casualties, bringing some of them down to just triple threats. Nothing more than that, though. No duos forced to fight for yet. You've got Falcons on the move. Close quarters combat could be coming their way. Bra have been playing and hiding here, and they've got a read onto it now. They dive right out of the vehicle towards the front door. Ooh, Coursera and Toxic need to be ready. The shotty up close, looking to finish it with Toxic. Wow. Assaults with the AK, throws the clip in and slays from far away as Falcons hit the DECK on that one.
That was a nice little play there coming from Toxic. Like you say, a nice little body shot from him straight to the floor. Feels the wood against his fingers and will splinter Falcons into a couple remaining members on the outside. It's very nicely done. A7 versus Gladiators is an important fight to look over towards because this team has been taken down by A7 a fair few times. But right now, there's a huge amount of damage pouring their way. Only a couple players remaining and a gorgeous nade from Tixie over the top will finish off the job there for Gladiators. That is a boost in confidence for them. Been so long that Alpha 7 have been pushing them around. But is it enough though? They've still got further to go in this circle, and Alpha 7 is just the first obstacle. It does now open things up once again for Rejects.
Rejects eating grenades though, that might be the difference maker. But a quick snapshot. Stalwart begin to buckle. Smokes up, going for the res. Ocios needs to stay alive in this fight, and Lufa will commit to picking him up. He's been such a good teammate. If they can keep him in it, it will make a world of difference for them. Molotov still coming in though, trying to make it uncomfortable for this medic mission to have success. And look how close we are here in terms of the grouping. I8 right on top of DX with Bra Esports and Melise basically sitting inside of the same building as well, so it's very uncomfortable. A thimble of distance between them. As soon as there's an audio cue, you can peek off the back of it, and these fights, they're starting to heat up. It's only going to get harder with the circle moving in as well.
Next stage on the board now, we'll be pulling a lot of teams closer and closer together, directly on top of the Mad Bulls here. For Reject, they do take another knock on this side, but they're not going up against an easy team. And it's the second time today that Reject has challenged things out versus the guys from Stalwart, and they're still beating these fights right now. Tops goes down. Tiamba obviously has included themselves in this fight as well, got involved, making things difficult for Stalwart overall, but you've got to give props to the guys from Reject. They are living in a position that is not easy several times versus the best squad in the lobby, undoubtedly so far, and this is pushing them further and further to that third place spot. They have lost one player, still doable to get a couple more limbs on the board though. They keep getting stolen away from them. Their two targets going forward would be Prestigia Evos as well as Lutz. We're getting a fight right now between DX as well as I8 and Bra Tospic. He senses an opportunity.
Chow playing behind the boxes needs to banish this man. It's a very aggressive game of ring around the rosies, but it seems like DX are starting to fall down. Oh, this is risky. Couple pumps going out with a DBS. Tries to peek over the top of the box, teasing one another, looking to at least give as good as he gets as he wants to trade back onto the down teammate. Finishes off Falak with the last pump. All into the 1v1 then. Switching to the rifle, looks to get the reload in to at least have the secondary weapon to play with. Meanwhile, Gladiators, they're being struck upon by Zia. You can see a trade as well from Mad Balls up on the surface, but down in the depths, it's the nade of Toxic that snatches that one away.
Seriously good stuff from them. Reject on their bellies right now. Just Lufa alive, trying to maintain control, but a nice spray from Cardozo might take him out. The nade just behind the tree. Loops taking damage from up on high right now. Might have saved Reject for just a little while longer, but that'll be the finish on them. And it's a stalemate once again between A7 and Reject. Both getting 1 point in this game, but nothing more than that. Prestigia Evos, they hear this engagement. Cardozo down, now out, and they come on in, trying to third party this alongside with Tiamba from underneath. We're trying to get up the hill, and Mad Bulls having a pretty peaceful game of their own, honestly, towards that center side.
Oh, Evos. It's a nice repeak from Luxy there. Does not want anyone dealing damage onto his kin. So he peeks off the contact and supports, now playing medic as well to get him back on his feet so that they continue their reign of terror. Bra Esports fighting onto Melise in fragmented 1v1s as well. Nade pulled out for Coursera, has the SMG in case there's a swing. Does actually work. Nice connection onto CEO later. And they can try push with this. Top Six roaming in from the sideline now as well. Big arc on the nade. Nice tag, low HP, forced to medic, not going to work out. Nade takes him down. And they've got a read on the other player's location as well. You can see him already setting up for it in terms of the utility, but hard committing onto the knocked player first.
Yeah, Tospic's been absolutely killer with these grenades this game so far. Been picking up a lot of cheeky eliminations off the back of it. Another circle, center up towards Mad Bulls, who are just revving up to take this game away now. It would be a real shame if they lose this one. This is their big chance to pump points even harder into this match. They've been climbing, and now it's time for a big old leap towards that top side of the lobby. Secure their position in that survival stage. Get a bit more prize money on board too. Gladiators and Zia going head to head. Two players trying to hold them off whilst Kitsune provides a bit of an anchor for the rest of the players to move over towards. But it's difficult now for Tixi and Meku to move out from this area with Zia creating so much pressure over towards them.
Smoke wall going down. Nice nade as well from Earths there. Ooh, Kitsune looking to just try and support. Problem is, Meku's already knocked, so actually making the adjustment over to assist him looks unlikely. At least the bullets do stop what seemed to be the full-on swoop from Zia, but they rev back up for the second one. Could be a 2-for-1 with a bonnet as he hits both Meku and Tixi, stops them dead in their tracks. This is worst case scenario now for Gladiators, going from them playing a 2-2 setup where they look confident to just being down in the dumps, absolutely annihilated by Zia. This is the best we've seen Zia playing, Blank. They're coming out swinging now.
Yeah, it's a nice play from Zia there. I think for Gladiators, it's just tough on that side. I do think that's a fight that's absolutely winnable, though. Going down to Zia, 16th place team, never feels good. Only 4 points added to their tally. Down to the last 9 teams now as Tospic tries to continue his reign. Keep Bra in the conversation here, up towards that 10th place in the lobby. 5 eliminations found. Luxie is down, and Loops, as well as the rest of the team, is just not letting up at all on these games. They're a little bit quiet at the start of the day, but want people to remember the name coming into this one. Already 9 eliminations found, 153 points. Soon they're going to take up a stalwart on this game, maybe claim a first place, removing it for the first time. Mad Bulls dealing with Alter Ego as they try and send in. Frozen's out, and there's more players to be dealt with. Only 1 player remaining for Mad Bulls. This is a travesty.
Oh, it's so rough as well too. Liquor missing the opening pump with a shotty. It suddenly all falls to bits as there is no room for mistakes up close against Alter Ego like that. And they can reset the fight as well. Be able to get their teammates back on their feet, heal up, and then look for their next challenge. Talking of a team that is challenging everyone right now, though, it's Zia. Their attention now moves on to Loops, second in the lobby at the minute, with 9 eliminations in this game already. But will that end right here as they're being thrust upon? You've got Shopper up close and personal, again using the vehicle to instigate the gap, trying to get right in their faces. Ayala with this DBS, we know how powerful he can be, but the rest of his team starting to cascade back. They look uncomfortable for the first time.
Yeah, it's a hard fight for them to take, and Zia just seems to have a lot of confidence this game. They've got very little to lose right with where they currently are on the standing. Alter Ego, though, their push over towards Mad Bulls was insane. Mad Bulls had one of the best positions in the lobby and just let it go so quick. This was a real chance for them to pump their points in this match. Not able to do it, and they'll be kicking themselves for that one because it was such an opportunity for them. Alter Ego now, we've got Octa, Fnatic, Rosemary trying to finish off the remaining members down there from Quest. In the meantime, look at this. 1 knock comes through over towards Zia. Ayala should be finished off here.
Oh, Earths with the double tap at the end. Not quite enough to absolutely ruin the hopes and dreams of Loops, but enough to make it almost an impossible task. Although Mythic, Mad Bulls, he just sprays his way through all of them. That's a huge turn and burn. massive resurgence of confidence and the top spot going with it, you would imagine, as they've got 12 eliminations under the hood already. They're still alive and kicking into this one. It felt like the story was about to end for Loops, but now they are commanding respect.
Dude, alive and kicking stalwart off the throne as they set themselves down. Look to find themselves another chicken dinner, maybe a back-to-back here. It looks doable with the amount of players that are hurt alongside the lobby. Alter Ego, though, of a whole wealth of utility to use. Loops just roaming around with themselves a Molotov, but they take a knock from Tiamba, who's been consistently making it towards the end game as well. They're not out just yet. They are looking to get towards the survival stage. You can see they're mean, they're hungry, trying to find it here.
They want it, and they want it bad right now. Tiamba shutting down Rosemary, restricting and removing the possibilities for Alter Ego layer by layer, peeling them back to just a duo. And that's what we've got, a multi-team fight here of duos. Readjustment there from Mythic, finds one. Big connection as well onto Ren. Oh, mate.
Literally, Tiamba cannot step up versus Mythic. He's got a great position to play around with. And Chief still going strong. QZZ, he's out. Mythic looks for another peek. Just sending some bullets over that top side. Alter Ego off in the distance. Another chance for them to prove themselves. Get some points in this game. They've got a load of utility to work with, but losing a player early on, that feels bad. Setting themselves up to a 2v2 at best versus Loops, or a 2v1 versus Tiamba if they can take them out early, which they'd love to do. Octa gets nice and close towards the top of that hillside. Chief, extremely risky moves there, but reveals his position, knows where he is. They've got one nade, I think, perhaps over towards Chief. This is very nadeable for him.
Moving his way down through the smoke. Trying to at least have something to play around with here. A little bit of cover to assist his teammate in Fnatic. A single wrong move, a single foot out of place could cost you so gravely here. Even if you are just a solo man, there's still always a possibility for Ren to make a big play. Chief, though, jumps behind the steering wheel, looks to close the gap. DBS pulled out. Ren peeks off the back of the contact, bullets down range. A little bit of a tag, but no frag. Chief finishes him, and we're thrust into the head-to-head blank. Loops versus Alter Ego now.
These boys are just so aggressive. That's what you were mentioning last game, is that aggression. The MG3 coming through from Mythic, takes a heavy hit, has a Molotov in his hand, but backs it off, looks to go for the heal. Another nade over the top, just barely scrapes him, but he hangs on. Once again, staying alive. Another nade goes close, but he's able to sidestep it. Chief, in the meantime, just slowly peeking up, trying to get this wide swing, whilst Octa, in the distance, crawls his way down the hill. We're in a really difficult position right now. Loops understands the need to send Chief up the hill if they want to have a hope. Leave Mythic in a difficult scenario, but this is the way they secure the win. The back-to-back here.
It's a mirror matchup. Octa and Chief with the same idea, trying to keep their belly down to the ground. The Pwn Punishers that want to try to move their way into a better angle and then strike when it matters most. Nice nade coming out close, almost on the money there towards Fnatic. Everyone's so sheepish. You can see just what the tension looks like here between these sides. A single sound, a single peak would instigate absolute carnage between the four players that are still alive at this point. Mythic, he has been crazy when it comes to some of the confidence plays he's gone for. At this point, can he get first contact? Will he be able to spot them? Or will it be Chief's flank? He's right on top of them, Blank.
Octa so close to him. Chief steps up. He takes him down. Won't even find a chance to get any kind of clapback over towards Loops in this situation. Chief's behind the tree. Understands the lineup. Taking some sprays. Trying to grab some of that information. And remember, there's still a nade in the hand of Mythic as this gets closer and closer to the finish. And Loops picking themselves up. Another back-to-back here. Over on Orangle. Taking a chicken dinner. And firmly placing themselves at the top of the lobby, Jackie.
so much for them off the back of this one win. They need this chicken dinner, and it seems like Chief knows how to take it. Call him chef as he's cooked up another chicken dinner back to back for Loops. They take 2 on the spin.
This is a team that is going to dominate towards that PMGC Grand Finals. They just look so slick with it. Stalwart have really slowed things down, but all the while, the boys on Loops, they've just been speeding up time and time again. Just a meteoric rise from this group green. It's just so wonderful to watch this squad at play as well, just playing off the back of one another, the trust they put in each and every member of the team. Really, really good stuff from them overall. And I think that whole game really speaks their strength, because not only was that a match that they find in a pretty difficult scenario in the end game, that's a match they play from down in Sosnovka, right? And it really does show that it's not a case of how close you are to the circle. It's not a case of getting that circle look. You make your own look a lot of times. Stalwart were barely able to get in, but Loops takes the challenge play. I love the confidence from these guys. They come in late, yet just take a rich side. They play off the back of that. They weren't afraid to put themselves in the midst of 3 teams in that early game, because they knew they could handle it.
And handling it is what they've been doing all day today. Loops have looked so good if it comes to the head-to-head, the 1v2s, the 2v2s, no matter what sort of situation they're plunged into, the comms are so on point, but it's that aggression. The way that they approach some of these scenarios, Blank, it still looks like some of the teams in this lobby just aren't ready for it. They're that tad bit quicker, that tad bit snappier. Yeah. And honestly, how do you even prepare for that? If you've got Chief jumping out and just ripping you to pieces, Mythic wide swinging on you, Ayala ruining your lives with a DBS whilst he's burning, how can you stop it?
It's so tough, man. And I think that the difficulty for a lot of these teams is that Loops is not only just all about aggression, they're about calculated risk, right? When they go in, it's always at a moment when they feel that they're at their strongest. Right now, though, we've got 3 strong lads on the desk they're going to send you over to, and they'll carry you through the rest of this match.
Chief. Goodness gracious. Loops get the most insane chicken dinner we have seen this tournament. This team is unstoppable, and Aaron Gale. And after that performance, I think for the first time so far in Group Green, we're going to have a new leader. I can't believe it, Max.
I mean, Hodrix, ever since day 1, game 1, it was Stalwart at the top. They seemed untouchable, but finally we have a new first place team. It is Loops, and really, with how they've been playing these last 2 days, I am just so happy to see them rise up so significantly. But these plays are just so good. The circle goes on the complete opposite side of the map, Kularis, from where they normally drop. The rotations early game are on point. The late game strategies are on point. They can clutch it out every single match, and they also get the first back-to-back win. What is there not to love about this team?
Yeah, they're playing on a different level right now when it comes to rounding out these games. We just came off the back of talking about how good they are in the late game, regardless of what scenario you put them in, and then they do it again here. And my favorite new thing to do whilst we're watching these games is just go Chief as he's popping off over and over, doing over 1,000 damage. That's going to be this game's noise for him doing over 1,000 damage, because what do you say, Hot Jukes? They've looked phenomenal at every step of the game.
It's honestly ridiculous. It really is. I mean, I was screaming Mythic for a second when I saw him with that MG3, clutched up a nice 1v3. And I mean, they're firing on all cylinders. It's crazy because one game you have Ayala clutching up. Now you have Chief, Mythic. I mean, what could go wrong at this point? I mean, when it comes to Aaron Gale, they are the kings.
And you have Karatozindus also setting really strong off angles. Maybe not the most aggressive player picking up those eliminations, but he is putting the entirety of their team in such a good position. And their position is so good right now. They are, in fact, in first place. And Brazil, I'm telling you, man, they are currently in the best year possible, Hodrix, to claim the whole PMGC trophy. That is how good of a playstyle we've seen from Alpha 7 and Loops more specifically this tournament.
You know, it's weird, Hot Jukes, because oftentimes I think to myself, yeah, okay, we've talked a lot about these top teams, but what about the other teams? It's not possible to start talking about the other teams right now, considering how ridiculous Loops looks with the way that they're playing things out. The fact that they have taken over Stalwart is ridiculous, considering that they looked amazing in the first 2 days. Star Wars still looks great. They're still playing Erangel the way they want to play it. But Loops is almost not imitating that, but matching it and taking it to another level. Coming late to these northern circles, just saying, we do not care about where Circle 1 is. We're just going to play at our pace, and we are going to dominate the late game.
Yeah. And with the Gladiators win, it's like, man, there's maybe some of these bottom teams are going to do well, but the top, as you said, Kalas, they're just like, no, we're here to win. The whole thing, it seems, yeah.
Guys, just a little bit earlier, I said that, yeah, you know what? Stalwart are such a point sponge. No one's going to even touch them. And just like that, Loops come back with a crazy performance. I mean, what else can we say here, Cal?
I'm not sure. It's great to watch the way that they're playing this out, right? Like the way in which when we see them in the late game, we're almost like, okay, well, they're going to win this out. I mean, Alter Ego, I thought that they were going to have a decent position in this game, but look at the 2v2 towards the end as well. You have Chief on that off angle where it didn't feel like Alter Ego was fully keeping track of how that off angle was going on, because again, we got down kind of snaky scenario, but the eyes on the guy. He is able to pinpoint these targets and take them out. Even when taking out Octa, using the trees, knowing that the next potential angle is going to be beyond those trees, just making sure he's got everything covered in his mind. It's awesome.
I even want to take the game a little bit earlier to what happened in the mid-game stage. At one point, we saw the entirety of Loops taking a fight towards Procedure, Evos, and Reject at the same time. So as a full squad, they're just holding off two teams, which on its own is just insane because those teams have been showing that they can take those fights. But during that fight, they had 3 players taking that engagement. Chief, again, it's Chief, just over to the western side, and he's just making sure that Xerxia cannot third-party that fight. It's just such a great setup that they're making sure they're always clearing their backs, and they're so efficient at taking these fights. Like, every aspect of the game is down to the letter. So efficiently well executed from this team that, you said it multiple times, Kalaris, and I have to echo this point. When they reach the late game, it just seems like they're just gonna take those wins every time. They're just unstoppable at this point.
Man, just absolute flawless execution. And speaking of flawless, of course, we got to give a big shout out to our sponsor and partner here for PMGC, Infinix, with their GT10 Pro, created for esports players. If you guys want to make some plays like you just saw earlier, go check out that GT10 Pro. Also, of course, make sure you're following all the socials as well. Check in that TikTok using that hashtag PMGC 2023, because, man, this is a tournament of a lifetime right here. These veterans, man, are just showing up in ways that I don't think we were going to see before. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Chief just snaking his way. And he's going to just sit still and just wait for the light. No, he's going to go all the way around that angle and get it done himself.
Yeah, it's such a hot start to PMGC 2023, right? These absolute legends of this game are absolutely blasting out of control. If you think about how we were seeing STE start things out, and Loops is just saying, okay, well, hold my beer. We're going to go even further than you are able to do. I didn't think in the first 2 days I was going to be saying that about any team in this group, but Loops is looking just spectacular.
You know what? We got to cool down a little bit, guys. We'll be right back after this break.
No one can stop me now. one can stop me now.
Wow. You could see the intensity on their faces there. Luxy, Zuxy, you know that they are starting to feel that pressure. So are the rest of the teams as well. You know, one in particular that I got to really talk about is Alter Ego, right? They did get a nice, good, solid game there. They put some points on the board, I think, at the right time here, Max.
Yeah, a really good breach onto Mad Balls too. Unfortunately, they do lose a solo player on that pivot, but this was a very important game for them Hot Cheeks, because before this match, they were on 73 points in 10th position, which means that they were just on the brink of getting pushed down in the bottom 5. And sure, we talked a lot about your Loops, your Stalwarts, all those teams at the top. The bottom 5, again, is where you really need to pay attention to, because right now, Alter Ego were just about to be pushed under. This game puts them back in a position where they should make it pretty comfortably in the survival stage, but we still have now 8 matches to go before we know which bottom 5 teams are going to be out, so this was the right time for them to bring those points on board.
Hey, you know what? One team right above them is Prestige Calaris, right? How do you feel about them?
Not too bad, especially for Miramar, of course, as they're kind of set in a pretty decent spot to be able to try and strike out eventually towards that top 3, but it is getting a little bit harder as time goes on, considering that barrier, those goalposts are just constantly moving. Miramar always does reward very kind of controlled 4-person play. We've seen some splits work out quite nicely, and they're not too unfamiliar with the idea of playing out those eastern circles, especially those fields over near Impala. So they have some mastery over Miramar, and I would like to see them convert that mastery.
Well, let's see it. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the desert. 2 Miramars left to go here for day number 3. Let's take it on over to Jackie and Blank.
Have they mastered their skills, Blank? Is there wood cutting at 999? We will find out once we get into the action here in Miramar. Are they ready for the dust in the wind? They will be buffeted constantly, Blank. It's horrible. It always feels like you have sand in your eyes.
Honestly, mate, it's kind of crazy, and you're right. Some of these teams have really got that wood cut into the next level, as honestly, Loops have just chopped down Stalwart from that top spot. Some crazy stuff going on. I think you've got to give a little bit of props to Stalwart, right? You know, they popped off towards that day 1 and day 2, really pushing those points higher and higher, and now Loops is kind of having their surge towards the top. There's no telling if this is going to continue for Loops. I hope it does, and with the way it's looking, it might just. So for Stalwart, let's see if they can get some good games at the end of the day, because some of their strongest matches have been here on Miramar. I'm excited for it, man. I really, really am. There's still some contenders towards the bottom that make it happen. You got Falcon over here, who are just remaining towards that survival stage. They're looking happy about it. They had a big jump up, and their best game was here on Miramar itself.
A lot of potential, exciting plays to be had here then as we move into our last 2 games of the day. Can you believe it? It feels like it's gone by so quickly. A lot of intense chicken dinners today. A lot of up-and-coming squads that felt like they would be down in the dumps, now starting to ascend through the rankings. Home turf for a few of our big names here then as we move into the first of 2 Miramars to close out the day in the 3rd day of play for Group Green. Let's see what we've got in store for us.
I mean, already you can see Loops dominating over here on Miramar, with Mythic comfortably sat in the top 4 elimination bracket in 1st place, really hitting some good shots. But you know what? Duello has been showing up in these stats a lot all day today from Reject, who have done a good job, keep themselves in the running, not quite able to overtake Alpha 7 as of yet, but there's still 2 matches to go. Maybe they can do it here. We'll have to wait and see. Average damage on Miramar, 705.
Mate.
Top, what are you doing?
That's unbelievable.
Astounding.
God, even that, right? Having the average damage of 2 players on Loops maintaining 500, that's pretty sick. But the fact that you have one man who, by the way, I'm pretty sure the highest damage game we saw from Tops was like, what, 2.2, 2.3k, something like that?
Yeah.
It was pretty outrageous. For his average to be that high, that's insanity.
Yeah, because he's just rolling it through, right? That's the main thing. He's keeping on rolling with that damage. And I mean, 2k damage overall, that's sort of like a team's worth just on one side. You got Aegon I8 right now taking a couple of pot shots over towards Procedure Evos, who do want to keep pumping these numbers. Another team probably with a potential of getting up towards that top 3. However, it's Reject to take a knock right off the bat here.
Reject, has their luck run out? They've had such a good day of it. Really been farming the points today. Vocalized by the fact you can see them being hard locked in 4th place, with a good distance of points between them and 5th as well. Not the best start though. Trying to detonate the vehicle in front of him as well, but you know that he's probably as good as cooked at this point. Not much of a path for his teammates to rotate in and somehow find a way to save him. So it will just be a matter of time before he expires. Levi's trying to make that a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of his team aren't really even anywhere near to him. I think Luther's got a vehicle, but highly unlikely at this point in time. He's bleeding out, and probably one of the players you really did not want to go down early for, Reject, considering Duello's doing the majority of the work on that team. At least he forces the boys from DX to take out one of their own vehicles in the area. Not likely to cause too much of a sensational hit for the rest of the team. Frozen drops out a little bit too late over towards that western side, ends up falling down the hill. Procedure Evos gets a bit of revenge over towards Aegon I8, who were taking some shots over towards them earlier. And that's a good start for them. 2 eliminations so far for this squad.
Nice way to get the blood pumping. Coming into your first of 2 Miramars here. Mad Balls on the move as well, going for the grab on Frozen. Just at the last second there, his wick was nearly burnt all the way down, but he will be saved and brought back into the fight.
Pretty necessary for Mad Balls as well. I mean, after what was almost a gifted match on that last one on our angle, and they just lose it out to a push coming through from Alter Ego, that felt like one where they could have taken it all away. Remember, Alter Ego getting a 2nd place from the position that Mad Balls held. If they'd held on for a little bit longer, perhaps things would have been a little bit different there for them. Maybe they were able to get themselves a 2nd place. Unlikely they would win against Loops. Let's be real with it, Jackie. They are just absolutely killing it today over on the point scoring potential, as well as the team fights coming through. Know exactly what they wanted to make happen. And I think as soon as I saw Mythic with the MG3 in hand and Chief start to edge his way up the hill, I was like, I think it's over. I think this might just be a Loops win coming out of it. But they're obviously over towards Hacienda del Patron, but they make a quick movement down towards that south side. They've already got a double anchor in place with Chief as well as Mythic, so the rest of the team can move over towards them. They want to take control of all these matches so far today, which is great to see. Reject do lose that player in the end. We saw that earlier on, so 3 players going ahead with it. See if they can get some more elimination points. See if Alpha 7 can try and extend that lead between them in 3rd place.
Alpha 7. Petering off a tiny bit in some of these games. Not being able to throw it just as far as it feels like they had done in the past in terms of some of the scraps. Very unlucky, it feels like, in the past 2 games at least as well, where they have sort of had themselves thrown to the wayside on some unlucky placements of a few nades, or the peaks just not quite going their way. But for the score they've accumulated, you're 40 points behind, besting Stalwart now. So if you want to move on up to top 2, there's still room to breathe. Game plan though, of course, maintain control of the upper echelons. Maintain your spot here in the top 3 and do not get lapped by Reject Tokyo. And they might take it into their own hands a bit more literally. Being able to find Lufa here as they pull up to the party. Diving out the vehicles instantly and getting the reloads in. Ready for the commotion versus Reject. Lufa He's aware of the situation. Looking in the distance, pinballed as well. 5 nades in the back pocket, but the spam from the sideline draws his attention. He overextends, takes a bullet to the face and drops to his knees on that one. Sanab trades him for good with the shotty up close. OCO got an understanding of where exactly they are. But with Reject already down to just 2 players, how do you approach this? Double tap in the back seems to be the opener.
I mean, that is the best news for Alpha 7, and what a great targeted push over towards one of the landing zones for Reject Tokyo, especially the fact that they'd already lost a player as well. This just makes life even more difficult for them. So for Alpha 7, they not only profit on a point there, they also really do leave Reject down in the dumps now, looking very bad here. So great start for Alpha 7 in the sense that Reject probably the closest with the best chance at the moment to overtake them in terms of point scoring, and this is just going to secure their 3rd place for a little bit longer. Now they're more focused on getting a few more eliminations on this match, maybe getting a high placing, really taking off in terms of speed and height towards the top of this leaderboard. Really, really good play. I enjoyed that a lot from Alpha 7, taking the game into a bit more of a curious angle, in which case we're targeting Team now, trying to keep them down.
Those mind games, an understanding that you physically can take it into your own hands to deny potential point gain for some of these teams now is really interesting. It's going to be so cool to see how they play it going into tomorrow as well, being the last day for the group, where you'll really be sealing your fate. And the difference of a team deciding whether or not you make it to the survival stage, you make it towards those upper echelons, is something that you do not want to allow someone else to decide. You want to be the one to forge your own destiny and make those points right here, right now. Squad slowly on the move as well, getting themselves back in towards the zone and setting up for the 2nd stage. Mabul's playing a little bit slower on this one. We'll see how this changes, because something that's a little bit different already here from Stalwart is that they've been playing Edge very consistently, going for very late rotates over the course of the day. It's not what they were doing over the first 2 days. It's been a bit of a change of game plan for them, where it seems like they're almost focusing on survivability into the late game rather than playing for elimination points. Whereas here, you're already center stage. You're in the circle feeling confident, and the boon to that is also that they like Miramar. So this should be a good opportunity for them to maybe command some more respect, see if they can clap back, because keep in mind, it's not that much of a gap between them and 1st place at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a question, because the prize pool in terms of the amount of money you jump up from 2nd to 1st place, it's not a huge amount, so it might be a case that Stalwart is in fact just taking these final games where they know that they've 100% qualified to get a bit more practice on playing that Edge playstyle, because that is probably the most difficult thing to do in a PMGC environment where every single team is difficult. There's no feeder teams to just barrel your way through on that Edge side, and this is going to be very important for them to get this practice in versus some of the best teams in the world before heading towards the Grand Finals. Obviously, that is just a theory at the end of the day, but they are trying to get inwards with these more difficult rotations, where I think we have seen them barrel it towards the center a few more times. Losing a player right off the back, though, that seems to be a regular reoccurrence for Stalwart 2, which is going to set them back even more, making that 1st place spot very, very far away.
Bit of a slower scrap going down on our screens here as well. In terms of the spacing, you've got a lot of fights that could erupt all over the battleground at this point. Ooh, wanting to finish their meal as well. Alpha 7 instigated a firefight versus Rejects earlier on, and now they found the scraps and wiped them out blank. That's a targeted attack that pays off massively. Alpha 7 with all 4 players still alive, whereas Rejects will not be accruing any points for their efforts here.
yeah, it's a smart play when you're super confident in your gun skill as well to target a team like that, because now for Alpha 7, any points that they get on this game is basically profit for them. They're not too worried about Procedure Evos right now with 98 points. They're fairly far away from them in terms of actually being able to score upwards. So Reject really is the main worry at the moment. So you take them out straight away. Alpha 7 now feels super comfortable. There's not a lot of stress on them right now. There's not a lot of pressure on this match of Miramar, just to play it out and see how good they can do. See how many more points that they can accrue on this match and pull away from Reject, who look at the side of the road, tires slashed.
Stop dead in their tracks. Forced to try and take a bit of a slower approach on this one and build back into it. Look at the lay of the land here, man. Loops close by to Bra Esports that are actually a little bit fragmented, with a bit of a point man in Coursera playing far further ahead of the pack, as he's all the way down towards the tree line here, just using the vehicle as a little bit of cover. So he's potentially in a location to try and backstab onto Loops if the attention is drawn. Meanwhile, Stalwart again sending in Icy as the early confidence man, the man that draws all the eyes from all the other squads. He takes bullets but survives. Repeak from Icy's clean though. Kiss you, if you're gonna mess with Icy, you better take him down. You give him a chance to repeak and he will rip you to pieces.
Yeah, it's a great little shot there. And it's very difficult to kiss you back up into action. In the meantime, Gladiators hear a lot of that commotion. They make their push through, and luckily for them, Icy has already dealt with the main target in play. So they take a couple of pot shots here. The vehicles don't take too much damage. They're able to just rotate through towards La Bandita. And looking at the lay of the land, like you say, it's a bit of an awkward circle in of itself. You've got La Bandita in play, the crater itself, which does cut off a lot of sight lines over towards that west and eastern side. You also got Minas Generales in play, so there's potential at an urban finish on that northern side. It's all requiring you to grab a lot of this information early on, and Gladiators currently are looking over towards Procedure Evos, who have settled themselves direct center towards La Bandita. In comes Matic. This is dangerous.
Oh, Tixie sprinting through the building, bullets battering off of the door as well. Zuxi with the utility dashes the Molotov to try and close the gap. Meanwhile, Watic, he is running in the back line. He's trying to keep his head down. Has nades to work with as well. Forced out because of the util that Luxy threw his way. Buying time for his teammates on a rotate, so at least he has some backup here. The boys from Gladiators arriving now because they need to help out their mans. Matic is all on his lonesome. Down towards the close wall. Nades going into the upper floor of the building. Link backs off from it. Trying to double back and get into a bit of a better spot here. At least resolving the initial conflict for now. They can slow it down. Wait for a mistake to be made. Wait for someone to peek into this. The nades again reinstigate it. Coursera seems to having a bit of a nightmare as well for Bra Esports. And this is looking risky. Meanwhile, flicking over to the POV of DX. It's Parajin that strikes against Zia as Shopper. He's being cut to pieces.
Yeah, DX are just not accrued as many points as they might like today. They're still doing fairly decently in terms of getting some here and there, which is nice to see. But I think DX would have loved to have got towards that position where they could strike out towards that top spot of the lobby at the end of the day. Really, right now, there is just only one position over towards that top side. One left remaining ticket to secure your invite, and that is the place that a lot of teams are just battling their way in for. Great shots going through over towards Zuxi as he's forced to back off here as Gladiators try and control and maintain more and more ground. In the meantime, Zuxi's actually gone down, so a good first initial pickoff for the Gladiators. They try to maintain more and more control. Kitsune with the nade kind of spots that they're going to try and pick Luxy up here, and there's potential to grab a second knock off the back of this.
Behind the driving seat and on the move, Zia waiting for the contact here. Megamind, his grey gears are turning. Seems like he has an understanding of how he wants to approach this one. Few bullets spammed into the back seats of A8 vehicles. They're going to go for the wide swing around. They see the players in the distance, but they're just thinking about circle right now, trying to get themselves into a safe haven, a location where you've actually got some cover and can calm down a little bit. Play for the longevity on this one. Bumpy roads, but they arrive where they want to be. Can jump into the compound and start to let their heart rate settle a little bit, popping the meds for now and resetting from this.
You got a bit of Brazilian jiu-jitsu going off in the distance as well between A7 and Loops, as A7 look to have put Loops in a bit of a headlock right now. Only one player remaining from that team, which is Cardozin, off towards that western side. So not only do they take out the chasers behind them in reject, but they're also looking to chase up towards that second spot too, it seems, as Loops is getting further and further down. 162 points. I mean, it's doable tomorrow to overtake Stalwart potentially, but they also don't want to let first place get too far away either. This is overall really cool gameplay from all the squads here on the maps, particularly A7, who have definitely felt the need for speed at the end of the day here on Miramar. Malise taking shots over towards Mad Bulls, coming in from the backside, but a nice little spray down will take down at least one of them out the vehicle.
Bullets being spammed into the back here. Malise right in the faces. And Mad Bulls can't handle it. It seems like they've been overwhelmed. Frozen looking to line up the nade through the window as well. Has a great understanding of how to arc this one. Looks like it had a bit of a bounce, but it will still land on target, connecting onto Kisyu and taking him out of commission. So Mad Bulls looking like they were losing their grip on this one, but they grab it straight back and pull themselves into the forefront. Meanwhile, the clash continues for DX. Chow throwing nades out the window, trying to smoke himself, but set ablaze by the Molotov. Doubles back and looks for a secondary angle to try and peek this one. That's Earths drawing all the attention. Meanwhile, Megamind and Shopper are down the bottom of the gulch, jumping in the vehicle to have some speed to play with.
Trying to get further up here. This is towards La Bandita, and it's a huge amount of teams all locked in this area right now, Jackie, towards the south side, who have to breach over towards the northern edge. Right now, Gladiators have got a huge amount of control. They weren't able to finish off Luxie here, but the way they've set themselves up, they've got a nice cross along that northern edge, which means Pasija Evos is likely going to be the first to face it. Not only that, they're one of the only teams on this south side that's still in the circle. A really good opportunity for Gladiators to pick up a lot of points, but do they have the gusto in them to do it? Do they have the determination to pull this one out the bag? I have questions, Jackie. I have worries. We'll see what happens in the future.
We don't have a crystal ball that could give us a good answer on this one because it's such fine margins. So many little things that are painting this big picture right now. Slowly but surely, squads moving forward. Numbers starting to dwindle across the board. Teams beginning to thin. Falcons up on the angle here, putting bullets towards the X. Looking to lay claim to a couple of eliminations. Meanwhile, Frozen, he's been struck and taken down by one of the Bra Esports boys, being able to get into their grill and look for aggression here. Big spread of teams. Alter Ego in the clash versus Malise take the first blow. Seems like Gladiators as well, trading name for name as they go down right in the back of the plane, fighting towards Evos. Evos, you've got high ground with this. Utility either side as well. Matic backing off. Falcon still scrapping above them, looking for a peek through the window, back exposed, couple of bullets connect onto Luxie, but still not enough to make them swing into it. They're still waiting for that moment when they feel fully confident to engage. And meanwhile, Zaxi looking for the reposition as well.
This is what I'm talking about too, though, with the fact that Pasija Evos will be the first to face any team starting to breach across on that south side of La Bandita, as A7 actually has moved in, taking a shot over towards Pasija Evos, took one of their players down. DX, like you're saying, still battling off versus Falcons, hitting some lovely shots over towards them as they try and manage the push through the blue, but it's just not happening so far. The battle back has been good, but it's only one player down for Falcons. Chua comes through with the DBS, isn't able to handle it. Just Parajin now left remaining, exploded, and Falcons can move on with all four players still remaining. Stalwart keeping things happy over towards this northern side. They've got Alter Ego surrounding them, but they can live this one out a little bit longer.
Slow and steady wins the race in a position like this. where a single misstep can cost you so much in terms of your tournament lives. Right, esports, just lurking, waiting, listening for an opportunity to try and make the move. Nice nade, knocks the aim of Alpha 7, but it's too little too late for Topsic. He can't actually make the distance, has to suffer and go down to the play zone, giving up the potential there. So he's removed from the equation. Alpha 7, they're going to be happy to reset. All four still alive. You can build from this. It's a 9 elimination game. They're gunning to try and stay within this top 3, within this upper echelons, and potentially push even further. If they've already found 9, how many frags can they get before this one ends? Stage 6 coming up as the zone's going to get even tighter. Less room to breathe, more room for error.
Right on top of Tiamba as well, holding a strong position in this compound towards the middle side of Minas Generalis. Everyone's going to have to push towards them on what is pretty open zone. A lot of these teams at Labandita Crater will have to battle this one out because there is potential just to play that lip up towards the northern side. A7 might even be thinking about it themselves. So one of these teams is going to find themselves a decent position off the back of Labandita. But who will win out? Falcons, who got here late, haven't really joined the party. Gladiators weren't able to shut down the boys from Pasija Evo, so they've got away with all 4 players, and it was a real stalemate in this position. The main thing is they have survived this. Alpha 7 take down Tulika and the rest of the Mad Bulls, now up to 11 eliminations, further extending that lead. They teased Reject with a 4-point gap, and Reject was not able to catch up, were not able to grasp out and pull themselves further, and now A7, they're just going to leave them in the dust.
Talking of being dusted, that seems to be what's happening for Evos, being dusted with a fine peppering of bullets, replying straight back though, as Sanab will be struck down. Alter Ego also finding the backdoor approach, so they strike onto Alpha 7 whilst their attention is drawn the way of Evos, meaning they've bitten off a little bit more than they can chew here. Rosemary as well. Oh, these are some crisp shots, Blank.
Yeah, killer with that SLR there, getting a lot of work done alongside it. Some decent headshots. And A7, currently in the circle though, and it's Pasija Evos that have to chase. Look at this though, Falcons got such a good read over towards Gladiators. Both teams will have to move at the same time, really all up to who hits the shots first. If you can send them back with a barrage of bullets, get a lot of damage done, it'll be good for you. But Rosemary still popping off. This is where it gets tricky. You have to push out from the blue. 2 go down already. There is at least 1 frag over towards Falcons, but it's just not enough as Gladiators left this way too long.
They look slow, they look sluggish. They were confident at the start, but the longer the game went on, the more they turtled, the more they played defense. And right now, it's a tenacious offense that's hitting them as Falcons hold from the top of the hill. Bullet after bullet, they get left feeling ill as Evos aggress onto them. And it seems like the Gladiators' run in the arena is ended short. No one is going to be happy with that finish. It felt like there was a chance that they could project themselves a bit further today, but short endings here. Aggression coming out from Zuxi. Up close with the shot, he takes the blow towards Alter Ego, and silence is won. Zuxi as well found time to go for the heal. Wants to try and play off his teammates. So many down players on either side all around. His decision making has to be smart here. Prioritizes the fight onto Rosemary in the distance. Needs to keep himself out of trouble though. If he goes down, it'll all be wiped off the face of the game. Instead, looks for the Reds, can play off his teammates, then go for the knocks.
Yeah, massive split coming through from Alter Ego. And you wonder how much of a throw this kind of is from that team. They let 2 players stay up. Pasija Evos is just going to take down both of them as Luxie sprinted over towards his brother earlier on. Misery might be a pickup as well for them, get them back into the game. Tiamba, though, still have maintained this compound for so long. Very hard to breach. We'll see if Tiamba can pull this one through, see if they can get themselves their first chicken dinner of this tournament. It would be nice to see.
The duo win at this point. They've been fighting so hard, but you got to get it over the finish line. That's what it's all about. For Alter Ego, a misplay that might cost them gravely, fragmenting so hard into a 2-2 setup. Didn't work out well. What can they do with the duo that remains? Ooh, close quarters combat for Quest. They're sprung upon as Falcons pull up to the party and look to do something nasty. The weapons finding damage all across the board. Rosemary replying back though onto 6 from a distance. Still trying to at the very least secure elimination points, even if placement is now going to be far harder for them. They've got 7 in total at the minute, being bested only by Evos with 8 in their total tally.
Yeah, I mean, for Falcons, they just bash directly in towards Quest there. Octa likely to go down. You're right, though. They're just trying to pick up as many points as possible from that high ground positioning they had. Alter Ego up to 8 elims now with a top 7 at least, but not ideal. They'd rather have got into that top 5 there. So many teams finding these survival positions, and it really is Pasija Evos, that position I talked about earlier, right on the lip of La Bandita. Gives you a lot of control over this area. Unfortunately, does not stay over towards that position, moves further over towards Tiamba, and now Pasija Evos, they need to clear out as much area as possible if they're ever going to hope to get down this hill and off this horrible bank. Rosemary gets picked off, and that's Alter Ego out with 8 eliminations. Tiamba, this is a play that's very much in their wheelhouse, right? They've done this over towards their region. Let's see if they can pull it off here. Lovely Molly comes through, and you know what? Pasija Evos might just have made it. A huge amount of damage is barreled their way, though. Can they survive this with 3? It will be a monumental effort if they can.
If they can weather the storm here and survive, that could be the clinical factor. But Luxy expires. Too low on HP to keep himself in it. The longevity not there for him. But we do draw into the final 4. Stalwart with a solo king looking to deal some damage. But you're talking of damage, and that's coming straight out from Zuxi, forcing them up towards an 11 elimination total at the minute, as he just slays Falcons in seconds, putting them down in the ground. Absolute insanity now. Surely all attention has to be turned to Tiamba, the only squad with 4 players alive. Evos and Stalwart would basically have to play together here to thin the herd. Who's going to get that second place out of these 2? That's got to be the big question. But Tiamba, they're gunning for their chicken dinner.
I mean, it's the freest chicken dinner they've ever got, right? They didn't pay a dime for this bad boy. Stalwart, though, I think we have to mention them somewhat because, again, they're towards this top 5, never leaving it for loops despite getting some insane performances game to game. Stalwart are never outside of these top placements, and it makes it difficult to profit over them. So, even though they got ahead, looks like Stalwart Icy might just be looking for himself a second place as he looks to remove the other team that is in contention. Some nice shots from him, trying to lock it down, but the blue will push him in. Can only step up for a second, wants to secure it here and now, able to take out Zuxi. Is it too late though? I think it is.
Expires to the zone. Had full confidence in himself and fair play. It's the only option you had. Take it into your own hands and try and guarantee the second place, but unable to survive the damage from the blue. Unable to get both of the frags he needed. Leaves it all on Misery, that right now is probably going through an absolute misery, as he will lose that one. Gives up the goods to Tiamba as they secure it and take a chicken dinner. Like you said, an absolute freebie blank. Just playing the percentage game, not over egging the pudding at any point, playing it very smart and being gifted some good scenarios that they took with both hands.
Yeah, I mean, they've seen this circle before many times in their own region. I think I even watched a win where they went to this exact location, made the exact same rotate. The circle came over towards them, and they won off the back of that. It's almost hilarious how similar it was. It's a 2-elim game with 328 damage. It's a freebie. You'll take the 12 points, but Tiamba needs more than this in future. It is a little bit of a good boost for them going forward, considering how far they are down the tables. But yeah, it's not impressive whatsoever. I think what is impressive, on the other hand, is Pasija Evos. They played some tough terrain. They played through some awkward areas, pincer between Gladiators and the army of teams that sat at their backs towards La Bandita. Still able to deal with A7, hold off the push coming through from Alter Ego. There was a lot of special moments there in that game for Pasija Evos, and Zuxi and Luxy, the twins, they made it look pretty decent alongside with the 2 other players on their team. It's just a nice, well-knit unit for them now. Every single player to their strengths.
It's exactly what you want to see there. And still more action to come your way. One last game of Miramar today, so join us for that. But for now, let's get back over to the desk and talk about the action we just saw.
Tiamba get a chicken dinner served to them on a silver platter. And honestly, they needed it. They needed it real bad. This is one of those teams that was in that bottom 5, and they were able to clutch up some serious points here, Max. And hey, Falcon got some good points on the board as well.
Yeah, I mean, Falcon, I was really happy how they were playing the southern eastern edge of La Bandita, clearing teams like Deep Xavier, then having a good overview of teams trying to leave La Bandita, like Gladiators, like Persija Evos, trying to pick up those eliminations left, right, and center. So I'm really stoked with how it was played out by Falcons, because they were tied with Tiamba just before this game, Hotjukes, with 73 points in 12th and 13th position, respectively. So this is great for them to push up in the rankings and hopefully make it into the survival stage. But those elims of Persija Evos, god damn, they were fragging out from the get-go.
Unreal. And honestly, I think almost all those eliminations were on the side of Zuxi by himself here, Kalars.
Yeah, they were. Really happy to see 8 or 9 elims going his way. Just fantastic stuff once again coming out from Persija Evos. And I'm happy to see because they came through the south side of this circle, which was very thick with teams. So being able to survive through all of that was fantastic. I've been thinking about how to frame this kids meal 2 chicken nugget chicken dinner for Tiamba, and I can't really beyond, as you say, being served on a silver platter. It was a tiny chicken dinner for Tiamba.
A little snack. A little baby snack. We'll take it to the bank, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the change, though. Oh my gosh. Okay, a little baby snack, but that pushed them all the way up to 8th place. They'll definitely take that right here. Remember, guys, bottom 5 are eliminated. There's only one match left here, guys, right? One more here today, and then tomorrow it is just all she wrote for 5 of these squads. And I am so surprised to see some of these names here, Kalars.
If I'm being critical here for a moment, and I do always want to be honest with the audience, I do think Tiamba is capable of more than what we've seen through them the last couple of days. But they have sort of been coasting in this tournament so far. But hey, I mean, if it gets you into the survival stage, I don't think that they're a contender for top 3 at present. There's no way they're going to be able to catch up with that moving goalpost going along. So you're aiming for survival, regardless of where you get between 4th all the way down to avoiding top 5. It's going to be good enough by the looks of things.
They're kind of in that salvage mission kind of situation where they're just trying to, okay, we just want to make it into the survival stage. If we make it there, we might have to adapt our playstyle. Right now, we just need to get those points. And a game like this, sure, they do get themselves the win, but as you already said, Kalaris is like a very small chicken dinner. Only 2 eliminations on board. You want to try and rock up a bit more just to remain safe currently on the rankings. But it's just, it should be enough. But they do the wide wraps, but when it comes to taking fights, I feel like that's where they really struggle the most.
By the same token, I get it though, right? Like, if you to play devil's advocate, I'm being a little bit critical of them here, but when you've got a compound like that and the circle does keep navigating towards you, and with the terrain that exists there, you've either got people lying down in the fields north of you, which are probably just kind of scraps here and there anyway, from the fights that they've had, kind of folding down in from the north of that circle, or everybody's up the hill already having fought against each other in La Bendita, and then it's just wounded teams coming down from it. Just play it out, let the circle come to you in this kind of scenario, and just take the win.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do with that situation. I mean, of course, we want to see teams really maximize that potential. When you get those kind of dream circles, you want to see that with a ton of eliminations. Unfortunately, with that kind of zone, Tiamba weren't able to really get that conversion. But at the end of the day, right, they were still able to rocket launch themselves out of that 11th place cutoff all the way up to 8th. 11th place is the goal at a bare minimum for squads. And, looking over at 11th place, we got currently Mad Bulls sitting there with 79 points. Quest is below them by 1 point, Bra by 2, and Gladiators with 65. Man, I think if you're Gladiators, it's top 3 time right here and right now, Max.
Yeah, they can still make it, right? But it's so weird because at the top of the rankings, it's clearly solidified itself as like Loop, Stalwart, Alpha 7 Reject, like all those teams, they're not going to budge, right? But the bottom of the rankings, it is moving pretty much every game. And I think it is going to be for 1, 2, maybe 3 teams in the bottom of that top 5 that are going to be able to push their way into the survival stage on that last game tomorrow. I think it's going to be that close, Hotjukes, so far, because these fluctuations are all over the place. It's really, really hard to predict. You just need one good game like for Tiamba. They jumped up to 8th position in a singular game, and that was only with 2 chicken dinners. That is how close it currently is on the bottom of the rankings, so it's very unpredictable to know who's going to be able to avoid that bottom elimination top 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that, Tiamba could still get eliminated here. That's how close this is, right? So if some teams at the bottom really start popping off together, something could happen here. And honestly, Loops are now in that position that we thought Stalwart was going to be in. They have such a ginormous lead here, and they can continue with that. If they get a good game here, Kalaris, tomorrow they're going to have so many points that they can almost do anything they want in the lobby.
Yeah, they're feeling quite comfortable. I mean, depending on how they want to approach things, right? Erangel is the half of your games throughout it, and they're coming in late anyway. So a lot of what they have as an impact on the lobby is just them, slowly moving in. And if anybody gets in their way, they've got to be careful.
Well, are any of these bottom teams going to be able to clutch it up in the final match today? Jackie Blank, that's my question to you. Which one's going to be able to get it done?
Oh, you know what? I'm feeling that we're getting towards that sort of time of day where Stalwart need a chicken dinner. Their bellies have got to be empty, Blank. Surely it's about time they whip out the extendo fork and shove it straight in.
Yeah, they're hungry, man. They extended the long fork. That's what we needed, man. We needed this created, all right? At the long fork for Stalwart, they want to get themselves that chicken dinner. I think it's so unnecessary at this point. I feel like people are starting to think they're just not that much of a threat. I do believe, though, this idea that every single game they're getting towards that top 5 is a little bit frightening, especially when we go towards that Grand Finals. A team that is just so consistent like that, with a couple of good games, they can really send themselves ahead. Here's a team that keeps making some fairly decent decisions, but just can't follow up from there. It's like, they have a plan, but it feels unfinished, right? They're not getting towards that end game of Gladiators. They need to start thinking about what they want to do once they get towards minute 18, minute 15, because that's where they start to struggle. And this is really their last chance to shoot themselves towards a position that will look good for tomorrow. Right now, everyone else, including BRA ahead of them, is ahead of them by quite a bit. 65 to 77, that's the jump up from 14th to 13th. And then from 13th to 8th place, that's 77 points to 85. It's real close. So for Gladiators, I think their main job for this match is to get 10, 11 points on the board. That's all you need. It's not a big task for you, but it is possible. But at this point in time, Jackie, I just think there's more teams deserving.
Everyone's been playing their best. Everyone's been putting their best foot forward. We're talking about that extra sort of 15 to 20% that needs to come out in an environment like this when you are at the Global Championship. And for some of these squads, we're seeing it more than others. Last game of the day today. If there is any room to impress, any room to show us what you've been hiding up your sleeves, now is the time to pull it out, because this is one of your last opportunities to gain points. All of the games tomorrow are going to be absolutely ruthless, and a single mistake could cost you your tournament live here in Group Green. Surviving to, at the very least, make it to the Survivor stage is going to be a big prospect. We've got the play path on our screens. Let's see how this goes as we get into our last Miramar for the day.
It's got to be a big one from some of these teams. You've got to set yourself up for success tomorrow. You do not want to be on the back foot moving into that first Sandhawk, especially when we still got hot drops going on and you could be out in a snap of the fingers, right? That is the scary thing of it. Precision Evos getting themselves quite a lot of points in the last game, up to 115 right now. Sat just a little bit behind Reject. Two teams now challenging off for that third place position. The only one that looks a little bit open there. But the way A7 played that last match, 11 eliminations by around about minute 15, was absolutely mega from them. Let's see if they can do a similar thing here. Let's see if they chase down Reject, try and put them in their place again, because Precision, they're a little bit too far away to be messing with this early on. So is the circle. Hard down towards that southeast side. Tiamba might have just been thrown another bone.
Tiamba, off the back of the chicken dinner that felt like it was gifted their way. Are they going to be fueled? Are they going to be re-energized? The extra bit of protein giving them an extra leg to stand on, again with the circle favoring them off the back of the get-go here. Also another big question for Stalwart. How do they adapt? How do they play coming into this? They need to show us that it's not just a fluke. Keep other teams scared of them, because that's the one element you don't want to lose. The fact that yesterday everyone was scared to play against you. Talking of being scared though, this is like one of those Halloween horror houses. Ayala, he's standing there like down a dark corridor. He's got a hatchet and he's waving it around. Everyone's screaming.
It's terrifying, that moment. I do like that Al Hadji had the plan, though, right? You saw him chase down the vehicle in those dire moments, trying to steal it away and drive off. That would have been hella cool if it did happen, but unfortunately not to be, as Loops picked themselves up the first point of the match there, leaving them with 63 players remaining. But it's all about this position down towards the southeast side of the map, right? PMGC Evos right now looking to chase Alpha 7 in that third place position. The Indonesians looking to secure a spot towards the Grand Finals, punch their ticket towards Turkey.
DX on screens here. Now DX, some of the games we've seen from them have been quite impressive. They're still going to want to add a few more points to the coffers though. Get a bit more out of today. Loops, they've had enough points. My God, have they been giving it. Popping up in the stats here as well for total elims. I mean, this kind of vocalizes probably the reason why they've been playing so well. 3 of the 4 players in the top 4 for total elims. 35, 32, and 30. Matching top even. Who's been an absolutely unsatiable fragger. That's crazy.
It's sort of ridiculous, right? That if you take the elims alone from these boys, that would be a 5th place right now, which is insane. Luckily for PMGC Evos, they'll lose Zuxi right off the bat. Really not a good moment for you if you are PMGC Evos. You wanted to get a good game here to set yourself up for tomorrow to chase down Alpha 7. Try and take away their ticket, remove it, nick it, steal it, and make it your own. And I think for PMGC Evos, losing Zuxi like that is really not ideal. He's actually been stepping up in a big way that we haven't seen for years now, since 2020. And I think that losing him might just cut the confidence of PMGC Evos just a little bit. 3 players still doable into the future here for this team. We'll see what they can get done. A couple of eliminations, maybe a decent placing would be nice. And with Alpha 7 being incredibly far away from the circle itself on the western side of El Pozo, there is a good chance that they could get stopped early on here, Jackie.
It's a pretty high possibility. Kakali needs to get those extra off-road wheels on that vehicle. Not equipped for it at the minute, bumping into rocks and rubble. And rubble is what they could be left looking like if things don't go their way here. Is you've got a 3-pronged attack from them, at least taking some compounds to set themselves up in. But I8, they've got a good spread on this. Nice high ground to play with as well. And they're just going to be peering down. Looking for a little bit of a double back though. Not overcommitting to anything yet. Don't want to throw the first hand their way and make any mistakes. Alpha 7 on screens again here as well as they are on the move. Alpha 7 feels like they've been really cruising close towards second place the entire event. Always popping up in the final circles, always having eliminations that are giving them an extra point score to work with. Today, though, they have been second to Loops in nearly every situation. And Loops are the big dogs on top of the pack, 180 points ahead of Stalwart even. A huge shake-up considering where we were at the end of day 1. Ooh, DX, close by towards Zia. Zia definitely been a lot more confident going into fights today, Blank. It's one of the few times we've seen them scrapping and actually getting some elims under their belts over the course of the past 3 days.
Yeah, just struggling to get a little bit further into the game though, has Zia. That's their only issue. They start off looking fairly strong. Our esports will be weakened though, on the other hand, with Coursera going down first, which seems to have happened quite a few times today, losing him off the bat. But he was just trailing behind. Unfortunate circumstance there. Tiamba close to Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls' usual drop in their region is Puerto Paraíso, and they instantly take precedent over here, actually. Looking over towards Tiamba, they understand, they They know this ground very, very well. So Tiamba could be in a little bit of trouble here, but there's a nice spread from them. They're keeping it safe, keeping it clean. They've got a couple of anchors that could go for some nice backstop shots over towards Mad Bulls if they step out too far. In the meantime, so many other teams have just cramped themselves in over towards this southeast side. Circle could still head over towards the west, which would create a real chaotic rotate from a lot of these teams who are on the eastern edge of these cliffs. But I think most teams wanted to secure these high ground positions early on, just in case we did see a southeast shift.
Tulek up behind the driving seat at the minute. Mad Bulls, oh, they've been up and down like a metronome, constantly swinging back and forth. And it's a shame. It felt like they were starting to get themselves into a bit more of a consistent groove with some of their earlier affair today. But it's been hard for them to maintain it. I don't imagine it's going to get any easier here as well. Circle starting to close as we move into the second stage. A lot of big rotations to be made for some of these teams, but this does bless a few of our other squads a little bit more here. Sour now being gifted a bit more zone control and also centering up around rejects. Sarah and the boy is going to be happy with this one, feeling like they've been able to locate the dead center instantly, and what would have been a very long rotation for Gladiators is now halved.
Yeah, shortened considerably, which is really, really nice for them. Reject, like you say, get themselves a center position. This is where they've been performing at their best today. That's where they've been looking the cleanest. So Reject happy with this. Another team that wants to climb even further towards the top into that day 4 where every single match counts more than anything else. Stalwart on that northern side, he said they were looking for that chicken dinner and they've set themselves up with 4 players, not lost anyone right off the get-go just yet. No one's gone off the rip. So this is decent. This could be good, but a Los Leones finish, that would be so crazy for an end game for us today. We've had massively mad matches, one after another, and I can only expect another to come at us very, very shortly. DX as well as Falcons taking a little bit of damage against one another, but DX currently set up inside the concretes and the longhouse. 6 wasn't going anywhere.
No, 6 needed someone to watch his 6 there, and his 9, and his 1. Unfortunately for him, there wasn't enough teammates to cover the whole clock face, so he goes down. And the rest of the boys on Falcons getting punished as well. Oh, this is not ideal. This is an endangered animal blank. Falcons, they need some protection right now. They need to be put into some sort of society to defend them because they are just being abused by the local hooligans that are DX. They're throwing stones at birds, blank. You can't be doing that.
It's just cruelty at this point in time. I think for Falcons as well, like the way they're playing on this edge side, they wanted to get further inwards, get some of these compounds ahead of them. They had a pretty good safe plan for them, but DX has just held them out nastily. And for Falcons in a position where they're in 9th place right now, 84 points, so close to the border, when you think about the fact that right now, 13th place, 77 to their 84, so easy to drop down out and into that bottom 5 where you would be going home tomorrow. So for Falcons, again, this day has just not been pleasing to the eye whatsoever, and it was probably the one day where they wanted to have a big performance, where they wanted to jump further up that ladder. DX understand this. They've been playing their cards pretty safe, pretty close to their chest, just trying to get minimal points per game or an average amount to where they can stay within like around that 4th to 6th position, and that's exactly what they've done. They're in a spot right now where it would be difficult for them to drop out of the survival stage unless there was a massive amount of performance gain from a lot of these teams down below. Gladiators, again, a nicer rotation from them. It was slightly assisted, like I said, by the circle moving over towards the west, and now they have a lot of control over this western side. There's not a lot of teams around here. They're going to group things back up again, and they can just start taking pot shots off over towards teams on that eastern side. But Loops, they've identified their position, and it's not a team that you want to have eyes on you from.
Big brawl between some big names seems to be what is developing. You can see it bubbling up like a pasta pot. They're all getting ready for this scrap. STE Playing from the high ground. Rejects close by with Tianba just down towards the wayside as well. Eyes on the prize. OCO lining up the nade. Strikes down with it. Meanwhile, Lufa takes control of the ground floor. Ooh, timing on a repeat as well. Looking for a follow-up shot. Got caught on contact as he flanked through the open doorway. Oh, this isn't looking good with a shot here. You're going to be overwhelmed on the peak. OCO unable to handle it. Crumbles because of it and goes down. So you've lost 2 members of the squad, severing them and leaving them in a far worse position now. So for Reject, it gets an awful lot harder with just 2 of them remaining. Only a single elim secured over the course of this one so far as well. Honing into what Melissa are up to, they're having a bit of a late rotate as they'll be pulling up towards the circle finally. But look who's ahead of them, Alter Ego. And they've got control of a shed. Love a good shed, these guys. Quest waiting for an opportunity to strike as well. They actually had a pretty good position here. Felt like they were trying to get an angle to backstab onto Gladiators. Instead, though, they've gone a little bit too far around and exposed themselves onto Alpha 7. And Alpha 7 do not take too kindly to anyone sneaking up on them.
Yeah, I think for Quest, it is just a reoccurring trend right now that they do expose a lot of their rotates to sightlines from teams that they sort of should expect to be in these locations. Even just losing players off the get-go at the start of the game is unfortunate. You talked about Reject there as well, man. So sad they lose 2 players there to Tiamba, a team that's trying to start to chase towards that 3rd place spot. And I think the issue you find right now for Reject is that 2nd place curse is just starting to catch up to them. It's got to be hard on the mental, no matter how good you are in terms of that emotional capability right in these games. Getting that 2nd place time and time again where you thought you set yourself up so well for that win. You know, it would be a very, very different story if they got those back-to-backs right earlier in the day. I think they would feel a lot more comfortable to make these games play, but it was just so close behind Alpha 7 that every single game just feels bitter, right, if you go down early on. So I feel bad for them, but again, you do need to win those engagements. You do need to win those games where you are set up for a chicken dinner, and losing them like that is also sort of unacceptable. And I would say that's a reasoning behind them not being in that top 3. So what towards that north side, a team that looks like maybe this is the one for them. They've got the high ground on that northern side, Jackie. Looking down towards Loops, their direct competitor between 1st and 2nd spot.
Is this where they get back into a driving position? Again, regain some of the confidence. It feels like they're starting to lose. They're playing smart, sure, Blank, but you want to see that confidence. You want to see them with their chests even puffed out, looking like they're ready for any engagement they're thrown into. Loops, they strike first, swinging into action versus Quest, and looking to instigate this one. At least finding the opening picks up quite easily. Ooh, Sheesh takes a couple of bullets. He's got a double back because of it. Ayala still focusing in the right direction. And that's going to be where Gladiators are coming from. Rolling over the hills. Bullets downrange right on top of them. So they've got to split off a little bit. Go into the 2-2 setup. Alter Ego and Melise. This is one that's been developing for a while, but there have been no real commit. Again, CEO later just looking for info, but not hard swinging. Nades being thrown into the distance. His teammates getting a little bit aggro, playing the stuntman as they go flying through the air in the vehicle. Now you've got to swing, surely. This is your prime opportunity to look to clean up on Alter Ego.
Yeah, Mali's coming in with the Thompson on Lewis. The shot's back coming from Rosemary, but he's quickly put down here. And Kiss You look to finish off those final players. Mali's just so good at slowly chipping away at your forces. Only Fnatic as well as Alva remaining here as he tries to get away from this one. Beautiful shots through the smoke. Will lay him bare. Alva tries to hang on as long as possible, but his fingers are slipping, and so are Alter Ego from this game.
Alter Ego. Don't know what happened coming into things today, Blank, but it feels like they've been struck with that unlucky stick and they've had some real close runnings where things have gone that thimble wrong and it has all tumbled down. The snowball effect on Alter Ego has been huge today. Not hitting their shots as much as well. Usually it feels like Rosemary able to really let it rip like some sort of metal Beyblade. Not today though. He has been kept silent. Levi's playing a far more methodical style of approach himself, trying to be stealthy in the backline. All of the attention of A7 drawn onto his teammates in Lamborghini and co, but they've sniffed him out. Nades thrown in blank. Levi's got to make the adjustment, switches to the sidearm, tries to get to a better position, shot in the back, and he's legged.
Yeah, he had to be quick with it, right? And he was sprinting away. He knew he had limited time, but Alpha 7 not likely to let him just leave like that. Lamborghini off in the distance. His teammate will just be leaving this one alone as Alpha 7 continues to get further in towards this match. And Belize Esports doesn't really have sightlines over towards them with a ridge that sits between them. Next circle, though, will be hitting us soon. Will it end up in towards Los Leones, where most of these teams have set themselves up? Or will Gladiators get a chance at this game themselves? It is fairly fair, though, towards the center of the circle. Zia claiming that central spot for themselves. There's warehouses and buildings available to some of these teams to pick up and move further inwards. Loops on that northern side could come barreling down, though, through all of these teams and cause absolute chaos. Let's see what Loops can do in this one. Again, this is a team that is not uncomfortable playing from these struggle positions.
Quest. Looking a little bit scared in a spot like this, man. Just a solo. A rough position to be in where you know if you even reveal yourself in the smallest of instances, you could be collapsed on by all the squads lurking around you. The hyenas that are roaming on Miramar right now. Alpha 7. Their scouting mission works out to at least get information in terms of where the solos are for DX. So you've got to read on that one. Mad Bulls, alive and kicking. For how long? How long can they thrust themselves into this game here on Miramar? A lot of damage done onto Tulika. He's quite low. They're looking for the flank as well. Tiamba, they spot the opportunity to punish towards Frozen. Quick switch to the DBS. Lands the first pump, but the trade is instantaneous. It goes both ways, and Tiamba, they are going to the beat of their own drum, looking to advance and pick up some stereo frags now. Two players adjusting. Flique with a shotty. Pre-fires on the corner, baiting the peek into Tulika. The nade will be exchanged as it detonates above the top. Zerich not quite helping his teammate in a way that he wanted to, as the team attack will come back to haunt them. Oh, that's close as well. Barely finding their way through that one.
Nice little exchange there from Mad Bulls. Didn't make it look easy for them, though, did Tiamba. The back of that last Miramar. Loops now going head-to-head with the Gladiators. Could be a nice nade over the top. One takes a lot of damage. Mythic, once again, goes extremely low. They're dealing with troubles of their own. A Stalwart just unleashes over towards them. And Kitsune still holding pretty. Doesn't find the eliminations, though, as they're quickly stolen by Stalwart up the hill as they try and get into a better spot. And I think Stalwart, with that high ground, has so much advantage right now just to do exactly what they'd like from this position. Kitsune looks like he doesn't have any more nades remaining. We probably would have gone for some more of these over the top. Let's see if his teammates can follow up on this one.
Loops. Oh. Call them hoops at the minute because it feels like they are trying to pull out the 3-pointers. Going for the Dame Lillard plays, the basketball banishers on the side. Not quite connecting yet, though. Still trying their luck the best they can. It seems like Action's actually been able to find one, and he hard commits onto it, pulling out the shotty up close and personal and finishing things off, looking to just rinse his way through them. Dish soap action here because he is cleaning up. UMP front assault, not looking too good for the quick trades as Action again slays, finding another pump shot to shut things down and make it uncomfortable for I8 that are crumbling to bits on this one.
Yeah, they just can't handle the firepower coming through from Stalwart here. Again, Zia gets the circle, dead center. No one really challenging off against them. You got Loops sat on the backside here, looking to push through Gladiators. They know they need to get rid of these two players before they start to leave, but the shot's ringing out over towards Matic, and he has to duck back here.
Gladiators. How can they revive themselves today? How can they project themselves further? You've had a chicken dinner, sure, but what more can you get? Where are those healing points going to come from? Right now, it's certainly not coming from Gladiators, as it seems like Loops is just getting lit up. They're all going down bit by bit. Mythic, with his back turned towards the fire, looking to at least adjust and potentially strike back. But this is quite a fragmented team. Ooh, a lot of small differences here.
Mate, the fling on the switch there from Icy as well was kind of disgusting. Icy finishes off Isla, Mythic moves down, but there is a sideswipe angle there from Meku, which was set up earlier on. Nice play coming through from Gladiators to finish off those two players. Made it look a little bit hard for themselves, but again, it was a case that you had shots coming through from Stalwart as well at the same time. And now Zia locks on over towards Gladiators, takes down Meku. Now only 3 for the team total. 2 eliminations, but they've got to go further than ever before. With Gladiators off in the distance, now looking down towards Alpha 7. They had to make a quick maneuver, and they'll need to survive it out. Down towards this south side of the map. Stalwart moving towards Falcons. Puncher and Axa, last players remaining, and they're looking to just sweep on through.
Stalwart, how easily can they mean sweep their way through this building? Look at all the nades that they've got already. Trying to line this one up, looking for contact, explosion after explosion, coming in like a human grenade launcher. The voice of Octavian ringing in their ears, it seems. Reply back from Puncher, throws one out, looks for the quick heal as well. You've got so much utility detonating all around them. This has got to be such an uncomfortable position to be in. At least for Falcons, they're finding the odd angle. They're finding the odd room to breathe and peek back into it, keeping everyone feeling uncomfortable. Axa got a bail now. Far too low. Can't close the gap. The nade from Action stops him dead in his tracks. Puncher waiting for the peak. They're going to close the distance, but this guy could come back to haunt them. Won't matter though. DBS not going to find it. They're able to slow things down as Nurzed slays the Falcons finally, and they lay claim to the building.
They lost one player in the process, but overall, pretty clean fight there from Stalwart. Just easily finishing that one out. In the meantime, it's Gladiators who helped out Malaise Esports by removing the threat of Alpha 7 on that south side, letting open that warehouse for them to move into. But the Gladiators have been ping-ponging from spot to spot. It's not been easy for them, especially with the tournament they've had so far. Their life has been rough, yet they're still finding shots. They're still hitting their target. It looks like Matic even found one of the players from Stalwart there, but has to be careful. Those lads will hit shots if you give them the chance to. Tixie moves on back, sees if he can find an angle over towards Malaise Esports, and I'm scared now, Jackie. This is where Gladiators start to fail a little bit. It's when they take these 2 wide splits, players getting knocked off in the distance, impossible to be brought back up again.
It's like when you get to the bottom of the butter blank, you start spreading yourselves too thin. And they cannot afford to make those mistakes. Make or break for Bravo. And Kane comes in with the backbreaker, cashes in the money in the bank to snatch away that one as he'll wave goodbye and claim another pickup. He's in a good angle as well to play off his teammates here. It's Reject Tokyo that you are starting to fight towards. And OCO is the only one that remains up on top. Looks for the peek out, bullets down towards Evos. But you've opened yourselves up to a whole can of worms. And these worms have got guns. All of them looking your way now. Not much room to breathe for OCO. He's going to have to play this so slowly and hope that you can third party a little bit later on. Kane is still watching in his direction as well, with Evos having the exit covered. So you are just a mercy to the blue here. Got to go very slowly. Bra being able to fight back down the hill as well, putting bullets towards Gladiators, making them a whole lot easier to clean up.
Yeah, Tixie just keeps peeking back up this way. He knows there's realistically only one exit. Nice shots from Regiocio, but immediately found in the process. Pasija Evos allows that opportunity to not go unclaimed as they take down one of the players. Smoking outwards now, though, because they know that they need to cross. 3-man team still available. Zia, Gladiator, Stalwart, all looking for their chance here to push over towards the central position as the circle moves further down towards that south side. A very, very important game here for Gladiators if they want any chance in hell tomorrow, and they got to keep pushing forward.
Nades in the hands of Evos. A few shipping crates providing them protection. Backstab from Matic as the main man. Let's loot. Oh, the spray down, slay down as he claims 2 and puts them on a pedestal. Gladiators starting to get the blood pumping now. 6 eliminations and counting. More to be done for them. They've sharpened their steel blank. They're ready for this.
Nice nade across the side from Lynx, but won't do enough damage at the moment. But Bra losing players left, right, and center. Lynx will steal another one of them away, and it's just Tospic remaining. This lad has had some outstanding plays so far today, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to deal with the onslaught coming through from Procedure Evos. Drops out some stun grenades, drops out some smokes to sightline this away from Procedure Evos. Malise Esports coming in from the backside, and Toxic kind of understands. All he really has to do here is try and delay as long as possible for the other team on the warehouse to maybe third party. He's taking so much damage, but holding on the best he can. The fight still rages over towards this north side between Stalwart, Zia, and Gladiators.
Everyone is breathing down each other's necks. There's no room for mistakes. There's no room, period. You are just trapped in front of one another. Every shot you take has to be on point. You get to see the lay of the land here. Zia in the faces of STE. Stalwart start to crumble as Gladiators collapse from the side, dealing damage into them. Action primed, waiting to peek in with a DBS, looking for an opportunity to strike here whilst his entire team starts to fall. Icy with a smooth moves, pulls out the hardcore parkour, ascends to the heavens, but might go there a little bit more literally unless he can find these shots. Just putting bullets down range, got a hold towards the stairs now. Meanwhile, Gladiators keep cutting their way through everyone. Action will strike first, hits onto Shopper, traded back though as he's finished off. Icy on the re-peak, not slick enough.
But makes the exit for Zia real uncomfortable now going forward. 4 first aid kits, yeah, but you're definitely not getting your player back up on his feet unless he crawls out fast enough. We're already in stage 9, Jackie. How is this possible? We've got so many teams still up and kicking. 5 total. Zia, move out in the distance. They're in the open sort of here. Can Gladiators find themselves a side swipe? Let's wait and see as another shot comes through from Kitsune. Fantastic stuff, but now even they are moving out into the open as Tospic takes away Tixie, their main man who's been doing so much damage for them. There's bullets crying out all over the map.
Zia, they're trying to build pyramids blind, but they've got no clay. It's all starting to go wrong. You've got the readjustment from Malise as they put bullets down range and slay their way through Evos, making the twins look uncomfortable. Link, can he somehow piece this one back together? It would have to be absolutely perfect. He's in a good spot to try and strike, but the timing doesn't work. He's spotted out. Malise getting obliterated now by the Gladiators as well. They've seen the doors open. They start to stick their head in, taking info and taking names to boot as well, dealing damage onto Malise now. Play zone starting to nip at their heels, making it uncomfortable. They got to push with it and they can't quite close it. Gladiators all going down.
Just no cover available for Gladiators, but from that top side where so many sightlines were looking their way, it is a difficult experience for them to push through. They get a lot of eliminations in the process, and this is the game that we asked for, that they needed to move into tomorrow with at least a chance available to themselves to get into that survival stage. But that is about it. So many storylines will be knitted together tomorrow, completed and concluded, and everyone seems to have a chance at moving out from that bottom 5 at this point in time. But it's Malise that finish off the games today. A really nice set of rotations from them, slowly, like we said, just chipping away at these teams from that edge side.
Huge plays there, really. Nice damage established, especially proving that he is the CEO. Man was in charge of the situation and the business was theirs for the taking. As Malise do secure that chicken dinner to round out the day. A scrappy one, a crazy affair when you think about the sheer amount of teams we had. Even though they were so fragmented, right? Just so many squads alive and kicking into that 9th circle blank. And it ends in a blink of an eye.
Absolutely. I mean, CEO later as well. 1,649 damage done. 10 knockouts. This guy was absolutely unbelievable, both in his own region and is still stepping up here over towards the global stage. And Malise Esports better be thankful for the things that he brought to the table. Gladiators, on the other hand, I think you've got to be happy if you're a fan for them. Also scared in a way too, but at least that they've opened the door just a little bit before it shut down on their face.
There you have it. The stats don't lie. Overall, being able to secure a much-needed win at the end of day 3. A day that was chock-a-block with upsets and teams that needed to forge a legacy being able to do so. Let's get back to the desk then to break it down and give you the lay of the land.
Thank you so much, Jackie and Blank boys. You did a great job here. Another team that did a great job is none other than Melise, clutching up a chicken dinner. We talked about how the teams at the bottom needed to get a good performance here in the last final game, because tomorrow you never know what's going to happen there on the final day, and Melise were able to do it. They were in 11th place, so that was right there on that cutoff. I'm really excited to see where they end up on the leaderboards here, Kalaris.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate it, that's for sure here. Melise getting themselves a victory with huge damage going out as well. Look how happy they are as they're able to clutch it out. I mean, of course, the circle's kind of narrowing down on their compound, but the thing is, a far cry from what we saw from Tiamba in the previous game, where they didn't really have many targets to shoot at. Melise had a lot of targets to shoot at here and was able to do it in full gusto.
Oh yeah, full gusto for the Melise. I mean, even before they have their position that keeps having the circle shifting their way, they take a head-on-head fight against Alpha 7, and they completely obliterate their position on the southern western side after they're going for that wide western wrap. So yeah, Melise, strong performance on this match overall and able to take themselves some good engages, but especially CEO later, top fragger for his team on this match with the Grows at the end. Hot Jukes on fire this match. Love it. Oh yeah.
Man, absolutely crushed. Another team that desperately needed points is Gladiators. I can't believe I'm even saying this right now. These guys are in the hot seat, and to be able to put up 14 points right here at the end, they got to be feeling good here, Cal.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, I mean, considering at the start of the day, as I said before, I'd kind of counted them out, but they do now have a lifeline to be able to strike back.
Yes.
Set in 13th place here, Gladiators, and I'm going to say it, being an invited team after performing poorly in regional as a whole, they have to absolutely avoid this bottom 5. That would be an unmitigated disaster if they were invited and then fall out in the first round.
After the performance in the championship, I really thought we were going to see major changes for Gladiators, but it seemed like we are still seeing some very similar plays to what we saw back in the championship and the full season of PMPL Europe. They have sped up a little bit the early game, but it clearly isn't enough if they want to push themselves out of that bottom 5. So yeah, Gladiators, we'll see how the things are going to go tomorrow though. Right now, heading into tomorrow, Hot Jukes, I'm looking at the rankings. Aegon I8, Zerja, no big comebacks towards the end of the rankings tomorrow.
Yeah.
If they want to make it out of the bottom 5, it's technically possible, but they're going to need a field day for that to happen.
100%. Like, they literally need to start the day with a chicken dinner and
Pretty
literally
much.
nothing less. Yeah, but you know what? Looking at the leaderboards again, got to give a big shout out to Melise, right? They were in 10th place. They jumped up all the way, what was it, to 6th? So that's a good solid jump right there for them. But man, I'll tell you what, this bottom 5 is way too close for comfort. I mean, we're talking only single-digit points for so many teams here. It's going to be make it or break it for so many of them here, Cal.
Yeah, considering that in regionals, almost every single one of these teams has had extreme days in the past, right? As much as, yes, I'm saying Gladiators didn't do that well in the most recent regionals, we still know them as a team that could, in theory, go out and get 3 wins on a day. Likewise for even Aegon I8, who in their region dominates. So they could be able to do it here, even though it is a little bit of a far cry, as Max is saying.
Yeah, you know what? It's going to be interesting because you have that story as well as the top 3, right? The teams are trying to get that automatic invitation to the big show. And, you know, right now you got Alpha 7 currently sitting in 3rd place with 136 points. Going on down to maybe 5th, right? Rejects there with 121. That's still, they can still catch them, right? And I'm really wondering, Max, right? What do you think? What kind of homework do you think these guys are going to be able to do? Because at a certain point, you're going to have to really want to put that future in your hands. You're going to have to stop Alpha 7 before they just run away with this.
If you're Reject, you just stop fighting loops. they just had a real tough time fighting them directly. But Alpha 7, yeah, just a bit tougher time. We haven't seen them today actually reach that many late game scenarios, so they are struggling because I feel like, and this is also a kind of my theory, because it's been happening these last 2 days, is that you're looking at teams like Stalwart. They've been using players a little bit early. They like to rotate very slow, but it's not just them playing different or playing slower. They are playing the same game plan that was so successful in day 1. I feel like the lobby, just like Reject, are moving center way faster. Those strong positions are taken up way sooner. So because of that, later teams that tend to rotate in phase 2, phase 3 tend to be punished really heavily. And maybe sure you don't die outright, but you lose a player here, a player there, and then you just can't quite fight for that win. So man, the lobby as a whole, especially those middling teams, have improved significantly, and I'm living for it.
Man, you know what? It was so good to be able to see the good old Zuxi clutch up a big game in the last one right before this. And I think they're going to need to see some of that action here tomorrow, Kalars, because they're the team right underneath Alpha 7. You know, going into tomorrow, what do you think their strategy should be? You think they should just play their game as usual? Or at a certain point, do you think they have to actually try to put the brakes on Alpha 7?
I think if you're 4th, 5th, if you're Javivos as well as Reject, it might be worth a little bit of a risk here and there. Because the thing is that with those points, you're guaranteed going to survival, regardless of what happens, right? So it doesn't matter if you're 4th or if you're all the way down to 11th. And they're not going to fall that far down, so they're not going to be eliminated.
Yeah.
Maybe a risk here and there, maybe a little bit more aggressive to be able to get those extra points to catch up to 3rd, to alleviate having to play potentially 2 extra stages. Could be the play.
Hey, Hot Juice, okay, talking about camping those car locations, etc., right? That could be a game plan we could see for some other teams. It could be actually super valuable for your Rejects, Procedures, your Deke Xavier. It could actually happen tomorrow towards the halfway point of the day.
Well, let me ask you this, right? If you're going to go ahead and do that, right? Let's just play a hypothetical. If they're going to go ahead and try to take out Alpha 7, do you think it's worth them doing it off the rip in Sandhawk, or waiting, just kind of playing that game and then going off and ever? We'll get back to it though real quick, as we got a nice little interview here with Melise.
And there you have it, guys. Day 3 of Group Green finally ended, and now the stakes are even higher as we go into day 4 tomorrow, the final day of the 2023 PMGC. Tashbani here, your host on ground, and with me from MSX Turkish team CEO on stage. Let's have a little bit of a chat here. Congratulations on your final chicken dinner for today. Nice job, by the way. I was told that it was sort of rigged because he's coming here on stage. But for now, let's talk a little bit about how you're feeling about your team's performance in the last 3 days.
Bugün takım performansı nasıl hissediyorsun ve neden?
Allah, bugün yani beklentimizin altındaydı. Bugün yeterince kendimizi gösteremedik. Günü son winle kapatıp kendimizi biraz rahatlatabildik yarın için. Hani bugün iyiydi. 5 maçın ardından son maçı winlememiz çok güzeldi. İyi hissediyorum.
It was not expected and not as good as they expected, but they did really good to catch up for tomorrow. That's it.
They are doing good to catch up for tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about the Grand Finals. So as you know, it's going to be happening in your country, Turkey. So does this in any way put any pressure on your team to perform extra?
Şimdi abi, Grand Final Türkiye'de olacak. Bu size baskı veriyor mu ve takım performansı üzerinde etki ediyor mu?
Hayır, yani Türkiye finalin Türkiye'de olması kendi evimizde olduğu için bizim üzerimize pek bir baskısı olmayacak. Daha aksine rahatlatacak bizi, çünkü bizi seven taraftarlarımız oraya gelebilecek. Yani pek baskısı yok.
Because is their home country, they feel really good and comfortable, and they can see their fans in Turkey.
They can see their fans in Turkey. So is them trying to make it to Turkey giving them a lot of pressure in terms of performance? Does it affect them mentally in game?
İşte bu son günde baskı veriyor mu Türkiye'de olacak diye?
Hayır.
It doesn't affect them at all.
It doesn't affect them at all. If anything, I think you guys seem more and more excited to be able to make it to your home ground. Let's talk a little bit about how you have one more day left on Group Green. So you're currently in 6th place. So what's your team's game plan now? Are you guys going to try and grind it out hardcore tomorrow to make it to the top 3, or are all your eyes for your team on the survival stage?
Şimdi sıralamalarda bugün 6.sınız. Son gün için tam gaz mı yoksa Survivor'a kalmak mı düşünüyorsunuz? Düşüncelerin neler?
Ya, öncelikle hedefimiz Survival'a kalmaktı, yani onu garantilemekti. Bugün aldığımız bir winle kendimizi bir nebze biraz rahatlattık. Yarın tam gaz tabii devam, yani ilk 3'ü bırakmayacağız. Her zaman ümidimiz var. Yani en kötü durumda zaten Survival time'a kalıp oradan da çıkmaya çalışacağız yani. Hedefimiz bu.
They never expected to be win a chicken dinner for the last match. So at first they was target for the survival, but they were also targeting for the top 3 so they will go hardcore for the last day.
Well, look at that. That chicken dinner was exactly what they needed mentally to push themselves and propel themselves into the top 3 to make it to Turkey, where the tournament for 2023 PMGC will be making top. So thank you so much for the chat here on stage. And for now, one more time, just reminding you guys that tomorrow, the final day will be for Group Green. But if we don't know, a little bit of a recap, Vamos is still the words we are uttering as Loops has taken over the ladder today. Whether or not they'll be able to maintain that momentum is the question that we all are dying to see. Anyway, that'll be the end for us here on ground for the 2023 PMGC Group Green League stage. And hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow. On to you guys, the casters. See you guys later.
Ass up, Stalwart, and it is all on the back of Mythic and Chief here, Kalars.
Chief. He was looking great throughout the day, right? Loops just in general. What a pleasure it is watching them. Still, Stalwart, a little bit of a quieter day, of course, but I don't think we'd be, you know, like, we're too hard on them considering, yeah, okay, maybe you're allowed a little bit of a quiet day every so often. It's just a shame for them that they have fallen out of that first place here, going up against the Brazilian powerhouses.
Yeah. How dare you, Stalwart, not get 10 bajillion points? How dare you?
This is hilarious because we're saying quiet day, and in the last match they had 9 eliminations and 2 placement points, 11 points. That's crazy.
That's good for any other team but Stalwart.
Yeah, Stalwart, you know, they need to pick it up.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah, where's that 2,000 average damage we saw in take 1?
It's going to happen again eventually, we'll see. But yeah, it's been really close because we saw at the start of today, actually, Top was still one of the top fraggers. Mythic was 1 point behind with the day that Loops had. I mean, of course, you were expecting Mythic to be up there, right? He was going to overtake that position. So I mean, the thing is, again, it's not just Mythic, it is the entirety of the crew. Chief has been doing fantastic. Cortazan has been setting up strong off angles for the team, and Ayala got that great clutch at the end versus the side of Tianban Reject to clutch up that win on Erangel. So, man, the entire roster is looking so deadly in these matches, and I'm really excited to see if they can hold on to that first place tomorrow.
Yeah, well, can they hold on to first place? And also, you know, the big question is, again, I want to kind of go back to what we're talking about, Alpha 7, trying to hold on to that third place. You know, Cal, do you think a team like Precision, right, just goes and attacks them off the rip at Sandhawk, or do they wait until Erangel?
I think with Sandhawk being kind of a bit of a crapshoot, kind of like a bit of a wild card, I think maybe you just play out your own game there. But beyond that, I was kind of alluding to it earlier. For them, for Rejects, Erangel onwards, I don't think there's any reason to hold back. You don't lose anything. There's literally nothing to lose. Maybe a little bit of prize pool here and there for the league stage, but trying to potentially take more risks to get to top 3, to skip out on survival, to skip out on potential last chance, that is worth so much more than the extra little bit of prize pool that you might be contending for here. So maybe some risks are worth it.
I'm telling you right now, you're looking at tomorrow, what you do. First 2 Erangels, just like, don't drop on them. You know, just leave them like, oh, we're safe. We're going to be fine in our drop. And then you just drop them on the last Erangel, just like not ready for it. That might be a good approach. We'll see. But they do tend to have a little bit of a split up Northern George Pole. So you could drop on 1, 2 players and just hurt them. You don't have to eliminate the team. Just wound them in the early stage. And you just know that you might have an opportunity to get just more points and overtake a spot in the top 3.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you just kind of wait it out, see what happens. But you know what, guys? I got to give a big thank you, of course, to our sponsor here, the Infinix GT10 Pro, a smartphone created directly for esports competitors. If you guys want to go ahead and dominate the lobby, you got to check out that GT10 Pro. Also, guys, make sure you're all followed up on the socials. You check the TikTok, search that PMGC 2023, use the hashtag as well, so we can kind of just see what you guys are talking about, you know, and tag us as well. You know, Hot Jukes, Maxman, CalR, easy retweet, guys. I mean, I'll tell you what, this is an insane tournament. 1 more day left in Group Green, and 5 teams are going home for the rest of the year here, Max.
Yeah, it is going to be a rough one, but we've seen it. It's been fluctuating every match pretty much. And I'm telling you, Hot Jukes, tomorrow, it is going to be down to that last game to have some changes at the bottom. So anyone can still make it. You just need to stay strong and to try and get those wins at the end of tomorrow.
Well, it's Brazil on top for now, right? What's going to happen here towards the end? We don't know. Mark your calendars. We will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll see you then.